A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
Test, test, test. 1, 2. There we go. All right, we're breaking in right now with a tornado on the ground here in Edwardsburg, just north of downtown Edwardsburg at the current time. Alex, feel free to speak in chat. I think we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good. Just a little
Perfect.
loud there. Yeah, so we got a tornado on the ground. Feel free to turn on your camera, Alex. Otherwise, I'll just be myself.
Oh.
I'm going to go ahead and pull up my radar here. So tornado warning on. There's the red box, just waiting for it to come in. Again, this is a tornado on the ground. Last second trigger by the National Weather Service, Northern Indiana. Here's what the warning says. National Weather Service, Northern Indiana has issued this tornado warning for central Cass County and northwestern St. Joseph County and southwestern Michigan until 3:45 p.m. At 3:14 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Cassopolis, or 8 miles northwest of Simonton, or 1 mile north of Edwardsburg, and it's moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, tornado and quarter-sized hail. Flying debris would be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damaged roofs, windows, vehicles will occur. And tree damage is likely. Dangerous storm will near Cassopolis around 3:20 p.m. and Marcellus around 3:40 p.m. Again, this is a level 1 tornado warning. I'm going to go ahead and turn off all the lightning because it's hard to see here. But we do have a tornado on the ground in this storm. Very evident by this CC drop on radar. You can see this little blue dot on the right side of the screen. And so again, this is about 2 miles north of Edwardsburg right now. This debris ball is currently on M62 crossing over Monette Street M. Not sure what the M stands for, but it's heading up Oil City Road M. Again, this is a supercellular storm just south of Cassopolis in southwest Michigan. So if you are in southwest Michigan, this is in Cass County and St. Joseph County. Again, tornado on the ground right now, about 2 miles north of Edwardsburg. And again, this is a last second warning by the National Weather Service there. Again, we've been monitoring this behind the scenes for the last about 30 minutes now since the storm crossed over into Michigan. You can see this tornado event did drop down here on the ground about 1.25 miles north of Edwardsburg, right on Yankee Street and Cass Street. And in the latest scan has now crossed over Hess Road and M62 and is currently heading off to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Again, this is going to be heading up towards Cassopolis and Vandalia in the coming minutes. Again, Cassopolis by about 3:40, I believe is what I said on the text here. Again, tornado on the ground right now, M62, north of Edwardsburg. We do have Nick. He is out chasing, but his cam is not on right now. So we'll come back to him here in a little bit.
Yeah, he had left the office just a little bit ago, Joel, and is en route to that storm now.
Yes, yep. Additionally, again, this is going to be producing a hail threat within this storm. You can kind of see on the right side of your screen here what's happening is anything that you see on this correlation coefficient radar on the right side of the screen, anything in that purple and that reddish hue is uniform objects. So it's going to be your rain, sometimes snowflakes. They're all circular in nature. When you get to hail, that's when you start to see these yellow and even green pixels start to mix in. And of course, when you have non-meteorological, non-uniform data, such as debris being lofted, it's going to show up as blue here on radar. And we do see that right now, right over M62. Still waiting for another scan to come in. This is an old radar scan at this point. This tornado is probably already off near Brick Church Road, near Jefferson Center, if I had to assume its northeast trajectory. And it's going to be passing very close to Cassopolis and eventually on a direct collision course with perhaps Vandalia in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Again, feel free to hit that like and subscribe button here at MSC. Again, we got you covered from beginning to end for all severe weather here in the state of Michigan. No matter if it's a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning, we will be live covering it. And again, a share and a like goes a long way, as you never know who this may help out. So again, this is heading up towards Vandalia. I'm still waiting for a radar scan, Alex. I'm not sure if you're getting one yet, but this is some old data at this point.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. And just while we are waiting for new data, we do have that east-west road M60 that runs out of Cassopolis east towards Vandalia, and then into St. Joe County. So if you're on M60, anywhere east of Cassopolis, or let's just say even heading west out of Three Rivers in St. Joe County, if you don't mind, please do not travel into this tornado warning right now. If you're on M60, especially in the tornado warning, please make sure to just get off and find a sturdy shelter. There's some gas stations along M60, especially in and around Vandalia. They'll be happy to let you in and seek shelter. Being in your vehicle during a tornado is the worst place to be. So make sure that if you are on M60 in Cass County right now, to try and find some shelter.
Nick, I need you to turn your camera.
I just got a new updated CC scan. Still have a CC drop as of 319. Currently just east of M62, continuing northeast. It is still about just under 6 miles to the south-southwest of Vandalia.
Yeah, and I do have that latest scan pulled up here on radar, Alex. Debris ball right now directly over Brick Church Road and Monette Street, as I mentioned. It's a tiny little supercell now, and but yeah, it's going to continue off towards Vandalia. Next road to cross, Mount Zion Street and Cassopolis Road. Again, near that intersection there, as well as Turnip Road as it meets with Mount Zion Street. Again, this is a supercell that's right on the warm front right now, and again, that warm front adds extra moisture lift in the atmosphere, and that is why we've seen this storm go tornado warned with a tornado on the ground. According to at least correlation coefficient radar here on the right side of the screen, where we usually see these blue circles that match up with your rotation, that is a sign that there is a tornado on the ground. In fact, it is still on the ground.
Yeah, it is still on the ground. Good presentation on radar to suggest that as well. And then, as you mentioned before, too, some hail at least up from Cassopolis and then up to Penn, it looks like, via CC overlapping the radar as well.
Yeah, so if we go ahead and back it up, so I just switched over the left side radar here to velocity. If you go ahead and back it up, you can see right where this rotation tightened up. So left side of the screen, for those who are new here, this is velocity radar. So that's your winds moving towards and away from the radar site. And when we see these reds and greens get bright like that and very close together, that means it's tight, strong rotation. And in fact, you can see where it maxed out right over Yankee Street at about 3:11 this afternoon. And then the next scan, you can see that gate to gate there, Alex, is 53 to 61 miles per hour. So if you combine those two, that is likely some 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, maybe even more right there on M62 as it crossed. Latest scan has weakened it a little bit, but it appears that it gets still on the ground, perhaps roping out now as it crosses over Mount Zion Street, heading up Cassopolis Road. And again, this is about it's about 6-ish miles south of Cassopolis and about 6 miles on the way to Vandalia.
Yeah, and looking, if you're looping the CC, the correlation coefficient there, as you loop it, you can see it goes from that tight signature to a more broad expansion of that CC, which may mean the debris fallout. Potentially, it means the tornado might have occluded or is lifted, and that debris is now falling back to the ground. Sometimes we'll see that as a signature as well when it's not as tight. So just something to keep an eye on, because the reflectivity signature, obviously rotation is still there. So just because the CC drop may change a little bit does not mean that a tornado, even if it is lifting, may not drop again just as quickly. So tornado warning does continue for the next 20 minutes for Cass, central and now I'd say east central Cass County and northwestern St. Joe County in West Michigan.
Let's see. Latest scan. It is still trying. So for those who are not familiar with the tornado lingo here, when we say rope out, it essentially means that the tornado is occluding into itself. So it means it's basically falling apart. However, if you look at the left side of the screen, you can still see that little red and green close together. Right side of the screen, your debris is kind of being scattered. In fact, it might be interfering with some clear air too. So it's going to be hard to tell. But we do have Nick, who is out there right now, and he's chasing the storm. He's approaching it from the east. He just came from our office there. He's in Jones, Michigan. As you can see in the top left of the screen, we do have live location this year for our chasers. And as you can see, it's very dark as he approaches the storm. And one thing he did note with this storm in particular is that there is a lot of precipitation falling out in front of it. So do not wait to see this tornado because it's likely it's going to be hidden in the rain. You can already see as he approaches the storm there's kind of that fog in the distance. And mind you, we've had fog all morning today, and so we have existing fog and precipitation from the ongoing cell that is moving in through Cass County right now. So go ahead and return to the radar because this is very important to keep up with here. The hook, if we just take general reflectivity here, we never want to see this on radar when it comes to a rotating storm. Again, this is what we call a kidney bean shape, or kind of like a hook. It goes by other names as well, but when we see these hooks, that means there's a decent amount of rotation, or at least inflow into the storm, and it's allowing it to become supercellular in nature. And so we want this hook shape to eventually fizzle out, but right now it's the only storm around, as you can see. So a lot of clean inflow going into the storm, and so it may produce multiple tornadoes as this continues up towards the M60 corridor. So again, this is Southwest Michigan, Cass, and St. Joseph County. A tornado warning is in effect until 3:45 p.m. And again, anywhere in the red box, if you are in this red box, you know you live in this red box, you are in that tornado warning. This is why it's important to know where you live in your county when it comes to severe weather season, because if you know you're in this red box, then you are in that tornado warning.
So as it moves towards the junction of eventually, as it moves closer to M60, it'll be nudging even closer to the junction of M60 and M40. I know from traveling out there, there is a Shell gas station there on the corner, along with a few other buildings, a Dollar General, and everything like that. So it's a well-traveled area as you move west out of Three Rivers towards Cassopolis, or if you're heading north from US 12 on M40 north towards like Lawton and those areas. It's a highly traveled area in Southwest Michigan in Cass, St. Joseph counties. So as we have this tornado, as it continues to move northeast, you want to make sure that if you are on the tornado warning, that you are taking your tornado precautions now. Again, as Joel said, and as our chasers have said, there's a lot of rain out in front of this. You're not going to be able to see it until it is too late. So remember, if you are taking cover in your house, basement is the best location for you. But if you don't have a basement, an interior room in the middle of your house, away from windows, put the most walls between you and the outside as possible, preferably an interior closet or bathroom. And make sure you have something to cover your head, like a pillow or a helmet.
And for those who are talk about the mic, I'm going to try and get it fixed here and balance out the audio. So for those who are new here, we just had new software installed. I basically was working on it all week this week, so still balancing out a couple of the levels here. But again, tornado warning in effect. Tornado on the ground, according to CC radar, as last scan, has it at Calvin Center Road, just north of Mount Zion Street. So again, this tornado touched down about a mile outside of Edwardsburg to the north side of town, crossed M62, and now we're at the point where it's in between Vandalia and Edwardsburg, kind of halfway in between. This is continuing off to the northeast. Storm speed is 35 miles per hour, but this may speed up or slow down depending on the left or right motion of the supercell. It looks like they went into rapid scan mode here, Alex, because I'm getting quicker scans now.
I was just about to say, I'm getting quicker scans now every couple minutes, so they've gone into rapid scan mode. And also, if you loop It almost looks like the supercell, which we see this sometimes, is starting to maybe take a slight right turn,
Yep.
maybe just ever so slightly. And this would potentially impact more eventually of St. Joseph County as well. So while you are not specifically in the tornado warning right now, if you live in Three Rivers or just to the west of Three Rivers, especially as you're in that tornado warning, you want to make sure that you are also keeping an eye on this and be prepared to take tornado precautions as soon as possible as well.
Nick, I have your cam, but I'm not seeing you. He said he has it right in front of him.
Do you have him? You have him, or you don't have his camera?
I don't have his camera. He said it's right in front of him, but I don't have his camera live right now. But he is in Vandalia, so he's really close to this thing. Again, what you're looking at on radar for those who are just tuning in, a tornado warning is in this red box here for pretty much Vandalia. Not seeing it. It does appear like it's still on the ground here. There's a tiny little couplet of rotation. It looks very broad. I will say this, it's good news. It's becoming more broad, but there's a tiny little pixel down here at the very southern flank, right on the edge of the tornado warning box here near Chain Lake and Wade Road. That could be still a tiny little tornado on the ground. It's about 4 or 5 miles south of Vandalia, and it's taking, like you said, more of a right turn.
Yeah. Which again, sometimes as these storms like they were doing today, this storm here especially riding the warm front, as that boundary is draped across these counties here, Cass and St. Joe County, it may follow that boundary naturally. So as the storm moves northeast and follows the boundary, it may turn towards the right eventually, as we might be seeing it here doing.
Check 1, 2, just testing my mic here. Bump it up a little bit. Hopefully the mic levels are a little bit balanced out now for those who are viewing. Again, this is a tornado warning for Cass County, St. Joseph County, for those who are just tuning in. This is southwest Michigan. This is going to be M60. South of Marcellus. It's going to be approaching, if it continues its right turn, it's going to be approaching M60 where it crosses over M40. I believe there's a little town there, but it's not showing on my camera, or on my radar, I should say. Alex, you're more familiar with the area down there between Three Rivers and Vandalia. Yeah. There's a tiny little town there.
Yeah, it's called Jones. It's right on M60, M40. Like I was saying earlier, there's a Shell gas station there, a Dollar General there. Bear Lake is right by there. It's a popular place during the summer.
Got it.
There's a Bible camp down there that they do during the summer. So, but it is a popular thoroughfare, as I was saying earlier, as people are out west of Three Rivers heading towards Cassopolis or vice versa, or heading north from US 12 up to Marcellus and eventually Lawton. It's a highly traveled area.
Yeah. So again, this is making more of a right turn towards Jones, as Alex mentioned here. I would not be surprised if they do either a severe thunderstorm warning or an extension of the tornado warning a little bit slightly to the east. Given that this is now starting to move outside of the box a little bit. And again, if you are north of the center of this rotation, if you're north of Vandalia or were in Vandalia previously, you're likely experiencing some perhaps 1-inch hail here, as we do have a decent hail core on this between Vandalia and Marcellus. So if you are in this red box, you may also be getting a hail threat on the northern flank of this supercell. If we zoom out and take a look at the big picture, this is the only storm in the state right now that is warned, or the only storm really in general. We did have some scattered storms that were special weather statemented up towards the Tri-Cities region. Those storms are now into a cooler environment in the thumb. The only severe warning in the state, and this is one of 2 warnings in the United States right now, is this tornado warning right up here in Cass County and moving over into St. Joseph County here within the next probably 10 minutes as it continues to move a little bit right and outside of the tornado warning box. So Again, these boxes are drawn with its initial storm motion in mind. But again, as you can see, the storm is already starting to track over that little red line for the tornado warning as it tracks right towards Jones. Rotation-wise, the reds and the greens still broad. That's better than what we were seeing earlier when it was tighter in nature. But this has had a history of producing a tornado now from about a mile north of Edwardsburg, all the way up here to about 5 miles south of Vandalia. This has taken a similar track to, I believe, a couple of our tornadoes in 2025 as well, if I recall. We had a couple EF1s down there, so no stranger to tornadoes down here in southwestern Michigan. But here we are here on March 6th. Storm motion again, 35 miles per hour off to the northeast. The tornado warning box itself says a tornado warning remains in effect until 3:45 for northeastern Cass and northwestern St. Joseph counties. 3:29, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Cassopolis, or 12 miles east of Dowagiac. Moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, tornado and quarter-sized hail are the continued hazards. See if Nick's cam is in. It is not, but he's in Jones. So the rotation right now is right over Birch Road and Sears Street, wherever those two meet. It's kind of a broader area now, but again, this is heading directly into Jones within the next probably 3 minutes. Your time is now to be taking shelter if you're in Jones, if you haven't already. Do not wait to see it. It is likely rain-wrapped in nature. I know we always joke about trying to pull a Midwestern dad and sit on the porch until it's too late. Well, today's not one of those days because you won't see it coming. So please take shelter. If you are in Jones, and again, if this continues its track off to the right, which in the latest scan it has, this is going to be heading more in the direction of downtown Three Rivers here in St. Joseph County. So keep that in mind if you're in Three Rivers watching right now. You're not in a tornado warning technically because the box is outside, but again, we likely will see some sort of extension off to the right, and we're telling you this right now with our meteorological background. We're seeing what we're seeing on the radar with this rotation. Moving right down kind of the M40, M60 junction here in Jones. It's starting to move to the right. So take your weather precautions now if you're in Three Rivers. It's better to be safe than sorry. Current time right now, bottom of the screen, 3:37 p.m. here on March 6th.
And then Joel, if you don't mind real quick, just given that I'm so close here in Constantine, I'm gonna go and take a look and see if I can go either see this or drive up closer to this real quick, and then I'll be back.
Okay, sounds good. So this is moving very close to our office down here in the Constantine Three Rivers area as well. So Alex is actually really close to this rotation, and so he is actually going to check it out right now. On top of Nick, who's already out there. He was at the office previously, and he is having connection issues right now for his camera. So rotation continues. You are here in southwestern Michigan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We do have a new tornado warning coming in.
Joel, I'll be in the background here for you.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. And again, here's your new tornado warning coming in, the new red box on your screen, as I mentioned, making a little bit of a right turn. And so as a result, the National Weather Service in Northern Indiana has issued a new tornado warning. So the National Weather Service in Northern Indiana has issued this new tornado warning for east central Cass and northwestern St. Joseph County in this red box you can see here until 4:15 p.m. At 3:37 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles south of Marcellus or 9 miles west of Three Rivers, also directly located over Jones, and it's moving off to the northeast now at 40 miles per hour. And in fact, I would say it's more east-northeast as it's now starting to track right on down the M60 corridor. Again, hazards are going to be a tornado and quarter-sized hail. If you're in the northern portion of the storm, you're going to be experiencing that 1-inch hail right now. A radar indicated rotation is the source. Dangerous storm will be near Three Rivers around 3:45 p.m. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Jones, as we mentioned, Nottawa, Moore Park, Corey Lake, Paradise Lake, Clear Lake, Fishers Lake, Shavehead Lake, and Wasepi. Precautionary action says take cover now. As mentioned, if you are in a tornado warning, your best bet is to be below ground, so a basement or storm shelter if you do not have one, interior room on the lowest floor of a building. If you are without an interior room, a bathroom with a bathtub is your best bet. And in that bathtub, if you are in a bathtub, you want to make sure that you are covering your head. Your head is going to be the most important thing to keep protected when you are in a tornadic thunderstorm. Again, a pillow, a blanket, a helmet. Also, if you're going to shelter, make sure to bring shoes, some of your important documents if you have time as well, because you don't know what you're going to be coming out to once the storm goes past. So make sure to grab some shoes as well. And for those who are just waking up, make sure to put on some clothes. We always say don't sleep naked. It's obviously not nighttime out there, but for those who are sleeping, taking a nap this afternoon, make sure to put on some clothes as well and before you head to shelter. So this rotation is now starting to take on a little bit more stronger rotation. Again, it's right over M50 or M60 near Wood Lake Road. Again, we're looking at these reds and greens on your velocity couplet here. When they're close together like this, it is a sign of some stronger and tighter rotation. And again, as you see here in the last couple scans, it's continued to make a right turn. Also, the tornado warning that was in effect for Marcellus and Vandalia has been canceled. Edwardsburg, Cassopolis, Vandalia, Marcellus, all in the clear now. The only tornado warning now in effect is for Jones, Three Rivers, Centerville, and surrounding regions here, anywhere you see in this red box. So primarily entering St. Joseph County at the current time. Ryan, anything to report behind the scenes that you're seeing on social media?
Nothing that I can confirm for sure, but we have several reports of damage in the Edwardsburg area. I'm trying to work on confirming exactly where it's at or what kind of damage it is. So right now it's just kind of unconfirmed at this point.
Gotcha. And again, for those who tuned in, this tornado started confirmed on the ground via CC about 1.25 miles northwest of Edwardsburg. Really started to touch down on Yankee Street near Cass Street. Moved off to the northeast where we saw arguably its strongest rotational signature right on M62 just north of Harris Street. Then it continued off to the northeast, went through perhaps a couple cycles here near Mount Zion, passed about 5 miles south of Vandalia, and then since this point, it's been a broader rotation, which is a good sign. However, it can and may spin up another tornado in the coming minutes as it still continues to show its kidney bean shape here, as we mentioned. So again, if you know anyone in Three Rivers right now, you need to be sharing this stream, sharing a text over to your friends and family, because this has had a direct collision course with downtown Three Rivers. Again, if you don't know anybody in this area, again, a like, share, and a follow goes a long way because it pushes it more in the algorithm of your fellow Michiganders. So whatever you got to do to get the word out. Again, this is heading for downtown Three Rivers. It's a very populated area, as well as all of these surrounding areas around Three Rivers. Decent amount of neighborhoods and communities off to the west for sure. And then eventually, if it continues off to the east at a more eastward track, it could impact Centerville as well. Again, we are the Michigan Storm Chasers, so this is going to be Michigan-based coverage. If you're new here, we cover every severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning in the state of Michigan, whenever they're issued, no matter the time of the day, no matter the time of the year, and we have not missed covering a single warning since the start of the end of 2023 when we started doing this full time. So feel free to follow along. Again, tornado warning in effect right now for primarily St. Joseph County. This rotation is now passed over Jones. It's now on the east side of Jones, crossing the Cass-St. Joseph County line. See, this rotation is, or this couplet continues to move directly down M60. Rotation, it's kind of a mess. And that's usually a good sign because it's more disorganized in nature. But again, as I continue to mention here, it only takes a scan or two and it could be back on the ground. So we'll keep an eye on it. Correlation coefficient, it's a mess in there as well. That could be some clear air. As we mentioned, all the blues is usually non-uniform, non-meteorological. That could be dust being kicked up, or it could be anything as large as debris. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. It's very grungy right now on radar, and it's hard to actually confirm whether or not a tornado is on the ground because it is just a complete mess. But again, you are in a tornado warning, Three Rivers. It's radar indicated, which is the lowest level tornado warning. You still want to treat this as if there's a tornado on the ground because, after all, it is a tornado warning. Warning means the ingredients have come together for a tornado to develop. Alex is out on it as well, as mentioned here. He was just in the studio. He's now going to get a look on it. Nick is still having connection issues, but again, we should have their cams here soon, hopefully. But if not, again, take our word for it. We've seen this many times here in the state of Michigan through many different events over the last couple of years, that this is a storm that you do not want to mess with as it continues towards Three Rivers. Okay, so it sounds like behind the scenes we have Ben that's also going out to chase. Real quick, over here on YouTube, couple, well, actually, I'll get to it here in a bit. Again, this tornado warning is first and foremost importance here. Again, it looks like the last scan, as I mentioned here, it only takes 1 or 2 scans, and it looks like, Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is tightened back up again.
Let me pop on radar here for a second. It does appear that it has tightened up a little bit over the past couple of scans. Overly not as strong as it was before, but still warrants close attention. It's there of interest just to the north of Fabius, basically heading right into Three Rivers in Centerville area. So if you live anywhere in the vicinity, a 5-mile radius really of Three Rivers, north, south, east, or west, you should be in your safe place right now. Basement, you don't have a basement, interior closet, a bathtub would also work as well. Cover your head from flying debris.
Yeah, this center of rotation, the latest scan, directly over. Okay, so confirmed report behind the scenes. I believe that was Nick. If I yeah. Okay, so from Nick, according to Nick, there is a bunch of debris scattered on M60, so he's really close to this. And this is actually likely still on the ground. Again, it's hard to tell, but according to Nick, he has a bunch of debris on M60 right now where he is chasing. So again, Three Rivers, this is likely, if this is on the ground, this is going to be into downtown within the next 5 minutes. You need to be taking shelter. If you know anyone that's driving on 131, especially north-south through Three Rivers, you need to tell them to stop and wait for the storm to pass. And this is a major thoroughfare through southwest Michigan, as well as M60 in general. Again, this is not a good situation for downtown Three Rivers. Again, your time is now to be taking shelter. There's a little bit of a CC drop, just slightly, right next to County Highway 110, crossing over Broadway Road here soon. Nick is saying that the tornado is not fully condensed. So you will likely not see it. It'll still be tossing debris. But again, there's a lot of precipitation in here, and it's a weaker tornado, and so you're not going to see it fully condensed to the ground. So again, we call these segmented tornadoes, where they're like half invisible, essentially. It's still picking up debris, but it's not condensed fully through the entire funnel. And so that is likely what is heading right now into downtown Three Rivers. So again, if you know anybody in Three Rivers, you should be liking and sharing. Again, this is not a good situation for downtown Three Rivers, but again, we got you covered street by street. Right now, we can tell you the center of this rotation is on Broadway near Kroll Road. I believe they are updating the tornado warning now. They're going to cancel it for Cass County. So if you're in Cass County, you are in the clear. Good news there. St. Joseph County, you are still going to be in this tornado warning. Again, we're going to wait for another update here. It's going to be tornado and quarter-sized hail. There's your update of the box. So again, Cass County canceled. But the tornado continues heading into downtown Three Rivers. Again, if you're on the northern side of the storm, that's where the hail's going to be. So if we take it to normal reflectivity radar, so this is the intensity of the rain that's falling. Anywhere where you see this pink up here in the northern flank, that's going to be your hail. So up near County Highway 110 and Mount Zion Road. So to the north there. Again, this is approaching the 131 corridor within the next 3 minutes. This is the only storm in the state at the current time. If you zoom out here real quick, you can see it's down here in the southwest corner. As we mentioned earlier today on our page, this is in an area where we have 4 to 10% odds for a tornado to develop inside of any storm, and that is actually making the odds come true today here with this one lone storm in Three Rivers. So latest scanner rotation continues its tighter rotation here. It's continuing right down Broadway, as I mentioned, about to cross over or is crossing over Roberts Road at Broadway, as well as Midland Road. Nick is saying he has the tornado on the ground again, and there is rapid rotation on this storm, and it's heading directly into Three Rivers. Again, if you are in Three Rivers, your time to take shelter is right now. Again, it's going to be in downtown Three Rivers in the next 3 minutes. It's going to be crossing over US 131 here in the next 2 minutes. Nick, if you're able to get your cam, that would be awesome. I know you're having connection issues, but again, a visual would be great. Or Alex, if you can hear me. Again, this is Three Rivers, heading into downtown Three Rivers right now. Okay, so this is hitting the commercial district on the south side of town, according to Nick, and there's debris everywhere. So, again, this is a likely strong tornado heading into downtown Three Rivers right now. Ryan, if you can hear me, can you relay that to IWX chat? That'd be awesome. This needs to be upgraded tornado warning. Okay, thank you. Again, this is crossing over 131 right now. It's hitting the commercial district. According to Nick, it says the, I think he said the Meyer. US 131. Yeah, it's on 131. So again, this is a tornado heading right into downtown Three Rivers. You need to be underground if possible. If you are in inadequate shelter, your time to take shelter was earlier. We mentioned this 15 minutes ago. Again, I need to take Nick out of my ear because I can't hear over myself.
New information. This tornado.
Okay, so now they are upgrading the tornado warning. This is jumped from a level 1 to a level 3 tornado warning. Again, it goes to a level 4. So what this means is, so PDS tornado warning essentially means this is a violent tornado. This is now in downtown Three Rivers, as confirmed by Nick. And again, you never want to see a level 3 tornado warning. Let's go back to my screen here. There's the center of the hook right in downtown Three Rivers, going right down Millard Street, crossing over Douglas Avenue. It has already confirmed to hit the commercial district on the south side of Three Rivers, and this is heading right through downtown right now. Again, this is a PDS tornado warning. Means it's a particularly dangerous situation. Again, we're going to talk you through this as this goes scan by scan. If you are in Three Rivers, you should be taking shelter. You need to be underground right now. If you do not have adequate shelter, you need to be finding adequate shelter ASAP. Again, this is a very serious situation. It's a level 3 out of 4 tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. This is going to be passing through downtown Three Rivers. It is passing through downtown Three Rivers right now. It's going to be passing just to the north of Centerville if we track this out. And it's going to be continuing, if it continues on the ground, somewhere close to Mendon within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So if you're watching downstream Mendon, this is going to be your way. So again, Constantine Street here in Three Rivers is now where it's crossing over. Oh yeah, that's not good. Oh wow. Okay, so again, this is your correlation coefficient radar. So when we see blues on correlation coefficient, that's non-uniform, non-meteorological in nature. We're seeing a lot of blues here right over downtown Three Rivers. This is likely a half
Joel.
mile wide. Go ahead, Ryan.
Joel, take my video link, please.
Oh yeah, that's it right there.
That is it right there. This is courtesy of Miracles Landscape Supply, facing west out of Centerville, which is just on the south and a little bit east of Three Rivers. And you're looking right there at the tornado as it is going in and through the town of Three Rivers. We have chasers reporting damage and debris being lofted from the industrial district in the town. So this is a serious situation. And as such, the NWS has upgraded this to a level 3 PDS tornado warning for Three Rivers. And this is heading, like Joel said, up toward M60, toward Mendon, and eventually toward Leonidas. Right now, it is basically in downtown, about to hit the airport, if not over the airport right now. This is going to be heading toward State Highway 60, toward Leland Road, Covered Bridge Road, and Silver Street. Joel, take back over. I'm going to call Matt to make sure he's good.
Yep. Okay, so again, for more locations, this is now in the center and east side of town. This is now directly impacting the high school and the middle school. Hopefully everyone at the school there is able to take shelter in time. This is still going right down M60 at Hoffman Street. There's a couple neighborhoods here: Clawson, Angel, Crum, Blossom. I'm going to go ahead and go to the radar here because I can zoom in more. We also have Haynes Road crossing M60. We have Hove Air Drive also being impacted, and North Airport Road. So again, as Brian mentioned here, it's going to be impacting the area around the Three Rivers Municipal Airport here in the next probably 3-ish minutes. Again, this is a tornado on the ground. We've had confirmed reports.
Vic or Alex, is this still on the ground?
This has been confirmed as hitting the Meyer. And again, if I pause, it's because Nick is talking in my ear. This is some critical information that I'm getting in from Nick behind the scenes. Again, if you are now off to the east, again, this is heading pretty much right down the M60 corridor. So again, it has not lost its look yet. It's still got that hook shape on it here. And it's continuing off to the east-northeast. Again, PDS tornado warning means particularly dangerous situation. For those who don't know, that's a level 3 of 4 tornado warning. The next level up is a tornado emergency, which we've only seen issued once in the state of Michigan on May 7th of 2024. But again, a tornado warning is a tornado warning. You should be taking shelter if you're inside of this pink box. Primarily on M60. This is going to be crossing M60 at North Airport Road in the next 2 minutes. We also have Schweitzer Road. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, and Leland Road. This goes along the river there. Those are the next roads up. Again, we do have some staff in the area that are actually being directly impacted by this storm, so we're trying to make sure that they're all right as well behind the scenes. This is very close to our MSC office down here in southwestern Michigan. So again, it sounds like right now, again, considerable damage to the town of Three Rivers. Again, PDS tornado warning in effect, and Mendon.
Ground confirmed here. I can
That's
see the
Ben.
funnel.
Okay.
I can see the condensed funnel above it.
Ben's got it. Who said that they were live there? Is that Nick? Nick and Ben are live. Oh yeah, there it is right there. That's the tornado right there, everybody.
We got a rope. Yep, it's rope. There's a rope. Oh my gosh.
There it is, right on Ben's screen.
Tornado,
There's
yeah.
the rope tornado. Kind of see it on the side of the screen. It's also
no.
a little bit of vert, a little bit of vortices on it. Again, this is likely
we got to
going
keep
through
going
some sort of
south.
cycling phase, but again, the rotation on radar right now shows that it could cycle, and it likely is. We'll go back to the radar here. Again, this is a PDS tornado warning in effect, particularly dangerous situation for St. Joseph County. Again, take a deep breath. If you are in this tornado warning right now, as long as you are taking shelter in the safe space that you know is the best place to go, then you are okay. Again, we are going to talk you guys through it road by road as this tornado continues down M60. It is right now on M60 at 6th Avenue, and it will continue off to the northeast towards Mendon. If you are in Mendon, you need to be taking shelter now. You're not in a tornado warning, as you can see denoted by this box, but you will likely see a tornado warning soon. And we've seen this tornado now track since Edwardsburg. Since 3:10 this afternoon, it's tracked from Edwardsburg now up through Three Rivers and has continued to show signs of a tornado on the ground throughout its entire lifespan. And so, again, this is going to be up in Mendon in the next probably 10 to 15 minutes.
Near by the airport.
We're going to keep it on Ben's cam here just for a second again.
I've got eyes on it. East of Mendon. We're going to drop for the south. This thing's heading right for me. Not in a safe spot. Drop it south.
So he's going to reposition. So he's going to continue off, to the south, get out of its way. Again, he is right now on Nottawa Road, south of Mendon. So he's looking at that storm heading right towards him, towards Mendon. Latest scan, rotation has kind of fallen apart a little bit, likely going through its cycling phase, as I continue to mention here. Looking back at a reflectivity scan here real quick, I just wanted to take a note of the decibels in this storm that denote likely some large hail falling up here north of Moore Park Road. So if you are in and west of Mendon, here in this area where you see the pinks and blacks on radar, that's likely some large hail falling. So we will also take some hail reports into the page if you got them. But again, any damage reports right now need to be sent in to the National Water Service office in northern Indiana. Their tag on X is at NWSIWX. They can also be found on Facebook, National Water Service Northern Indiana. You can also send them to us here at Michigan Storm Chasers on Facebook, or message us anything. And again, we'll send it over to the National Water Service in
Still on the ground, rotating quick.
And again, Ben says he has it back on the ground again briefly. Oh yeah, look at the rotation there, Ryan. You can see it, center of the screen.
Joey, we're gonna have to drop south pretty
tight.
quick. This thing's coming right for us.
Got it. Yeah, it's not often you see.
All right, guys, we're in
like
Mendon,
right
just south of Mendon. You can see the
is
tornado.
Very strong rotation
Debris in the
there, center of
air.
the screen.
Oh my gosh, debris!
Ben, are you able to zoom in maybe just a hair? If not, that's okay.
Unfortunately, we've lost all of the cameras in Three Rivers.
Are you able to zoom in just a hair? You just lost your feed, but could you zoom in just a tad?
For the fire department in Three Rivers, there is heavy damage in the city.
What'd you say, Ryan?
Heavy damage in the city per fire department.
Got it.
Oh, yeah. We have our chasers now reporting damage here with pictures. Oh, boy.
So again, the center of this, so the center of this rotation, again, this is important to note. It's still on Schweitzer Road. I think that's how you pronounce it. Leland Road, and it's very close to County Highway 134. It's a very messy signature right now as it continues to head towards Mendon. Again, if you are in Mendon or nobody in Mendon, you should be telling them right now to take shelter. This is heading right towards downtown Mendon. This started back in Edwardsburg. You can see where the first tornado symbol was at. It has now continued over the last hour up here through Three Rivers, where considerable damage has been reported. And Mendon, you are next up. This is continuing right down M60 as we go throughout the next couple of minutes here. Again, also 1-inch hail falling to the north of this storm as well. If you are to the north of this rotation, you need to be taking shelter inside anyways because of the hail threat. Some wind-driven hail is likely ongoing, and some hailstones could be upwards of perhaps 1.25 or 1.5 inches in diameter. We have a new PDS tornado warning coming in. Again, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. It's a level 3 of 4.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
This means a large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground, or it was previously. As you can see on Ben's cam, it is currently cycling.
There you go.
But that is a nasty looking wall cloud you can see there at the center of the screen. He's got a live look at it from Mendon, Michigan. He's looking directly to the west, and that rotation is quick.
All right, Joey. Let's get a quick picture.
You ready?
You can keep that on the screen.
Another touchdown there. looks like it's back up for now, which is a good sign. Hopefully it does not
Look at how
come
fast
down
it's
again.
spinning.
But again, out of an abundance of caution, the National Weather Service in Northern Indiana has issued a new particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Again, that's a level 3 of 4 tornado warning for the rest of northern St. Joseph County. And in fact, it does include the extreme northwest corner of Branch County.
At least to the right. Debris in the
There's
air!
the funnel again. You can see it right there, center of the screen. Ben said there's debris in the air.
Oh my goodness, I see it.
So it's likely touching down once
There's
more
a cone.
here in south of Mendon.
Oh wow.
The funnel directly center of your screen. You're looking live at this tornado. Little funnel cloud that is now PDS, or is continuing to be PDS tornado warning.
Look at that cone.
Yeah, there's the funnel right there. Look at the rotation.
Look at that, it's working its way down.
Well, we got funnel
Yep,
coming.
there's the debris in the air.
Funnel's
You can see
coming
the bottom
down.
of the screen.
Look at that. Debris
There's the
again in
debris
the air.
picked up.
All right, we gotta go.
Alright, time to go.
Stop now.
So again, the details on this new PDS tornado warning are as followed. The National Weather Service in Northern Indiana has issued this PDS tornado warning for northeastern St. Joseph and northwestern Branch County until 4:30 p.m. At 4:03 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Centerville or Three Rivers, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Reports of damage have been received in Three Rivers. This is a PDS situation. Take cover now. Damaging tornado. Source, emergency management confirmed tornado. Impact says you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of northeastern St. Joseph County and northwestern Branch counties, including the following locations of Mendon, Leonidas, Fishers Lake, and Sherwood. To repeat, a large and extremely dangerous is on the ground. Please take shelter now, especially if you are in Mendon. We'll go ahead and go back.
Are we
to Ben's
safe
game.
here? I can't tell.
Is repositioned. Okay.
Did it?
Again, this is now getting very, very close to downtown Mendon. The center of the rotation is going to be right where that little triangle is at. Directly on Bear Road near Heimbach. And again, this signature is very messy. That's a good sign because that means this is kind of disorganized in nature. But again, it still has that supercellular look, as you can see here on radar. Check out that big kidney bean shape, that big C shape. That's what we call the kidney bean. And that is going to continue off right into Mendon right now. Again, if you are in Mendon, you need to be taking shelter. The time to take shelter was 10 minutes ago when we keep mentioning it. You are now out of time. You need to be taking shelter underground if possible. If not, lowest floor of the building, interior room. If you don't have any interior rooms, a bathroom with a bathtub. Protect your head, put on shoes, and bring any valuables with you if you do have the time to do so. Again, you're in the PDS situation. I know we're trying to keep our composure here, but again, PDS situation stands for particularly dangerous situation. And again, it's had a history of producing tornadoes across Cass and St. Joseph County, where we've already seen destruction in Three Rivers. So you do not want to take this lightly. Again, this is a level 3 of 4 tornado warning here in St. Joseph County. Again, this is the only storm in the entire state right now. It's in southwest Michigan. The continued track, if this continues to produce a tornado, it's going to continue off towards Athens here and eventually to Concha, southern Calhoun County over the next hour or so. So again, it's continuing right down M60 this evening. So if you know you live along M60, this is going to continue your direction. And again, this is riding right on that warm front right now. For those who don't know, again, the warm front is your extra source of lift. And it pools all the moisture up against the warm front, so we're getting a lot of moisture, a lot of lift in here. Basically, all the ingredients you need for a supercellular thunderstorm are coming to fruition right in this one particular spot, right along that warm front. We see this all the time when we're talking about storms out in the Great Plains. This happens everywhere across the United States, and it does happen here in Michigan. So again, if you're new to Michigan, we are no stranger to strong to violent tornadoes in some cases, and in this case today, we've likely had one hit directly downtown Three Rivers. And again, that rotation has tightened back up a little bit, and this is now, directly over Simpson Street at Railroad Street. It's just a mess right now, and we're also in between radars, so it's going to be crossing over to the Grand Rapids jurisdiction here very soon.
which covers Kalamazoo and Calhoun County. So we'll likely see a tornado warning maybe extended for portions of extreme southern Kalamazoo and southern Calhoun County within the next probably 10 or so minutes if this continues to show rotation. Again, this is now going to be crossing right over Nottawa Street, pretty much downtown Mendon at M60. You need to be staying in shelter until the storm passes. Clearing off to the west, by the way, Three Rivers, you are now in the clear. I know the tornado warning is still in effect, but this rotation is now off to your east. Centerville is also off to your north. You guys should be good here within the next 2 minutes. But again, right now it's Mendon and Mendon only. Eventually it's going to be Leonidas downstream. And again, Leonidas, you guys only have probably another 5 minutes before this is on top of you as well. So again, if you know anybody along the M60 corridor, please like and share the stream. Even if you don't know anybody down here, a like and a share goes a long ways. You do not know who you're helping. Truly, with the algorithm here on Facebook, it just pushes out streams that are getting liked a lot. So please, again, be taking shelter if you are in Mendon right now, Leonidas, and eventually
a new considerable severe thunderstorm
Athens if it continues towards extreme southwestern southwestern Calhoun County. New considerable severe thunderstorm warning coming in.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So that is that new orange box you see up here on the screen. So here is what this new severe thunderstorm warning is reading. So National Water Service in Grand Rapids, so this is Grand Rapids jurisdiction, has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Kalamazoo County and southwestern Michigan until 5 p.m. This does not include downtown Kalamazoo, but it does include the extreme southeast corner of Kalamazoo County. At 4:09 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles southeast of Vicksburg or 13 miles southeast of Portage, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Hazard with this is golf ball size hail. So this is going to be 1.75 inches in diameter. And again, a tornado is possible, so they have a tornado possible tag on it as the storm does eventually clip portions of the county. Again, golf ball size hail if you're in extreme southeastern Kalamazoo County. This is the main hazard right now for Kalamazoo County. We may see an extension into a tornado warning soon. Southeastern Kalamazoo County. Right now, considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that's a level 2 of 3 severe thunderstorm warning. Back down to the tornado. This is now, again, still over Mendon, but right now the rotation is now passing off near Simpson Road at Walter Spa Road and eventually crossing M66 at M60 within the next 1 or 2 minutes. Again, Talon Drive, there's a couple neighborhoods here. Talon Drive is one of them. And we also have Tallman Road. That's going to be next up here as the storm continues to track down M60. It's an M60, M66 split here. So you're going to have to again, you're going to reference this as M60, M66. Likely going to mention this as the M60 corridor through this stretch just because this is more of the east-west road through the area. But again, it's M60, M66 here from Leonidas up towards the Athens area. But again, this is continuing to show signs of perhaps producing brief tornadoes. In fact, CC continues to show at least some sort of non-meteorological phenomenon being lofted in the air here near the M60, M66 corridor just outside of Mendon. Ben has a visual on it. He says it's a little bit rain-wrapped, but so many voices behind the scenes. I'm trying to make sure I'm getting all the facts straight here because, again, we have all of our chasers in our ear. Again, a lot of information flowing at this time. We have plenty of damage coming in from Edwardsburg up to Three Rivers. Three Rivers was directly impacted by this tornado earlier. This is now a storm that's shown signs of at least tornadoes on the ground throughout the last hour and 5 minutes here in the state of Michigan. This is riding the warm front and will continue to do so as it continues up M60, M66 through Mendon right now. And at Leonidas, you're up next here in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Also, golf ball size hail falling in this area up here. I'll circle it with my mouse. Those pinks and those blacks you see on the radar on the north side of the supercell, that is where your heavy rain and large hail is falling, and so that is why there is now a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for southeastern Kalamazoo County. Hey, Drew, you're in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail, 1.75 inches. I'd be advised to watch your route there. You're likely gonna drive right into it. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. So just be careful. Rotation now. Center of the rotation now is picked back up. It looks like it is directly over Olney at Pleasant Road, and eventually it's going to be up near King Road at Krupp Road within the next 30 seconds. If you know you live in this area, that is going to be where it's at. In fact, that's kind of displaced a little bit, so that might not be exactly true. But again, could be going through a cycling phase. We'll keep an eye on it as this continues into Leonidas here in the next 2 to 4 minutes. Right now, again, our chasers are confirming that it's really hard to see. And so if they can't see it, then you likely won't see it either. Do not wait to see this storm. Seek shelter now if you're in this PDS tornado warning. Again, that stands for particularly dangerous situation. Good news is our tornado warning, our PDS tornado warning has been canceled officially for Three Rivers and Centerville. So you guys are officially in the clear by the box. Go ahead and take Ben's
flying
game.
down right to our left. Leaves and other forms of debris are falling right next to me, guys.
Falling next to him here, and you can kind of see that on the camera. That is...
Look at this.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Unbelievable.
I'm trying to take a... So he's in Mendon, obviously. I'm trying to see which direction he's facing.
All right, we're getting in the rear. This is the rear flank. We're going to go east.
But he has still got a visual on the storm. I'm assuming that's what he's looking at right there at the center of the screen. That's
Go
going to be
east.
the center of the rotation. Again, as you can see, completely rain wrapped. Hard to tell.
All right, Joey, you want to
what's
hold my
in there
camera?
as it comes down towards Leonidas.
Was that one of your storm chaser
please
buddies?
take
No,
the
that
shelter
was.
now.
I don't know if he's part of our crew
Or
or
if
not.
you're in Leonidas, it's going to be continuing into the Athens
this car's
area
gonna
within
go
the next probably 10 to 15 minutes if
view
this
of it.
continues to show signs.
Road back window.
Rising motion back
rotation.
there. That might be our new forming wall cloud right there.
Oh, lost it in the trees.
Ah.
Rotation continues. Latest scan.
Get to another spot where it's open. Guy.
Here's the radar once again. So King Road, about to cross King Road at County Highway 145 in the junction of M60, M66. There's like a 5-way intersection there. That's about where the center of this rotation's at right now, maybe displaced a little bit. But it's in that general vicinity right now. It's a kind of a mess. But this is directly about to, that's actually right where Leonidas is at. So if you're in Leonidas, directly over you within the next minute or less at the current time. So again, PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning in effect here in this pink box. And this is in effect until 4:30 p.m., so the next 13 minutes. It's a supercellular storm. This is going to continue down the M60, M66 corridor as it heads up towards Athens and Union City. Sherwood also may be breezed by as well. Colon, you should be okay. You're not in the tornado warning. It's just off to your north right now. The storm itself, so the environment that it's working with, if I take a look behind the scenes at the meso analysis, just to see where the warm front's at here, it's riding right on the warm front. And so this storm will continue to kind of latch onto some extra instability as this continues off into Northern Branch and Southern Calhoun County. Again, this is the only storm in the state. So if you are over in southeast Michigan, there's nothing going on right now. Northern Michigan, just a bunch of rain up here in the Grand Rapids area. We are still watching perhaps further development. Again, it's only 4:18 in the afternoon. We are watching further development off to the west later this evening, perhaps with this line of storms. It's in the Chicagoland region. Again, the favorable environment will be with us for tornadoes and large hail through about 8 to 9 o'clock this evening. Then we start to see it taper off this late this evening. I just had an update come in. I believe they're trimming the tornado warning back a little bit, and they are. So you'll see this box shrink in just a second. Again, please be respectful in chat. We have moderators for a reason. Again, there's a ton of chat coming in right now. We're not reading the comments right now. So again, please be nice. Our moderators will not be afraid to take action if needed. But again, bear with us here. We got you guys covered from beginning to end. This tornado warning has now been downgraded. So that's good news here. It's been downgraded to just a level 1 tornado warning, meaning it's just radar indicated. So that means there's no signs of tornado on the ground at this current time, but the rotation is still there, so it could produce another tornado at any moment. Again, also large hail falling right now all up and down the northern half of this storm from Athens over to Leonidas. Anywhere you see this pink on the screen, that is your hail core. The reds is heavier rain, and you get down to the greens and blues, that's lighter rain. So that is your intensity of the rain and perhaps some large hail that's falling here, primarily near County Highway 145 north of Long Necker Road. Again, 1.75 inch hail is possible. We do have that considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of southeastern Kalamazoo County, and we'll likely see an extension of a severe thunderstorm warning here for Calhoun County within probably the next 5 minutes. They're likely drafting up right now at the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids. We also have Drew, who's out there chasing, and he's trying to get ahead of the storm so he doesn't get hit by this large hail. Also, flip it over to our velocity couplet. So for those who are new here, and take a moment to teach you guys what's going on here. This is our velocity signature. Reds and greens, that means winds heading towards and away from the radar site. When they come close together, reds and greens, that means the rotation is tight. And the brighter the colors are, that means the stronger rotation. So that's why we're continuing to watch this area north of Colon and to the northwest of Sherwood, directly over Leonidas right now, and eventually heading up towards Athens and Union City, where there's not currently any warnings in effect. So if you know anyone in Athens and Union City, please share the word via whether you're sharing the stream, liking the stream, or if you know anybody in the area, just send them a text. Again, we're covering it road by road. It's going to continue off towards the east at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Right now, since it's 40 miles per hour, the actual text here from the updated tornado warning says that this tornado warning remains in effect until 4:30, so another 9 minutes. At 4:18, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Colon and Leonidas, or 14 miles east of Three Rivers, moving northeast at 40. And this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes and has caused damage in the Three Rivers area. Tornado and quarter-sized hail on the tornado warning, not the severe thunderstorm warning, but the tornado warning. Again, it's radar indicated rotation, so it's just a rotating storm right now via radar. Locations impacted include Mendon, Leonidas, and Sherwood. Obviously, those cities are kind of beyond the storm now. So it's impacting portions of far northeastern St. Joseph County and northwestern Branch County. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. And here it is. There's your new orange box coming in right now. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for southern Calhoun County and south central Michigan until 5:15 p.m. At 4:22 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Union City, or 14 miles south of Battle Creek, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Quarter-size hail is the main hazard. Locations impacted include Albion, Homer, Union City, Burlington, Athens, Teconcha, and Pine Creek. Also, remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Again, 1-inch hail and a tornado possible in this severe thunderstorm warning for southern Calhoun County. If you can see this orange box on your screen and you know you live inside that orange box in southern Calhoun County, you are in that severe thunderstorm warning. So it does not include Battle Creek, it does not include Marshall, but it does include Albion, Homer, Teconcha, Athens, Union City down here in southern Calhoun County. Rotation also still kind of messy in nature, but there are still reds and greens mixing in. We're at the point now where it's basically directly between radar sites between Grand Rapids and northern Indiana, so we'll have to switch over to the Grand Rapids radar here in just a little bit.
I do have my camera on now if you'd like to pop me on the screen. It's your choice.
Welcome in, Ryan. You are now on the screen. Any updates to pass along from behind the scenes?
No, I'm just working to get caught up here. I'm starting to post some of our chasers content and some damage photos out of the area, so stay tuned for those. I'm still working to confirm several reports of various things, so as I get those, I will relay those.
Got it. Okay. Again, this has had a history of producing tornadoes in southern Michigan. This tornado barely missed Edwardsburg, likely produced a tornado in Jones, and also directly impacted the city of Three Rivers this afternoon. So check on if you're just tuning in and you're wondering what you missed, check on your loved ones in Three Rivers. Considerable damage to the Three Rivers area, as well as points off to the south and west down towards Edwardsburg. Again, this storm continues to show signs of rotation in some capacity as the tornado warning continues directly to the north of Sherwood. So if you're in Sherwood right now, it's a little too close for comfort. I would be taking shelter just in case. But this tornado warning, or this tornado hook echo, is passing right down Blossom Road, right near Oliverda Road at Blossom Road. And this is going to continue into Union City at its current trajectory, just to the south of Athens. We do have Drew, who's on the storm, but his cam is not live. Drew, do you got a view? He's got to be careful here too. So again, there is 3 warnings in effect here in the state of Michigan. We have a tornado warning, considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and a normal severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado warning in red, considerable severe thunderstorm warning in the orange with a red outline, and a normal severe thunderstorm warning in the orange with a black outline. Needless to say, it's one storm crossing 3 to 4 different counties right now. It's the only storm in the state of Michigan right now. And it has a history of producing tornadoes for those who are just tuning in. Continuing right up M60
tornado warning
right now. We do have a new tornado warning coming in. So
Gonna do it.
Is
I got it from behind. I can see it. This plane's gonna go very soon.
Considerable tightening of the rotation from visual.
It's gonna do it.
And you can see right now they are right behind the storm. And a new tornado warning has been issued.
Limbs down right here.
Show up on my screen.
Yep.
And there it is. So here's the new tornado warning. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued it for northeastern St. Joseph and northwestern Branch County in southwestern Michigan until 5 p.m. At 4:26, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Colon and near Sherwood, or 15 miles northwest of Coldwater, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado and quarter-sized hail, radar indicated rotation. Flying debris would be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damaged roofs, windows, vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. thunderstorm will near Union City around 4:30 p.m. It's also over Sherwood and Leonidas right now, and will include Interstate 69 in Michigan between near mile marker 21, just south of Teconcha. Again, it's a new tornado warning. It's this new red box you see on your screen off to the east, and the hook that we see right here, the southern edge of the hook is right where the rotation is the strongest. Drew is very, very close to that. Hopefully he is okay. He is right now about 3 or 4 miles north of Sherwood, and it's going to be passing about a mile south of Athens. So kind of heading between the Athens and Union City area. Again, this is going to be primarily over portions of southern Calhoun County and extreme northern Branch County within the next 30 to 60 minutes. It's a supercell with a history of producing tornadoes and large hail across the area. Again, if you're along M60, M66 here, it's been basically following the M60 corridor this entire time since 3:10 this afternoon. It does not show signs of stopping anytime soon until it gets north of that warm front. Once it gets north of the warm front, it will become less surface-based in nature and will likely be producing just a hail threat. So we're seeing signs that the supercell is starting to lose its overall shape to it, but there is still some strong RFD, rear flank downdraft winds going on inside of this storm. And so we could see another brief tornado or two pop up at any time within the next 5 to 10 minutes as a new tornado warning has been issued for Union City. If you know anybody in southern Calhoun County, Burlington, Teconcha, Union City, Homer, please feel free to like and share the stream. Again, we are going to be covering it until these warnings have all expired here in the state of Michigan. So Drew's out there, and Ben are out there, and Nick are out there.
What do we have
I
here?
think this is as good a spot as any.
Yeah, this is a great
Blue
spot.
Ben's
Except it's
following it up
moving away
awesome
from
right
us.
now, so that is looking directly at that rotating
Yeah, that's
supercell.
That's the
As it
one
heads up towards
issue
Union
here.
City. Union City, you should be taking shelter now. The time is now to be taking shelter. If you haven't yet,
Still see plenty of motion.
go ahead.
Yeah,
and do
there's
it.
a lot of motion still.
Lowest floor, interior room. Basement, obviously, going to be your number one option.
Strong RFD, guys. Strong
You
RFD.
see there across the screen, there's some
Strong RFD on the
winds
backside.
moving from north to south, meaning RFD. So the storm does show signs of surface-based rotation. Let's see what the Grand Rapids radar has here. I have not checked the Grand Rapids radar. Again, it's in between radar sites right now, so it's pretty far away from the radar. Definitely still present on the Grand Rapids radar for sure. But again, if you're in Union City, it's about 5-ish minutes away or so. Athens, you are likely getting the hail side of things right now, as that hail core is denoted by the pinks on your base reflectivity radar. And this hail core will be passing off towards Burlington within the next probably 2 to 6 minutes here. Likely already starting to get some hail. But again, this is the M60 corridor heading into Union City in southwestern Michigan. If you know anybody that's traveling I-69 here within the next 30 minutes, you need to be telling them to wait out the storm. I would say stay in Marshall if you're in Marshall, or if you're down in Coldwater, stay in Coldwater, stay out of its way until the storm is passed. If you are traveling into Teconcha right now, I would say sit and wait and be ready to take shelter as the storm continues off towards Teconcha right now. But again, if you are on I-69 and also US 27 for that matter, between Marshall and Coldwater, try not to travel that stretch until the storm has passed through. Again, this is some large hail and perhaps a tornado or two that could happen within this supercell. Do not take shelter underneath an overpass as well as this approaches the interstate. Again, the overpass acts as a tunneling mechanism similar to the winds going up a mountainside. The winds double, and you are more likely to be sucked out from underneath an overpass than you would be to be in a ditch away and out of the elements. So again, find shelter if possible, but if you're out of time and can't find shelter, a ditch is going to be your best option versus an overpass. My mic should be good. It's coming through pretty well. Make sure to turn up the sound on your end. I'm maxing out on my end here. Again, we do have videos now being posted on our Facebook feed of the tornado earlier as it was on the ground, as well as some of our other social media accounts. So again, our social media handle is @MIStormchasers on pretty much everything. If you want to go check that out. Again, current focus right now for myself here as the chief meteorologist here at Michigan Storm Chasers is to track the storm road by road, and that rotation is still tight as it is continuing straight down M60 about 3 miles to the west of Union City right now. So if you are in Union City and Burlington, you need to be underground if possible, or otherwise lowest floor interior room. If you do not have an interior room, a bathroom. If you're in an upstairs apartment, try to make friends with your downstairs neighbor. Get in the first floor. Otherwise, again, It's hard to outrun tornadoes, so do not try to tempt fate. And again, you will not see this coming because of the precipitation that's wrapping into the front side of this storm. So be advised, you will likely not see it coming. The only way you're going to be able to see it is if you're traveling on the backside of the storm, and the RFD cut is what we call it. And that's why Ben has a good view of it right now as he follows it in from behind. There you go. There's the rotation center of the screen.
Does this road continue northeast?
Oh, come on. Don't do that.
You can go to the Maps app if you want to see. This thing's heading towards Union City. Union City, take cover.
Which way do I go for that?
For those who
Oh,
Those who are
CG.
just tuning in, again, the
Big
recap
CG
here
right
is
there.
we have
This
the
thing's
tornado that started near
taking
Edwardsburg,
an energy.
went through Jones, it went right through downtown Three Rivers, considerable damage to the commercial
When you
district
see a
there in Three
pre-funnel along
Rivers,
the worm front like that,
that we have
definitely
been
just
hearing
like
from
this is-
multiple of our storm chasers personally here, Michigan storm chasers, that are on the scene. Search and rescue underway, of course. And again, the storm continues now for portions of northern Branch County, about to enter southern Calhoun County. Severe thunderstorm warning for Kalamazoo County. The southeast corner has been canceled, so you are good there. This rotation looks like it's upticking again as it heads directly into Union City. You do not want to see that. I'm going to go ahead and double check and make sure that this is not just an error from Grand Rapids. And Ben is saying in my ear there's some wild
Motion
on the
increasing
backside.
on backside.
There it is, yeah. So it's starting to tighten up a little bit again, and this is going to be directly in Union City in the next probably 2 minutes here. Rotation right now is at Blossom
This thing's
Road
moving at how
60.
fast?
About to cross, or he's crossing over Short Road at M60. Again, it's pretty much following M60 right to Union City. Go ahead.
Watch out, this guy.
Ben's audio is coming
Yep.
through,
Ooh.
and it's drowning.
Look at that. Look at how fast that cloud's moving.
Oh my goodness.
I just noticed that. Thank you for letting me know that. It should be muted now. So again, for those who missed it real quick, Union City is about 2 to 3 minutes outside of the sound. Short Road at M60. Oh wow, there's Drew's cam.
A new tornado warning has
Look at the
been
motion on
issued.
that.
Yeah, I see it. Drew is reporting there is a tornado that is.
Drew says it's on the ground.
Yeah, Drew says it's on the ground here.
Look at that. Look at that. So what you're seeing right now on the center of the screen is the inflow tail, center of the screen. That's some RFD being pulled into the storm. We're going to see this tornado in the trees here in just a second. Union City, you need to be below ground. Yeah, there's the tornado right there, left side of the screen. Turn your cam a little bit, Drew. Look at that tornado. IWX needs to be alerted. That's a large tornado on the ground.
Grand Rapids.
Or yeah, Grand Rapids. Wow. Guys, this is Union City, Michigan. Union City, Michigan. That's a large tornado heading right into downtown right now. You can see it on the screen, courtesy of Drew. It's going to be directly on Arbogast at M60 here right now. Again, center of the screen, that is the tornado on the ground, confirmed. There, Drew is on Arbogast right now, but he is south of this tornado. Again, this is going to be heading up towards Burlington. This is a large tornado. You need to be taking shelter right now. Lowest floor, interior room. Again, you need to be liking and sharing this stream as well if you don't know anybody in the area, because again, this is going to share it to as many people in the state of Michigan as possible, especially that live in Calhoun County. So again, this is a large tornado, as you can see on the ground. New tornado warning has been issued, as you saw at the bottom of the screen, for Calhoun County. And it's in effect until 5:30 p.m. It's going to be in effect for tornado and quarter-sized hail. And we'll likely see an upgrade here soon. Union City, right now, Burlington, 440, next minute or two. Likely going to be closer to 445, but again, you do not want to be taking any minutes for granted. Homer, 5 o'clock. Albion, 5:10. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Teconcha and Athens. Athens, it's already by you, but Teconcha, you guys are in the line of fire for this tornado that is on the ground. And again, you just saw it there on Drew's cam. That is confirmed on the ground. And as you can see here on radar, okay, Ben is going to search and rescue. As you can see on radar here, it's really tough to tell. It's really tough to see where the rotation is actually on the ground because it's so far from the radar site. So we'll go over to the Grand Rapids radar now. And you can see there's your center of rotation from the Grand Rapids radar, the red and the green, right outside of Union City. Again, heading right up M60. Burlington up next as a large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground, heading into Burlington, or heading towards Burlington. Again, this tornado is Blossom in Riley. He said there's damage reported there, just outside Union City. Again, this is now directly so much going on behind the scenes here. So 8 Mile at M60. Just north of town. Again, if you are in Burlington, Union City, you need to be taking shelter now. We're going to go back to the radar real quick. This is where the tornado warning is in effect. Here's a zoomed out look at the red box for the tornado warning. So as you can see, it extends up towards Teconcha, Homer, and even Albion, who's in the south side of this tornado warning. Again, it's a violent tornado, confirmed via Drew, our own storm chaser here. So Burlington, this is now 2 minutes away. Confirmed via Ben, Blossom Road near M60. Confirmed damage, multiple houses hit. Again, search and rescue ongoing now for Ben. Again, this is an immediate concern for Southern Calhoun County. If you are watching from any other counties right now in the state of Michigan, you are not in a threat for a tornado right now. However, if you are downstream, if you are in Jackson County, this is the next county up for this tornado warning. This is the only tornado warning in the state. It's the only cell in the state. We are watching further development off to the west later tonight, but that is not a concern right now. The only storm here is in Southern Calhoun County. It's about to cross in towards Burlington. If you are in Burlington, you need to be underground. We've seen this is a violent tornado that we've seen from Drew, and it's not showing itself on our scans here on our velocity because it's so far away from radar, but there's a lot of low-level vorticity in the atmosphere today, and these are likely some very violent tornadoes that are being displaced all across southern Michigan, and so we're likely seeing some winds in these tornadoes of over 100 miles per hour, likely up north towards EF2 range, perhaps even EF3, and so again, you need to be underground if at all possible with these types of violent tornadoes. If you cannot get underneath ground, you need to find adequate shelter to do so. If you are off to the east of this storm, I can say with utmost certainty you need to find sturdy structure below ground if possible. So if you are I-69 and points to the east, US 27 points to the east here in Southern Calhoun County, you need to be finding significant shelter right now. Take this very seriously. We just saw this via Drew on our stream here. Strong tornado. So I-69, so Burlington right now, you guys need to be taking shelter. I-69 within the next 5 to 10 minutes is going to be passing very close to Teconcha on perhaps the north side of town. You do not want to be caught outside without shelter. So again, take shelter right now if you're in Teconcha, Out of abundance of caution, if you're north of Teconcha, you are in the direct line of fire for this tornado that is likely violent. So again, looking at it at the big picture here, Burlington to Concha right now, Homer, Albion later, and anywhere in this red box that you see on the screen, that is the tornado warning. So if you know you live in this red box, this is why we extremely stress this during the off season to know where you're located on a county-based map. This is why right now. This tornado warning only encompasses portions of southern Calhoun County. Thank you. I got you, Cam.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So this tornado warning has been upgraded, as we saw. Spotter confirmed now, so this is now a level 2. And again, that is the storm heading his way. We'll go back to radar here. This is now going to be a level 2 tornado warning out of 4. Again, tornado warning is a tornado warning. You should be taking shelter no matter what. But from a meteorological standpoint, they are rated behind the scenes based on the damage that these tornadoes could be doing. So spotter confirmed tornado warning via Drew, able to relay that up to the National Alert Service in Grand Rapids, who is issuing these warnings. This is now a confirmed tornado warning. Observed. This is what the text reads. A tornado warning remains in effect until 5:30 p.m. for southeastern Calhoun County. And you can see it changed over to pink there, meaning confirmed. At 4:43, a confirmed tornado was located just north of Union City and near Burlington, moving east at 35. Seek shelter immediately. Hazard is damaging tornado and quarter-sized hail, and its weather spotters confirmed. This tornado will be near Homer around 5 o'clock and Albion around 5:10. And again, to repeat, tornado is on the ground. Take cover now. This is also going to be in Burlington right now as we speak. Again, current time, as you see, bottom right side of the screen, 4:46 p.m. here on March 6th. All the alerts that are active in the state of Michigan are scrolling at the bottom of the screen. But the highest active alert right now is on that top bar. Spotter confirmed tornado warning right over Burlington, heading into Teconcha. Again, this is going to be the I-69 corridor here within the next 5 minutes. So again, if you know anybody that's traveling on I-69, perhaps from out of state, perhaps in-state, locally, please tell them to wait for the storm to pass by. If they're up in Marshall, tell them to sit tight. If they're down in Coldwater, tell them to sit tight. If you're in between Marshall and Coldwater right now, please be advised of the radar that is on your screen. The storm is right now between primarily Teconcha and Marshall. So it's going to continue off to the east-northeast. Speed on this, again, is 35 miles per hour. And it'll be continuing up towards Homer and Albion within the next half hour. Drew is still out there. So again, this is what we're talking about when we talk about a supercell. We look at these backwards, or I guess these forward-looking C's here on radar. Again, the back corner of the C is where the rotation is the strongest in a supercell. Out in front is where you see the hail. So that's why there's often hail before a tornado actually hits. It's because all this hail is being lofted out ahead of the storm, ahead of the rotation. So likely some large hail falling right now, the I-69 corridor up here near K Drive. The center of the rotation right now is still on M60 here around 12 Mile Road, as well as 13 Mile Road. Also, R Drive South and Q Drive South. It's a very big mess, but again, this is really far away from the radar site. So what you're seeing on velocity right now may not be indicative of what's actually happening on the ground. We have a lot of violent low-level rotation in the atmosphere today. And you saw this just as quick as 10 minutes ago when we had it on stream with Drew. There's a lot of motion down at the surface, and it doesn't show it here on radar, but it's down there and it's underneath the radar beam. So please be taking this very seriously. This is a tornado warning observed, meaning a tornado is likely on the ground. And it was previously reported is on the ground near Union City. This tornado is now, if anything, going to be over Burlington and just off to the east of Burlington now. Very, very close to Concha, waiting to see what the next scan shows us here. If you are in Marshall and hearing sirens, you're not in the tornado warning. However, Calhoun County does do certain sirens for certain parts of the county, so they might be clipped by this tornado warning, and so it triggers them in Marshall. But again, Marshall, you can see here on the screen, this is the actual source from the National Weather Service to see who's in that tornado warning. So what we're showing you guys is the exact warning polygons from the National Weather Service office. So if you see you're in those polygons on the screen, so the pink one, the observed tornado warning, the orange one, the severe thunderstorm warning, then you guys are in the threat for this severe weather or the possible tornado that is on the ground right now crossing I-69 here momentarily. Current time right now, it's now 4:50 p.m. at the bottom of the screen. If you are perhaps a couple minutes behind, feel free to like the stream and refresh it. That way it'll get caught up. But again, time and seconds are in essence on a day like today when we've seen multiple tornadoes now confirmed here in southern Michigan. And it's all been because of one supercell that has crossed from Edwardsburg up into Three Rivers and now into Teconcha. Thank you, Clayton. You are now full screen. So Clayton is very close to this rotating thunderstorm. You can see the base of the clouds very low today with all that moisture we have out there along the warm front. Again, the dew points and the temperatures are pretty much the same. And so that additional moisture down at the surface won't take much for a funnel to become fully condensed along with that low level rotation. So again, these cloud bases being very low, you have the rotation, the moisture, all the ingredients are favorable here right along that warm front for the supercell to continue its strong nature. Yes, go ahead.
Are you aware of what was said in chat C? If not, you should definitely go over and look.
Okay. So we never want to hear some of the scenes that we're hearing behind the scenes right now of significant injuries possible near the Union City area. But again, please be advised if you know anybody in the Union City to check up on your loved ones right now. Because again, it does look like there's some very significant damage coming in and perhaps some significant injuries here in the Union City area. Never want to hear that. Again, this is a very serious situation. Now hearing, obviously we've seen this already since 3:10 this afternoon. We've already seen the path this has taken. This supercell means business. And again, if you are not taking this tornado warning seriously, you absolutely should be, because we've seen the damage that's been coming in behind the scenes and it's not good. So please, again, if you are in this tornado warning right now, this is including southern Calhoun County, you need to be taking shelter. Seriously. I-69 right now is right where the center of this rotation is at. The reds and the greens on radar is the signs of rotation right on I-69. If you know anyone that's traveling on I-69 right now, they need to be off the highway in a ditch or in a substantial shelter right now. It's very close to Teconcha. It's going to be heading continuously up M60 towards the Homer area within the next 10 minutes. So obviously the tornado warning said Homer at 5 p.m. That's being generous. It's going to be probably closer to 5:05, but again, the storm is moving at a decent clip off to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Okay, so the center of the rotation right now is on I-69, right near the R Drive South and P Drive South region. And also going to be over US 27 in the same area. Again, we're not going to be able to confirm EF scales until the National Weather Service gets out there, so please be patient. That's going to probably be a multi-day thing. We might see it be multi-week thing if it's a violent tornado like we've seen out here. So please be advised, we may not get a rating for this tornado for weeks. I'm going to tell you guys that right now. You guys are just going to have to wait. Again, the main focus right now is the tornado that may or is likely still on the ground here just north of Teconcha, also producing 1-inch hail. Anywhere you see on the pinks on radar here, so switching back over to reflectivity radar, this is your hail core. So hail is likely falling now, and it's going to be lofted into the Albion area soon, likely within the next 5 to 10 minutes as these pinks start to meander off that direction. But the center of the rotation is going to continue down M60 off towards Homer. So again, we've already seen significant damage in Edwardsburg, significant damage in Jones, Three Rivers, near Mendon, near Union City. It's now passing north of Teconcha. Homer, you're up next. You've seen this storm go through cycle after cycle after cycle for the past hour and 45 minutes. This is a storm you do not want to be messing with, and it doesn't look like much on radar, but we can tell you right now it's too far away from the radar to be seeing what's happening at these lower levels of the atmosphere. And so, as you can see, latest scan, those reds and greens are starting to uptick again as it's now over I-69 and US 27. Nick says he's on it. Who all is on that storm right now? I heard Nick. Clayton, you're on that too? (10-4). So again, this is the center of the rotation right now, 17 mile at P Drive south. Again, there's a lot of information coming in behind the scenes, so if there's long pauses, I do apologize. But I just want to make sure that I'm hearing things correctly through my earpiece and making sure that I'm getting the information in full over to you guys. Again, tornado likely on the ground right now, US 27 and I-69 near P Drive south and 17 Mile Road. Also, 1-inch hail to the north of that center of the rotation. Again, I'm going to circle it with my mouse here. Wherever that red and the green come together, that is the center of the rotation. It's going to continue off to the east-northeast. It's going to be tracking towards L Drive south. This is US 27, yes. Or old US Highway 27, I should say. Again, it's not anywhere near I-94 yet. Yeah, sorry, this is old US 27 according to the map here. Again, we'll start to put the pieces together after this storm is done, but right now it is continuing to ride the warm front, and this is still posing a major hazard for Calhoun County. Ryan, if you could turn the Albion tower cam to the south, we may be able to get a visual on this. It might be rain wrapped though, if you're still in here.
It is facing south. All I'm seeing is rain.
Okay. So again, here's the center of that rotation, waiting for a new scan to come in. We are in rapid scan right now. We're getting a scan every minute and 45 seconds here. So we're doing the best with what we got. Rotation's still violent here. Again, 17 mile, still waiting for this next update. It's going to be probably closer to 17.5 mile and 18.5 mile road here. Around N Drive south is going to be probably the next scan. Correlation coefficient. Good news is I can't really see any debris being lofted right now, but that, again, is really far away from the radar, so you could still see like a small tornado on the ground that's being or overcut. (10-4). So again, this is Calhoun County. This is the only county in a severe warning right now. Looking back off to the west, we're now starting to see a couple more cells starting to fire up. And right now we have one in Cass County. And we do have our line of storms now moving in and onto Lake Michigan, now eventually going to be heading towards South Haven, St. Joseph, Michigan City. So we do have to watch this line later tonight. We'll still have a favorable environment for perhaps brief spin-up tornadoes and, of course, large hail and gusty winds as well along this line. But again, main focus right now is this tornadic thunderstorm. There's a tornado. This is a tornado warning confirmed by spotters as this continues up into the Homer area. And we're getting a new scan here in just a second for a rotation to see what has been updated. There's nothing up north. This is the only cell in the state. They're only going to be focusing on Calhoun County right now. Jackson County, you should be ready up next. Again, this is a storm that has shown, for those who are just tuning in and don't understand the severity of the situation. Again, this storm started way back in Edwardsburg. So you can see that's way back here in southern Cass County. It's traveled all the way up through Jones, Three Rivers, Mendon, Leonidas, Athens and Union City, Burlington, and it is now all the way up here in Teconcha. And again,
Joel, you want to take the Michigan Ops chat on Verdi? I'm going to switch to the SNR chat just so I can monitor that.
What'd you say?
If you want to stick on the MSC chat on the radio, I'm going to switch over to SNR chat.
Okay, sounds good. Rotation still strong right now. 18.5 mile road at N Drive South. Good news is it's starting to lose its hook shape to it, but again, the bad news is the rotation's still there. Still be treating this as if a tornado is on the ground. Current track is going to be between Homer and Albion within probably the next 10 minutes. It's going slower than the times actually indicate on this tornado warning box. But again, it goes to show you that you should be taking shelter out ahead of time before you wait to the last second. Again, this is not the storm to be trying to see on your front porch like a Midwestern dad to see if it's coming. Because again, we've seen this multiple times a day. If you're out in front of the storm, and we're seeing it right now in our Albion Skycam, which is about 8 miles away from this tornado warning, give or take, as the crow flies. We're looking southwest into the storm right now, and you can't see it. It's just a wall of rain. So again, we've already had multiple instances of extreme damage, and at this point now, behind the scenes, likely significant injuries, perhaps even worse. So again, you need to be taking this storm serious. It doesn't look like much on radar, but this has had a history of producing tornadoes. It is currently spotter confirmed tornado warned right now, which is a level 2 of 4 tornado warning, and it is continuing off north of Homer and south of Albion within the next 10 to 15 minutes. All of our chasers right now are helping out with search and rescue, so we will likely not have any more views for the rest of the day unless we do have other chasers that are approaching it from the north and the east. There's a decent hail core on this too right now, so if you are in the vicinity of 22.5 mile road and F Drive South, likely some large hail falling within this storm. It's really close to one of our chasers, Austin, who's actually out there. I don't think he has the radio. So again, if you are in this vicinity, northern half of the hail core, as I continue to mention here, Albion in points to the west, likely some large hail falling. We saw earlier it was 1.75 inches in diameter. That is currently the main threat with this storm, as well as a possible tornado on the ground. Latest scan shows near 20 mile road now at L Drive South. So again, if you know anybody that lives in Burlington over towards Union City, Mendon, Leonidas, Three Rivers, please check on them tonight. Again, significant tornado damage across this area of the state. And the storm continues to show signs of producing perhaps large hail and tornadoes as it heads up towards Albion here. And if it continues, Jackson County. I'm going to go ahead and turn on our MEDAR station just to see where the warm front is currently located. And according to this, the storm is still on the warm front, so it does not show signs of slowing down. As the analysis behind the scenes shows, it's just maybe a little bit ahead of the warm front now, and that is good because if it gets north of the warm front, it becomes not surface-based. When that storm becomes less surface-based, it's hard to tap into that low-level vorticity that's at the surface today that's been producing these violent tornadoes. So, again, Homer, Albion, need to be taking shelter now. If you're in Athens, Takancha, you guys are good. I know the warnings box is still in effect here, but this rotation is now off to your east. Same thing for Burlington and Union City. This storm is now well off to your east. Currently, it's only a Homer and Albion threat, as well as any tiny cities in between. Eckford right now being impacted by some hail, perhaps. I'm not really seeing any other minor cities here, intersections. Condit as well. Also in the direct path of perhaps the rotation. Rotation's looking a little funky once again here on radar. Multiple areas where reds and greens are showing up. We could see multiple brief tornadoes within the vicinity of Homer. So again, Homer, your time is now. Again, this storm is right on your doorstep. It's about 1.5 miles outside of town. You should be underground. Above ground may not cut it for this storm. So if you can get underground, please do so. Otherwise, lowest floor interior room. Rotation signature number 1 right now is going to be N Drive South at 23 Mile Road. Rotation signature number 2 is at L Drive South and 21 Mile Road. Both of these storms, I can't say it's weak rotation because we saw weaker rotation than this. At the same time, there was a violent tornado on the ground. So please be treating this as if this is a strong tornado. The good news is they just downgraded this tornado warning to a level 1. It's still a tornado warning. You still want to be treating this as if a tornado is on the ground. But it's now a radar indicated rotation type of tornado warning here for portions of southeastern Calhoun County. At 5:04 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Homer or 7 miles southwest of Albion, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. Hazard is tornado and quarter-sized hail, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Albion and Homer within the next 10-ish minutes. Homer's going to be within the next 4. So again, 1-inch hail and a possible tornado here for this new tornado or this updated tornado warning in southeastern Calhoun County. We're now also watching multiple cells start to fire up. In fact, more cells south of the warm front. Again, if it's south of the warm front, that's not good. We're seeing these cells pop up in the matter of 5 scans. So we're going to have to watch out for this cell down here in Reading. So this is going to be extreme southern branch and extreme southwestern Hillsdale County. Also watching this cell, it's starting to pick up some strength right over the same area. Marcellus heading up towards Kalamazoo County, Portage, Vicksburg. No warnings on these storms as they're just starting to get their strength and act together. Also watching a tiny cell starting to get its strength together here just along the warm front south of Battle Creek. Every single cell that we see out here this evening will need to be monitored as there is a significant amount of low-level rotation within the atmosphere tonight. Our window of opportunity for tornadic thunderstorms is between now and about 8 to 9 p.m. Once we get after dark, our low-level instability becomes cut off. So if we can get to 8 o'clock, we should start to see these rotational signatures start to fizzle out. But again, right now it is 5:08 according to the bottom right side of the screen there. Here on our display. Again, even if you're not in any warnings here across southwestern Michigan tonight, you should be making those aware for those who may be impacted by severe storms the rest of the night. And again, we still see our main line of storms over the lake. And within this line of storms, we could see what we saw kind of maybe last year. Don't want to speculate or anything, but again, with the atmosphere we have out there tonight, it could be similar to maybe a March 30th or May 15th situation across southern Michigan here with how much rotation is in the low levels of the atmosphere, at least right now. Going back down to our tornado warning, right now near Homer, rotation does continue. It is broader in nature, so that's a good sign here. When it's broad, that means it's starting to kind of become more displaced and fizzle out, hopefully entirely, here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. how is the tower cam looking, Ryan?
Looking pretty wet and damp out there. Not really much that we can make out visual-wise with this. It's also heading into one of our camera dead zones there in Jackson County, unfortunately. We'll have some views of it as it moves toward Chelsea eventually, but for right now, we're kind of out of luck for cameras.
So I think, yeah, it's getting to that point now where this storm is almost entirely north of the warm front. But we do have to watch those backed winds out there, meaning winds directly out of the east at the surface. Again, when you have a east wind at the surface and a west wind about not even a mile above your head, again, that's where you get that low-level spin out there today. So we need to be mindful of any of these storms tonight as they continue to blossom across southwestern Michigan. Yeah, I'm just kind of at a loss of words right now in terms of what's all happened and transpired this afternoon. But again, we move on in terms of giving you guys the coverage that you need. And so right now, the current conditions right now for this tornado warning show that the rotation is centered directly 2 miles north of Homer at J Drive South and 25.5 Mile Road. New severe thunderstorm warning now coming in. It's going to be for Jackson County. You'll see this pop in here in just a second. So Jackson County, you guys are going to be up next. Eckford getting hail. Thank you for that report. Also, real quick, on our Facebook page, we do have a Michigan Weather Reports community group that you can go ahead and join. If you just click on our Michigan Storm Chasers Facebook page, it's underneath our profile. You can go ahead and join via that. You can also send them in via Discord, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers, or you could just send them in directly to us. Please, if you're measuring hail, please measure it with some sort of ruler. And again, any sort of tornadic damage or hail damage this afternoon should be included with a location and a time as specific as possible, because again, the National Weather Service is going to be going out to rate these tornadoes likely first thing tomorrow morning. So again, damage reports are necessary for surveying aspect of things. And again, the threat is not done tonight. We do have multiple more storms coming in this evening, and in fact, they're developing right now across southwestern Michigan. Here's your new severe thunderstorm warning as it pops in. National Weather Service has issued this for Jackson County, southern Jackson County, in south central Michigan until 6:15 p.m. At 5:10, a severe thunderstorm was located near Albion, moving east at 40. Quarter-sized hail and its radar indicated. Locations impacted by this new severe thunderstorm warning in this orange box include Jackson, Grass Lake, Vandercook Lake, Leoni, Spring Arbor, Napoleon, Sandstone, Norvell, Concord, Horton, Parma, Jackson County Airport, Oak Point, Pleasant Lake, Michigan Center, and Munith. Also, remain alert for a possible tornado. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with 1-inch hail and a possible tornado that could develop at any time for central Jackson County. So heading into Jackson County, it'll be Concord, Parma, and Spring Arbor up next, as this rotational couplet is now crossing over N99 near H Drive, give or take, within the next 3 to 5 minutes. It's starting to become a lot more disorganized, which is a good sign. It's more of a blob now, as we call it, a big old blob. And if we saw this more of a C shape, that would be more of a supercellular look. But again, it's becoming further north. It's moving north of that warm front, which is that boundary that it latches onto to continue its strength. It pulls the energy and all the moisture and all those ingredients right along that warm front. It's an extra source of lift as well, to name a few things. But It has now jumped to the north side of the warm front, and so it is now starting to fall apart a little bit, and that is a good sign for Jackson County as the storm now enters Jackson County on the west side, just south of I-94. Current time right now is 5:14. Highest active alert, bottom of the screen. Tornado warning right now for Calhoun County, southeastern Calhoun County. You also have a bunch of active alerts scrolling at the bottom of the screen. I am Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma here at the top of the screen. We have been live since about 3 o'clock this afternoon when the tornado first touched down near Edwardsburg. And this has now been ongoing for 2 hours or more here in the state of Michigan, touching down at multiple locations. It's a pretty safe bet to say that we've seen at least a half a dozen tornadoes or more with just this one cell so far today. And again, we're not done yet. We do have this storm that's continuing into Jackson County, and we're also watching multiple cells start to fire across portions of southwest Michigan that have already been impacted so far today. And all of these storms do exhibit low-level vorticity in the atmosphere that could spin up a tornado at any time. So we do have to keep in mind that these storms could rotate, at any time this evening. But right now, the only concern for a severe thunderstorm is going to be extreme eastern Calhoun County, far western Jackson County, where the new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. It's the only severe warnings in the state of Michigan right now in the M60 corridor. If you are north, south, west, or east, there's no warnings in effect anywhere in the state. We're also watching this line of storms that's off to our west that does have a severe thunderstorm warning down in central Illinois. So, again, we're not done by any means tonight. Feel free to hit that like button and the subscribe button if you're watching here on YouTube. Best way to watch is going to be over here on YouTube as well. You can also put it up on your screen if you need to see some of this text in bigger font. I highly recommend putting it up on your TV screen. Right now, we are going to be watching this line of storms as it continues to move onshore into Holland and eventually South Haven and St. Joseph. But again, right now, rotation still continues here at M99 near M60, about a mile now or less from the Jackson County, Calhoun County line. For those who missed the forecast today, this is a... Yes, I got a copy. Go ahead. I think he's already there. Ryan Clayton is saying that you should switch over to search and rescue chat if you're here. Anyways, back to the forecast again today. Here at Michigan Storm Chasers, we upgraded this morning to level 2 risk for tornadoes, hail, and wind. And again, the wind risk is going to be kind of later this evening as this line moves in. Primarily tornado and hail risk is with these prefrontal cells that are along the front, with the cold front, I guess you could say, behind it. Again, you never want to count out a day with a level 2 risk where there's only a 4 to 10% chance of a tornado because, again, it only takes one storm to produce the damage that we've seen across the state of Michigan. And we're no strangers to tornadoes here in the state of Michigan over the last couple of years. Last year we had 33. The day before that we had about 14 or 15, so it was right around average. So again, this storm is hopefully showing signs of dying as it continues into Concord and Parma, but we're not done yet. We have to keep monitoring the storm as if that tornado, it could happen again at any time here, as the rotation is now directly on the county line, Van Wert Road near Behling Road, Behling. Again, we're looking at our velocity radar right now, so the reds and the greens coming close together. That is where the rotation would be the tightest, but the colors are not indicative of strong rotation. So the greens and the reds are kind of lesser in nature. They're kind of dull, I guess you could say. So that's good news. Could still see maybe a downburst risk, winds that are gusting out ahead of the storm. And again, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, at least for the hail risk right now. It's over Albion and eventually entering Parma in Spring Arbor and Concord. Also, good news for the first time since 3:10 this afternoon, the tornado warning, or there's no longer any tornado warnings in effect. So that was 2 hours and 10 minutes worth of tornado warnings that have now just expired. We now just have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And this is in effect for Jackson County. So tornado warning has expired for Calhoun County. If you're in Homer and Albion, you are in the clear. Please be mindful of hail that may still be falling at your location. But Jackson County, you are not in the clear yet, as this severe thunderstorm does roll down in between M60 and I-94 over the next 20 to 30 minutes. The severe thunderstorm warning, as a reminder, is in effect till 6:15 p.m., so another 55 minutes. But again, good news here is we just got rid of the tornado warning, so deep breath, myself included. We're getting there. It's obviously, from a mental standpoint, knowing what has happened so far today across southern Michigan, it's hard to grasp the entire situation right now. But again, I do hope that everybody is truly safe and okay with this tornado that has hit multiple locations from Three Rivers up towards Athens and Union City. But again, we have you guys in our thoughts and prayers this evening as these storms continue to roll on and the damage the damage is already produced across southwest Michigan. All of our storm chasers right now, we have probably 6, 7, 8 different chasers, give or take, that we're storm chasing. They have all now transitioned over to search and rescue, as I mentioned, here in the state of Michigan, except for anyone that may be still far off. So right now we have Mike, who is chasing down I-94. He's over by Grass Lake right now, and there is his live view. A little bit of fog out there on I-94. He is, his dot just updated. So he is near US 27 at the I-94 interchange on the far northeastern side of town. So he's heading directly for the storm in Jackson County. And so he's one of our only chasers out there right now that is nowhere near the search and rescue that is ongoing. And so he'll have our only eyes on the storm as this continues into Jackson County. But switching back to the radar, rotation, it's still there. Again, still broad in nature, but we can't count it out. Again, with a low-level rotation in the atmosphere today, it's going to be kind of hard to see. To give you guys a reference here, the beam height in Concord and Parma right now is 5,200 feet. So anything below 5,200 feet, we can't see on radar because the beam, the curvature of the Earth, the beam overshoots it. And so right now, anything underneath a mile in the atmosphere is not being picked up on radar. We saw this with the Union City tornado where the velocities didn't look all the greatest. We had Drew showing his live cam here of that violent tornado at the low level of the atmosphere, underneath a mile in the atmosphere, just spinning across the ground with sideways vortices, which for those who are not familiar with violent tornadoes, if you see sideways vortices, so basically like a sideways funnel that's getting kicked out of the side of the tornado, that's usually a sign of a violent tornado. And again, it was all underneath the radar beam. So we had, if it wasn't for our chasers that were on the scene there, again, it wouldn't be confirmed on the ground because the velocity signature is so weak. So just because you see weak reds and greens on radar doesn't mean it's weak down at the surface right now in Parma and Concord. So please be treating this severe thunderstorm warning seriously. Perhaps because of the environment we've seen today, treat it as if a tornado were on the ground, not necessarily saying that there is one on the ground, but because the reds and greens are still there on your velocity couplet, that is still a rotating supercell. Got it? I think hopefully that made a bunch of sense there. If not, hopefully I can explain it later. Again, still watching storms off to our west here very closely because they're all exhibiting a little bit of a notching look to it. But at the current time, no concern with any of these cells. The tornado earlier, by the way, that hit Three Rivers did hit one of our weather cameras, or came very close to the weather camera there at the M60 131 interchange. So we'll likely have video of that probably at some point into future, but right now it's picking up the pieces. Again, a lot of storms still coming in later tonight. We are currently going to be focusing on the severe threat of things until these storms completely pass through the state. If this storm does drop its severe thunderstorm warning, we may jump offline just for a brief period, just to gather ourselves and figure out just operations behind the scenes and get ready for part 2 coverage. But right now there's still severe thunderstorm warning in effect, so we won't drop the live coverage until the severe thunderstorm warning has expired. But again, it won't be too long. We'll likely be back live. If we do decide to jump off, we'll likely be back live here within probably minutes, I would have to imagine. But right now we're still live. We're still going to be staying live until this warning does expire for Jackson County. Good news, even more here, that rotation has completely started to die out here directly over Parma and near Spring Arbor. Again, all those reds and greens not looking the greatest there. So, and not looking the greatest, meaning obviously the rotation is fizzling apart. So that's good news. I think our reign of terror with this supercell is now coming to a close. Mike looks like he's getting off at Airport Road here. So he is right in downtown Jackson. And as you can see, it is foggy there. You're not really going to see the storm coming. Again, our severe weather outlook for today can be found on our Facebook page. You might have to scroll back a ways to see it. It was released at 9 a.m. this morning. Again, it's level 2 risk out of 6 on our scale for all of Southwest Michigan, and it's for all hazards. And this threat lasts through 1 a.m. tonight. So again, we're not out of it yet. So for those just tuning in, wondering what the severe thunderstorm warning is for, it's for Jackson County, in effect till 6:15 p.m. Quarter-sized hail and a tornado possible is listed in the alt text. But again, the rotation is starting to fizzle out completely as the storm is now almost entirely north of the warm front. And in fact, it's 53 degrees here on the northwest side of Jackson with a dew point of 53. If you missed our briefing earlier this afternoon, those dew points in the 60s are more sufficient for where the warm front's located first and foremost, but also for the greater chances at instability and moisture being pooled into the storm. So the storm does appear that it's north of the warm front. When it's north of the warm front, it becomes less surface-based and it's more of just a hail threat. Yep, go ahead. Who is it? Which storm? Because you have 3 storms around you. Got it. The one in Schoolcraft. Thank you. So Nick, who is helping out with search and rescue, just wanted to relay the information over here via my earpiece that the storm in Schoolcraft right now is showing a decent mezzo on it. And in fact, we're starting to see a little tiny bit of rotation. It's nothing to be concerned about yet. Directly over Schoolcraft, no warnings, of course, either. But it's the signs of perhaps a strengthening mezzo over the next hour or two. So we'll have to keep an eye on this storm right now. Evan is also, I believe, Evan's there right now. He's heading into Schoolcraft. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. He's actually heading south. So he's actually heading away from the storm. So yeah, he's heading to help out with search and rescue, it appears. But again, we'll have to keep an eye on that Schoolcraft storm. Negative. relaying a report that the storm now down in Hillsdale is also showing signs of mid-level rotation, and that is confirmed. We can go ahead and switch over to our Indiana radar here. Take a look at that. It does kind of have that look to it. We'll have to keep an eye on it because it is south of the warm front, as mentioned. But it's also very close to the warm front, so you said 131? So unconfirmed reports, I think that was confirmed. I believe that, I don't know who that was behind the scenes, but relaying a report that they're shutting down the power grid to Three Rivers this evening to deal with some of the damage there. Waiting to hear if that's confirmed or not, but I would not be surprised with how much damage has been reported in the area. Going back to our severe thunderstorm warning in Jackson, this is now directly over 94. It's now on the north side of 94. Rotation doesn't really show signs of it being there. It's just more of a elevated supercell at the current time. If we take a look at Mike's screen, if he is still live, you can't see much of anything. There's just a lot of fog and moisture in the atmosphere, and he is in the Jackson vicinity right now. So it's going to be kind of hard to see, and he is very close to that warm front, so it's, again, going to be kind of going back and forth between clear skies and not clear skies this evening. So we are watching the Jackson cell, obviously, that is currently severe thunderstorm warned. We're watching the storm in Schoolcraft. We're watching the storm in Hillsdale. Only storm that's severe warned right now is the one in Jackson County. And also, we're watching this line of storms that's, of course, on Lake Michigan this evening. There's one severe thunderstorm warning for Lake County, Indiana. And as this line makes across into Michigan, Southwest Michigan will likely see a couple, perhaps, severe thunderstorm warnings be issued for strong winds, maybe other hazards as well. Can't speculate at the current time because we haven't seen what they will do when they get on land. Again, lake water temperatures right now are around 40 degrees. So all of these storms on Lake Michigan right now are not going to show signs of their strength until they really get on land and they're able to tap into 60, 65, even 70-degree temperatures that exists. And in fact, it is 75 degrees at the state line down here in Niles right now. So a lot of moisture. We could see a couple more strong to severe storms down here in the vicinity of Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Berrien, Cass, and St. Joseph counties throughout the rest of the evening as these storms move into still a favorable environment for all hazards risk. Again, for those who are new to the state of Michigan, no strangers to tornadoes in the early portions of spring. 2024, we had a tornado in Marshall and Grand Blanc at 1:30 in the morning on February 28th. 2025, our first tornadoes in Michigan were on March 30th, and we had 14 that day. Now, don't want to speculate anything right now, but again, this tornadic supercell, I will call it, this one that you see on the center of your screen here, it's now in Jackson County. It's had a history of producing tornadoes that have gone up and down throughout its entire path. So this one supercell has crossed from Cass County to St. Joseph County to extreme northern branch, southern Calhoun County, and now Jackson County. May have produced a half a dozen tornadoes or more with how many times it has touched up and down throughout the afternoon hours today. Again, it started around 3:10 this afternoon in Edwardsburg. And it's that same cell you see now that is now north of Parma, heading to the north side of Jackson. Mike is back on the road, and he is very close to that cell. And again, still the same thing there. Visibility is very reduced. So he is right there on I-94. That cell is just to the north of him. Again, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect till 6:15. We may see it get canceled early because the storm is now north of the warm front. But do treat this as if there is 1-inch hail at least going on in this severe thunderstorm warning. I will say this, if you're now down near Concord, Vandercook Lake, Jackson, Grass Lake, this storm is now pretty much off to your north. So good news there. If you're up near Reeves, or Reeves, I forgot what it's pronounced. You guys can grill me for that in the chat. Reeves Junction. This is going to be kind of heading up your way. In fact, outside of the severe thunderstorm warning, probably in a little bit. Yes, again, for those who are curious about the rating in chat, just because this storm has had a history of producing likely significant to violent tornadoes, it may not be weeks until we get the rating. Reeves, got it. So again, one severe thunderstorm warning in the state, Jackson County, that is it. Nothing else is concerning at the current time. Reeves, rhyme with Ives, thank you. We're still getting into the swing of things. I remember it from last year when we were doing our severe weather coverage last year. But again, it's been 6 months since our last severe weather coverage. So got to get our brains kind of trained back on some of the pronunciations here in the state of Michigan. And I've lived in West Michigan my entire life, all 26 years, so there's some cities I know really well, and some cities that obviously I haven't heard as much as others. So, but again, born and raised native Michigander, know how the weather works around here. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma. You don't see my nameplate, but in future updates, you'll see my name labeled across the bottom there. Welcome in for those who are new here and have found us for the first time today. We were established in 2022, and we've done full-time severe weather coverage since really the end of 2023 and have not missed covering a single severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning in the state since late 2023. So again, if you need a new home for severe weather coverage here in the state of Michigan, we are local, regional, homegrown. Got you covered from beginning to end for any severe weather in the state of Michigan. Again, our prayers and our thoughts are definitely with the families that have been impacted by these severe thunderstorms today. We've had word of significant injuries from the storm, and we've seen some of the destruction firsthand behind the scenes. Likely have seen it now probably on your social media feeds of some of the destruction that's come in. It's not good. Again, if you know anyone that's living in Burlington, Union City area, Mendon, Leonidas, Three Rivers, and back towards Edwardsburg and the Jones area. That's kind of the path that the tornado took at multiple locations. So it jumped up and down throughout its lifespan this afternoon. But if you know anybody in that area of stretch, please check up on them. Again, this is a likely multiple significant tornadoes that have impacted the state of Michigan today. And like I said, we're still not out of the woods yet. We still got this line of storms moving on Lake Michigan, moving off of Lake Michigan here in the next half hour, and a couple of cells that are firing again along that warm front as the evening moves on. So we'll have to keep an eye on everything that is showing signs of strengthening. For those who are curious on velocity radar here, I keep flipping between the reflectivity, which is your rain, and your velocity, which is your wind. If you're seeing these purples on radar, it's nothing to be concerned about, and the grays as well. So the gray means the wind is neither heading towards or away from the radar, it's heading kind of parallel. If you're seeing the purple on the velocity radar here, that's what's called range folded. So essentially it's bad data that's being scattered about in the atmosphere, and it gives you unrealistic numbers. So what the radar automatically does is it basically pastes over it saying, hey, these unrealistic measurements of, probably 300 mile per hour winds, because it's doubling the wind speeds at this height. It says, yeah, this is not accurate. It's covered up with range folded, so it doesn't give a false interpretation. And we've seen this all the way back to the 90s and the 80s. Range fold has been part of our lives forever as meteorologists. So it's just one of the inaccuracies of radar technology. But again, radar is very useful, and it's saved multiple lives today. I'm absolutely certain of it. We're thankful for our radar site across Indiana and Michigan for getting a view of these storms today, so that we're able to give this information to you guys. So again, we're continuing to watch the storm as it moves north of Jackson. A little bit of weak rotation starting to show back up again there, but it's more parallel now and broad in nature. But still, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Rives Junction, just south of Rives Junction. And it's going to be crossing over, or it is crossing over M50 right now near Chris Mack Street. Ryan, are you still in here? He is muted. Okay. He is likely helping out operations behind the scenes. Thunderstorm wind damage report just came in. Train spotter reports a torn down exit sign at the Tekonsha exit in Tekonsha, Michigan. So M60 exit, torn down exit sign from likely perhaps tornado damage in the Tekonsha area, just north of Tekonsha, earlier this evening.
Joel, I am in here. I'm sorry. I was switched from my computer to my phone.
Oh, you're good. So again, because there's not really anything too concerning on radar right now, again, we're still watching the rotation that's perhaps over Hillsdale. I know Northern Indiana is monitoring that cell specifically right now. There's some upper level rotation on it as it heads up towards North Adams. But again, as a recap for those who are just tuning in, that may have just missed everything that's happened this afternoon. This tornadic supercell, which is now in Jackson County. Mind you, there's no tornado on the ground right now with this storm, but it started back at 3:10. Go ahead.
Check chat C now.
Okay.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. That is, man. Some of the damage that we're seeing behind the scenes here. I mean, just I don't really want to speculate on the rating, Ryan, but
this might be our first technical violent tornado in quite some time.
Yeah, some of the damage we're seeing here is likely high echelon EF3, perhaps maybe even low end EF4. That has occurred with this lone supercell as tracked from Edwardsburg.
Now, before we get all rating happy, obviously surveys have to take place.
Absolutely.
And this could also, what we're seeing here as well, could also be trailers as well. It could be weakly built structures. We don't know this yet. But the pictures coming in from the Union City area are painting a very, very, I don't know what the word is. It's a very, something you'd see out of the deep south or the plains of these, very strong tornadoes. This is what we're seeing coming into our inbox. And I have no words.
And all we can do is hope that everybody was able to get the warning in time. Again, you never want to hear about the injuries, and it's just, I hope everybody's okay. But again, there's still storms to track here tonight. We're still watching, again, as I mentioned, this Hillsdale storm, which, Ryan, it is starting to show signs of perhaps maybe even stronger upper level rotation. We'll have to keep an eye on this. This continues to head up towards North Adams.
That's like my house.
Yeah, it's still a county away from you for sure, but it's heading off to the northeast here in Hillsdale County. So something I don't want to see here, Ryan, with these storms coming on the lake is every single one of these storms has a little bit of a notch in it. And I'm seeing it from the northern Indiana radar. I haven't seen it from the Grand Rapids radar yet, but upper level rotation here, perhaps with this line moving on shore. And as I mentioned for you guys here that are listening in chat, these storms are very stable right now on Lake Michigan because the lake water temperatures are like 40 degrees or so. Once they get on shore, they're going to be able to tap into that low level of instability, that low level spin, and we could start to see perhaps a low-level QLCS spin-up type of threat here. In fact, now we do have a tornado warning in effect.
Issued.
So we're back in tornado warning ops. Be advised, tornado warning Hillsdale County for everybody out there. Tornado warning Hillsdale County. So new tornado warning now coming in. And we'll see the red box pop in here in just a second. The National Alert Service, I'll go ahead and start reading the instructions, or not the instructions, but the details from this tornado warning. National Alert Service, Northern Indiana, has issued this tornado warning for northeastern Hillsdale County and southeastern Michigan until 6:30 p.m. Again, as we've been mentioning, that upper level rotation is starting to increase here. At 5:43 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Jonesville or near Hillsdale, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Tornado and quarter-sized hail are possible with this storm. It says radar indicated rotation. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of northeastern Hillsdale County, including the following locations of Jerome, Somerset Center, Moscow, Somerset, and North Adams. Again, tornado warning, take shelter now. North Adams, kind of close to the Addison area as well, if you're including extreme northwestern Lenawee County. Again, this is Ryan's neck of the woods as well, so there's probably some tiny cities that he probably knows that he could probably point out as well here. But again, this is far northeastern Hillsdale County, tornado warning in effect. And the rotation continues to intensify now as it's really close to North Adams. Center of rotation, Addison Road and near Brown Road. I believe we do have our Hudson camera as well in the area, Ryan. Is that viewable right now?
I am on my computer right now, but I am by my phone. I can definitely look that up. It is
Okay.
operational, I can tell you that.
Okay. I just have so much on my computer right now. I don't really want to tempt fate and crash my computer, so I'm keeping my programs to the radar and the live stream at the current time. So yes, if you're in this red box of Hillsdale County, you are now in a tornado warning. Respect the polygon, take shelter now. Lowest floor of the building. This should be interior room as well. Basement, obviously you want to be below ground, so storm shelter or basement's number one option. Number two option, lowest floor of the interior room. If you don't have an interior room, a bathroom with a bathtub, so you can go ahead and cover yourself. Make sure to protect your head. Also, when you're going to shelter, make sure to bring snacks, water. Make sure to wear some shoes as well, and bring some of your most important valuables if you do have the time to do so. Because again, you don't know what you're going to be coming out to after these storms go by. Center of the rotation, once again, for those just checking in on this new tornado warning, Addison Road at Brown Road, and eventually crossing Dennings Road at Houseknet Road. Boy, that's a tough one to pronounce. Houseknecht Road. For those who are living in the area, that's how you spell it. Also, Knowles Road, south of Sterling Road here. And again, this is going to be northeastern Hillsdale County. If we track this out, its current motion, it's going to be heading into southern Jackson County, perhaps near Hanover and Clark Lake within probably the next half hour to 50 minutes. Currently, though, the main concern is going to be this tornado warning, though, for North Adams, just north of North Adams at the current time. So if you know about anybody in Hillsdale County, we could even go as far as to say southern Jackson County. You need to be sending out a alert to your friends and family right now. If you don't know anybody in the area, as we mentioned earlier, a like and a share goes a long ways. We've seen it firsthand with previous events. We've likely seen it today, where we just pop up on some people's random feeds. They tune in live and they see the storm coming in their way. They're able to take shelter in time. So again, like and share if possible, as well as hitting the follow button. Everything helps with the algorithm in terms of getting this stream out and getting this critical severe weather information out to the general public. But this is some strong upper level rotation that is showing up now from the storm that is north of North Adams. The unfortunate part about this radar scan is it is 5,800 feet off the ground. So anything below 5,800 feet, we cannot see. So there's a lot of low-level spin in the atmosphere today that is going completely undetected by our radar. So you do want to be treating this pretty seriously. Here across northeastern Hillsdale County, there's also some 1-inch hail within this storm as well. The storm that is up in Jackson County, the severe thunderstorm warning, this severe storm is right near Rives Junction. The rest of the severe thunderstorm warning, there's not really any storms going on, so no concern there. But again, tornado warning in effect. North Adams, heading up towards Cement City and Addison as I start to lose my voice now, here at 5:50. Just getting some details from behind the scenes here. Some of the scenes that are coming from earlier. Yeah, just hearing about the dire situations over in the areas that got hit by this tornadic supercell earlier today. It's not good.
We have several communities here in the state of Michigan that have been impacted. We have reports that Niles was impacted. We have obviously Three Rivers. I think Edwardsburg also had one that came close to town there. We now have Union City. We had several communities impacted here across South Michigan. So please take these warnings seriously. These storms do mean business today. The environment across South Michigan is very volatile for these types of tornadoes. And the threat will continue here for several more hours as we have multiple rounds of these storms coming through. Now, hopefully, the overall threat diminishes with time as we get to the late night hours. We lose storm fuel, but that may not be the case. But we'll be here tracking it and keeping up to date here. As far as we are concerned, we are here for you.
Current time right now, 5:51 and 10 seconds, bottom of the screen. Again, feel free to refresh if you're not caught up. We have a tornado warning in effect for northeastern Hillsdale County. Again, I am Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma alongside Ryan, who's in the background taking care of back-end operations. He's president of operations here at Michigan Storm Chasers, and we are continuing to track tornadic supercells across southern Michigan this evening. And these are continuing over towards perhaps the east side of the state if the warm front can make it that far. But again, it doesn't take much with the amount of spin we have in the atmosphere today. And this new tornadic thunderstorm is rotating directly over Sterling Road and Bleach Road. And this is going to be impacting a bunch of communities in Somerset Center and Somerset alone. There's a lot of different communities up here, so you do want to be taking shelter if you're in Somerset and Somerset City. This is going to be the US 12 corridor. Eventually here in the next probably 5 minutes or less. So as we've seen earlier today, we've seen some of the destruction that's come in, or we've seen houses that are completely gone. So any tornado warning that is issued for your area, you want to be treating as if it's a significant tornado, and you want to be underground if possible. If you still have the time to take shelter in a substantial structure, do that now. Make friends with your neighbors. Do whatever you can to find substantial shelter. Again, these tornadoes mean business if they are on the ground. We've seen some of the damage that's come in, so please take shelter now. Lowest floor if you don't have a basement, interior room, and again, if you don't have that interior room, an exterior room with might be your only bet, a bathroom with a bathtub. I can hear you, Drew. Go ahead. I will leave that up to you, depending on if you are in that headspace to do so. Again, totally respect your decision to not chase the rest of the night after today. So, yeah, we do have a new update with the tornado warning here coming in. This is going to be trimmed, so North Adams is no longer going to be in it. Still have Aaron out there who's showing a picture of his boot. Jerome Road is right where the center of this rotation's over right now. Tyrone Road, Moreland Road, and Struble Road here in this vicinity of Somerset Center. So Somerset Center, you need to be underground right now, if at all possible. If you don't have any shelter, ditch is going to be better than anything else. But again, you are truly, if you are out caught in these storms, you have to make the best decision for yourself. And now we have to start talking about severe thunderstorms back off to the west, because now we do have severe thunderstorm warnings coming in for West Michigan. So bear with us here. We are now going to be doing dual radar ops. So tornado warning, Hillsdale County, severe thunderstorm warning, Jackson County, and now severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Allegan and Van Buren. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Van Buren County and southwestern Allegan County until 7 p.m. At 5:54 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near South Haven, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazards, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and this includes a bunch of different cities such as Allegan, South Haven, Paw Paw, Hartford, Matawan, Lawton, Bangor, Fenville, Van Buren State Park, Lake Michigan Beach, Pine Grove, Covert, Ganges, I think is how you pronounce it. If not, I do apologize. Lawrence, Gobles, Bloomingdale, Breedsville, Pullman, Glendale, and Grand Junction. To repeat, 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado is possible within this line of storm at any time. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Allegan County and northern Van Buren County until 7 p.m. So this is that entire line that I mentioned. Once it gets on land, it's going to start to tap into that surface-based instability, that surface-based spin. It comes off that colder water, and it's able to get its act together. So we'll keep an eye on that over the next couple of scans. But again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible anywhere up and down this line. It's not a specific location at the current time. It's just that because of how much that low-level jet is playing a factor in our storms and our rotation today, it's just a big old mess of spinny winds, I guess you could call them out there. But again, we'll keep an eye on that. Current highest active warning is the tornado warning here in Hillsdale County. The rotation now pretty much in Somerset Center. And this is going to continue off to the northeast here at 35 miles per hour. Cement City, Clark Lake is going to be next up, as well as Somerset itself. Again, a lot going on tonight. I would imagine that Jackson County, northern Jackson County, that severe thunderstorm warning you see on your screen now is going to be pretty decent, although not quite, actually. I'm going to go ahead and go back to the Grand Rapids radar and just check in on that cell. That's continuing to exhibit some very, very weak rotation now just to the east of Rives Junction, heading up towards Stockbridge. So it's a tiny little supercell. It's the one that we saw all the way back from Edwardsburg at 3:10 this afternoon. It's still continuing. It's very small now, but it's heading into Stockbridge. Southern Jackson County, you want to be on alert for an additional tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning here at some point within the next probably 5 to 10 minutes, as the storm is now just about to cross over into Jackson County. Rotation is visible, and hail could be upwards of 1 inch in diameter. If you are anywhere in southern Michigan tonight, you are in the threat for damaging winds, primarily elevated hailstorms. So once these storms get after dark, we start to lose that surface-based instability, and so these storms lose their tornado risk and their wind risk. But we start to see the elevated hail risk later this evening. So eastern Michigan, you're not out of the woods yet. I will say this, we do have another line that's supposed to move through tomorrow morning. So around 4 or 5 a.m. in West Michigan, moving across the state by late tomorrow morning into the east side of the state. That's going to be primarily a damaging wind risk. So we have these cells that are right now along the warm front ahead of this first line that is now entering West Michigan. And then back off to the west, hasn't formed yet, but we have a secondary line that'll be moving through early tomorrow morning for primarily a damaging wind risk. So again, any orange or red box you see on your screen is a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning for the state of Michigan. Or also if you're down in northwestern Indiana, there's a couple severe thunderstorm warnings for Lake and Porter County as these storms move around the lake. But again, we're watching multiple storms here across southern Michigan. So this rotational storm is directly going to be on US 12 here within the next minute or two for the tornado warning in Hillsdale County. It's hard to go back and forth here because, you know, we have one radar that's showing the tornado warning and one radar that's showing the straight line winds / perhaps tornado risk that could be coming on shore. So I'm kind of trying to figure out where I should stay primarily right now. And I think I'm going to stay on the Grand Rapids radar just because of the QLCS threat. So for those who are new here, QLCS means quasi-linear convective system as a sign of just a line of damaging winds with embedded perhaps mesovortices, so tiny little tornadoes that could spin up. Think of the storms of last year, May 15th, March 30th. We had those little spin-ups within the line. So we can see that unfolding here across West Michigan, Allegan, Barry, Van Buren, Kalamazoo County, Berrien, Cass over the next couple hours. But right now, the primary focus for this QLCS is going to be southern Allegan and northern Van Buren County. And
A new severe
better late than
thunderstorm
never, but we
watch
do
has
now
been
have
issued.
a severe thunderstorm watch issued for southern Michigan. For those who missed it, we are under a mesoscale discussion, 40% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch, but now it's been issued. So counties are coming in right now on the side of the screen. This severe thunderstorm watch is going to be for Allegan, Barry, Berrien, Branch, Calhoun, Cass, Hillsdale, Jackson, Kalamazoo, St. Joseph, and Van Buren counties. Again, severe thunderstorm watch in effect. And this severe thunderstorm watch is now in effect for the next 5 hours until 11 p.m. this evening. Chance of tornadoes 20%, wind 40%, hail 30% within any severe thunderstorm. So again, a severe thunderstorm watch means conditions are favorable over the next hour or a couple of hours or even next couple of minutes for the development of severe thunderstorms. A severe thunderstorm warning would mean the ingredients have come together. Severe thunderstorms are now ongoing, which is what we see right now across portions of West Michigan. Zooming back in here, we do have rapid scan. The roads for this tornadic storm right now along US 12 in Somerset are going to be, well, US 12. We also have Baker Road, Waldron Road, Dublin Drive, Dublin Circle, Bradley Drive. It's basically crossing into Jackson County as we speak, which is Vicary Road and South Jackson Road, I believe, is going to be right in that area. Let me double check that it's correct. Yeah, pretty close to South Jackson Road, just off to the west of South Jackson Road right now for this rotation on this tornado warning in far northern Hillsdale County. No warnings yet for southern Jackson County, but I would not be surprised if we see some sort of statement or warning here shortly. So you can see the reds and the greens on radar. What we're looking at here is the wind direction relative to the radar. Red means winds moving away from the radar. Green means winds moving towards. And where they come close together, that's where your rotation is going to be the strongest. If they're brighter reds and greens, that means the rotation is stronger in nature. So you're thinking heavier winds. But the reds and greens are close together, but they're kind of dull right now here in the state of Michigan. So this is again heading towards Clark Lake and Cement City, kind of, sort of. It's been tracking more north than it is east, so it's going to be closer to Clark Lake within the next 10 minutes versus Cement City. But Cement City, you're getting a nice downpour right now. And the storm continues to move off to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. Also, the storm that is responsible for the widespread destruction across portions of St. Joseph Cass earlier today is now all the way up here in Stockbridge.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has
It's a
been
storm that
issued.
won't quit, and there's still some weak rotation despite being north of the warm front here in far southern Ingham County, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But right now it's just a small hail threat. And as mentioned, we are watching this QLCS threat, as I mentioned, here across West Michigan. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect where you see the orange polygons, the orange outlines, and this little red outline down here in the bottom right corner. That is your tornado warning in effect for Hillsdale County. If no, that's not it. Clark Lake, Cement City, Brooklyn, you do want to treat this as if there's a tornado on the ground, just out of what we've seen earlier today. It's so far away from the radar, it's hard to tell what it's doing at the low levels of the ground. But again, do treat this pretty seriously, even if you're not in any warning right now. Clark Lake, Cement City, primarily approaching the Liberty Road area, Liberty Road near Jackson Road, just across into Jackson County. This storm is going to be shying away from Hanover, so it's just off to the east of Hanover. But Clark Lake and Cement City, as I mentioned here, you guys are under the line of fire for this tornadic supercell that is now entering Jackson County. We do have some decent winds starting to gust along the line all the way up here on the north edge from Belding down towards Lowell. Not severe gusts by any means, but some gusts nonetheless. We also have gusts all the way up and down the line, stretching into Allegan County, Van Buren County, and even all the way down here into Berrien County, where it's more these scattered cells that are popping up in nature here. So gusty wind threat starting to develop across West Michigan. And the good news here is our tornado warning has been canceled for Hillsdale County. They believe that the rotation, or there's then no extension of the tornado warning into Jackson County, which is a different jurisdiction. It's issued by the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids. They believe at the current time that it is not needed for a tornado warning. But I can tell you right now, there is still some rotation there. You don't want to take this cell for granted because it could just produce a quick spin up at any time. So if you're still in Clark Lake and Cement City, even though you're not in a warning, keep an eye on the sky or stay underground until this cell kind of passes over you, just out of the abundance of caution, we'll say. Now at the approaching the 3-hour mark of our live stream coverage here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma, tracking these severe storms live with you across the state of Michigan this evening. We'll go ahead and loop the storms for you so you can see the path so far. These storms are continuing off towards south central Michigan, so the Lansing, Jackson, Kalamazoo, Battle Creek area. Eventually this evening. Also joined by Ryan, President of Operations in the background. And again,
I'm here.
Yes, Ryan is here. We've seen some of the destruction that's come in so far today with this one lone supercell. It's tracked from Cass County through St. Joseph County, and it's just not been good. And we do not want to take any of these storms for granted because, again, we've seen what one storm can do, and we still have a bunch of storms that are firing the rest of the tonight. So abundance of caution on all the storms that you see across the state here in southern Michigan as we move into the 6 o'clock hour now. Current time 6:07 and 53 seconds at the bottom of the screen. Highest active alert, severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Van Buren, and Allegan counties. At some point, Ryan, I am going to need to take a quick break if you want to jump on, if possible. I know you're also dealing with a sickness right now, but yeah. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled or dropped for Jackson County. It's been allowed to expire a couple minutes early, so good news there.
A new severe thunderstorm watch
So
has
getting
been
alerts for
issued.
that severe thunderstorm watch. It's the same one. This is for Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale as well. So once again, if you're in Allegan, Barry, Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Calhoun, Jackson, Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale counties, those are all the counties under a severe thunderstorm watch until 11 p.m. So again, a watch is the precursor to a warning. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms to develop, whether it's in the next couple of minutes or the next couple of hours. You want to be watching out. Keep that in mind. You want to be watching out for severe weather to develop. Warning means, oh no, there's now ingredients that have come together. We use our taco analogy all the time here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Taco watch means the ingredients are on the table for severe weather to happen in the future, or tacos to be made in the future. Taco warning means the ingredients have come together and tacos are now being devoured. So again, taco watch or severe thunderstorm watch in this case means conditions are on the table for severe weather to develop over the next couple of hours. Where there is the orange box on your screen, that severe thunderstorm warning means the ingredients have come together and severe thunderstorms are now occurring. So yes, Allegan and Van Buren County, you now have the only warning in the state of Michigan. Severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a couple possible tornadoes within this line. It's going to be hard to see because of the nature of this line. We're talking QLCS in nature, so quasi-linear convective system, which means there could be some short, brief, weak tornadoes within this line of storms tonight, anywhere up and down this line where the vorticity couplets can come just quite together here across the state. I am also now starting to get thunder and lightning at my house here in Ionia County. I am hopefully good. I am going to be watching that couplet here south of Lowell, Ryan. Just a heads up. That could be a QLCS I need to watch because that's heading directly for the studio here. But again, no tornadoes really. No tornadic rotation currently at the current time within this entire line from Lowell down to Wayland, down to Bangor and Hartford. But again, it can happen in the matter of 1 to 2 scans. So again, with these QLCS couplets, we saw this last year with May 15th and March 30th. You snap your fingers and the rotation is there. You snap your fingers again, the next scan, the rotation's gone. So we do have to watch this line very closely. Again, it's the only warning right now is Allegan and Van Buren County. But to the north, we also have gusty winds and perhaps a couple QLCS notches trying to form up here in the Byron Center, Caledonia, Alto, Lowell, Wayland area. So again, we'll be watching out. And we're watching all of these storms. Again, the storm down here in Jackson County still exhibiting some very broad rotation. Mike is on it right now. In fact, I'll take his cam back live. And he has actually got a clear shot of that base right there. It's a decent looking base. Directly in front of him there as he's traveling down 127 to the south. Does Mike have a radio, Ryan? So this is the storm in Jackson County right now. So again, we'll keep an eye on Mike's cam here because these cells down here in southern Michigan do exhibit some broad rotation, and they were previously tornado warned. So Jackson County do be on alert. A cell is not warned right now, but if you're in southeastern Jackson County, a cell is moving through the area. You can see some of the turbulence there on Mike's cam up there at the top center of your screen. Sign of what we've seen so far today with just how much wind is at the low levels of the atmosphere. And these continue overnight with this line of storms, or at least through the next couple hours at least. We'll see probably a temporary break in our low-level wind. But as we move into tomorrow morning, we'll see that low-level low-level winds pick back up again here for round 2, I guess technically. For West Michigan, eventually Eastern Michigan from 5 a.m. through 11 a.m. tomorrow. Looking at our general base reflectivity radar here, so this is the intensity of the rain that's falling. The intensity of the rain that's falling, anything in reds and pinks here is going to be your heavy rain. Anything in the greens and blues is your lighter rain. And we always look at the heavier pockets here for perhaps some wind, some hail, perhaps even some rotational couplets on radar. And right now, thankfully, at the current time, we're not seeing much in terms of QLCSs, but that can change very quickly. As I just mentioned about 4 minutes ago now, you snap your fingers and all of a sudden the rotation's there. You snap your fingers again and it's gone. So That is the line we're talking about back here from Grand Rapids South down through South Haven, St. Joseph. If you are in any one of these cells out ahead of this line, that is what we need to be watching for supercellular mode, which would mean all hazards possible, tornadoes, winds, hail. And right now Mike is on one of those cells in the Jackson area. It's off to his left. He's in Clark Lake right now, and that storm is just off to his east. You can actually see some of the cumulonimbus clouds there at the top of the screen. Some of the instability has been able to fire up into the upper levels of the atmosphere. But that still does need monitoring because that has not shown signs of strengthening nor weakening over the last couple scans. So again, southeast Jackson County, right down here, this storm. Watch out, just in case.
What break do you need? Just asking here. We're going to plan to take over here for a few.
Okay.
Whoa. How long do you need?
I just need to go like the bathroom and get like a snack and just kind of mentally recalibrate. So probably like 5 minutes.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
I don't know why it keeps popping up, but
well, I just got another alert here from IEM, so I don't know. You can go ahead and go. I don't have my screen share, but I can talk through this for the time being.
Okay. I'll try.
I have my radar behind the scenes pulled up here, and I can look at stuff.
Okay. So
I'll also read some comments here, guys. So Joel's gonna pop out of here for a few. He's gonna kind of recalibrate, and kind of take a mental break. This has been a very stressful day for us here, tracking and also getting to firsthand reports from our chasers and from you guys here. So let's go ahead and dive into the comment section here. I'm also watching the radar at the same time. If you guys are on the east side of the state, your threat right now is very isolated in nature. There's a couple of cells. There's one in Livingston County. There's one in Jackson County. Those are the only two cells that really warrant mention of any attention. And right now, those both don't look overly concerning. Obviously, that could change. If it will change, we'll let you guys know. But in the meantime, our attention has shifted more so to the west, where our expected line of storms is now pushing in. Right now, it extends from roughly Belding area all the way down southwest to Berrien County by Bridgman, New Buffalo area. In this line, damaging wind is going to be the primary concern, up to 60, perhaps 70 miles per hour at most. But also there's a chance with the wind shear today, we could see a few brief tornadoes that could occur within this line. Now, the environment before this afternoon for these isolated cells, that's why we saw these isolated cells produce more so significant tornadoes. Within these lines, bigger tornadoes are a little bit more harder to come by. We've also lost a little bit of our wind shear and a little bit of instability as well with this. So the threat with the second line shouldn't be as high, but it's not zero, if that makes sense. So right now, there's a couple severe warnings in effect. The first one is going to be for southern Allegan County, includes Ganges, Lee, Fenville, Allegan proper, all the way down to northern Van Buren County for Paw Paw, Lawrence, Hartford, Bangor, Covert, South Haven areas. That warning is in effect. It's for 60-mile-per-hour winds with a tag for tornado possible. That is the only warning actually in the state currently. And that's about to move out of the warning polygon and towards Kalamazoo County and the western part of Berry County, as well as the eastern Allegan County as well. So we have multiple counties here that could go under a warning the next couple of minutes. We'll have to track that here. If you do get a warning issued, obviously you'll see it pop up on our screen first and foremost. So with that said, I'm going to turn to the comments here. Again, the threat tonight is mainly for damaging wind now, but also cannot rule out the possibility of a couple more tornadoes occurring. We already had several this afternoon, unfortunately, hearing reports of injuries, and several communities just gotten impacted by these earlier tornadoes. Sorry about that. If you could hear that, that's my radio going off in the background. I'm looking at chat now. I can't control chat, but I can look at your guys' comments here. I'm not going to answer specific location questions. I can't answer if your city's going to get hit by a tornado or straight line winds. That's not really how weather works. I can tell you that much of South Michigan is under a threat tonight for severe weather, but I can't really tell you what's going to happen and what exactly is going to happen. So that's what we're here tracking live for. We can tell you that as it happens. We can't really predict it in the future. Will these storms weaken before they reach northwest Jackson County? The answer is, as these storms progress eastward, there may be a slight weakening trend, but I would expect Jackson to still have a decent threat tonight later on for some damaging wind, especially closer to, we're going to say after dark. We're talking like 8 p.m. and afterward time frame. Also, don't forget, you also have a cell, if you live in the southeast corner of Jackson County, there is a cell that Joel's mentioned a couple minutes ago that does have some rotation. It still does. It's currently over the town of Napoleon. That is one to watch there as it heads toward, we're going to say, the Sylvan Township and Chelsea area of Washtenaw County eventually. Is Central Michigan a big threat? That's a good question. So all of Michigan technically does have a hail threat tonight. However, we feel the highest concern for damaging wind, hail, as well as a couple tornadoes really lies south of, we're going to say, Mount Pleasant. From really US 10, if you guys know where US 10 is, really from, we're going to say, Big Rapids to Mount Pleasant over to the Tri-Cities, Bay City, Saginaw area, and point southward. That's where our highest concern is for severe weather tonight. Is Lake Michigan still froze? So in some areas it is, but for the majority, the open waters of Lake Michigan have not froze this winter. Obviously, the water temperatures are cold, but that really doesn't make a difference tonight with our ongoing threat, as these storms are already on land, so the lake's not really going to affect these much. Any rotation in Grand Rapids? The answer right now is negative, no. Grand Rapids proper is on the back side of these storms, just some rain, some lightning for you guys. The worst of that line is past. However, we do have potential later on overnight for another round that could push through. So don't let your guard down. We could have another round later on overnight into Saturday morning. So keep that in mind. Looks like Joel's back. Did that supercell finally die out? The answer is yes, it did. It kind of, I'm going to say, crossed the warm front. Joel can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But when you have these supercells with a warm front, the minute they go to the cold side of that warm front, they lose all surface fuel and storm fuel. So that's why you see a transition to a more surface-based wind and tornado threat to a more hail threat, and sometimes it just completely peter out. In this case, it looks like it did almost completely peter out. I'm not seeing anything too concerning rotation-wise on that line in West Michigan right now. If that changes, Joel will let you know. I'm also watching it as well. The only area that I see rotation in is going to be that Jackson County cell, Joel, really over just north of Napoleon. Mm-hmm. It's going to be heading up toward Chelsea. And that doesn't look overly tight, but it is definitely worth monitoring.
Yeah, we do still have... let's just check my mic here. Okay, yeah. We still have Mike on that as well. He is, I believe, on 127. In fact, this is my... I just want to make sure his camera's not coming through loudly. Okay, we're good. He is in the vicinity of 127, I believe, there. So he's kind of far away from it now, but if anything does change, he'll be on it. There's also that secondary cell just to the south of it as well that I'm watching. It doesn't look like much, actually, on your reflectivity radar, which is on the left side here, but on the right side, you do have some reds and greens kind of side-lobing out the side of the storm. New severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Berrien and Cass. 60 mile per hour winds, radar indicated here. And here it is. So a nice surge of winds coming off of the lake here, entering St. Joseph, Berrien Springs. I'm sure our Berrien Springs camp's probably really got a good view here. the new severe thunderstorm warning now coming in. I will go ahead and read this off. National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for western Cass and Berrien County until 7 p.m. at 6:23 a severe thunderstorm was located near Berrien Springs, or 7 miles north of Buchanan, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour winds, and its radar indicated Niles, Benton Harbor, St. Joseph, Dowagiac, Buchanan, Fairplain, Benton Heights, Bridgman, Berrien Springs, Cassopolis, Watervliet, Three Oaks, Coloma, Stevensville, Shorewood Tower Hills, Paw Paw Lake, Shorewood Tower Hills, Harbert, Lake Michigan Beach, Bertrand, and Pokagon, all included in this severe thunderstorm warning. This also includes interstates 196 between mile markers 0 and 7, and I-94 between mile markers 8 and 42. This is just a damaging wind risk here. As you can see, you're looking at this bowing segment coming into St. Joseph and Berrien Springs. So 60-mile-per-hour winds possible here. And again, that's all of Berrien County and portions of western Cass. Also, want to take it up the line a little bit just to take a look at our QLCS going on. Watching for some funkiness here within the vicinity. I'm actually going to, I have to pull up our sky cam here because I'm going to go ahead and pull in our Moline cam. Actually, that's probably too far. That's too far north. It's going to be our
What location are you at right now?
Something in southern Allegan County.
All right, stand by.
Because we have a bunch of different QLCS notches that we're watching here right now on the edge of the severe thunderstorm warning, just outside of Allegan. So I have to keep an eye on that.
I'm finding my best to pull up cameras, but it's slow for me.
Yeah. Hudsonville has a view, kind of a view. See what Wayland has here. Oh, Wayland's got a really good view, actually. I'll go ahead and switch this over. Here's the live look at the shelf cloud in Wayland. This is courtesy of Auto Body Experts in Wayland, Michigan. This is looking directly to the west. It is underneath the storm there. So it's right on the front edge of it. And we do have to watch off to the left side there. That's going to be where any of the QLCS notching is going to be going on. So again, this is Wayland, Michigan. This is along 131 south of Grand Rapids. And we do have to watch back in the backside there for any sort of quick little spin-ups on the ground. So right now, no tornado warnings. Good news there. We'll go ahead and switch back to the radar because we are watching this entire segment all the way up down from Paw Paw up to Wayland. Anywhere you see these little reds and greens close together like that, you got to be careful because you can have a sneaky little tornado spin up and it may go undetected even by radar. So keep an eye. Also wanted to quickly switch over to DTX real quick. There was a special weather statement that did come in when I was taking the break here. Livingston County, it's not showing up, but we do have a special weather statement for this cell. This is the one that has come all the way from Edwardsburg, is now entering Howell. Special weather statement here for pea-sized hail, 40-mile-per-hour winds. Can't really see on the screen, but it is Livingston County. It's this cell. Going back down. And we're going to watch the Plainwell area specifically for those greens and those reds. Right now, only severe thunderstorm warnings in the state. You can see the severe thunderstorm warning was trimmed for portions of Allegan County. This line is now kind of gusting almost out of this portion of Allegan County. You're going to see probably a new warning come in here soon. Do we have Aaron with us? His cam is not live. Aaron, you got anything that you can see there on your cam? Okay. Aaron reports nothing suspicious, so that's good news. We'll keep an eye on this line, though, really closely. Again, for those who are just tuning in for the first time tonight, we're always going to be watching these reds and greens close together, at the front edge of the line especially, for that QLCSing that could be ongoing. Again, QLCS stands for quasi-linear convective system, and that is when a line of damaging winds rolls through with perhaps a couple embedded tornadoes inside of it. But currently, not seeing any of that, so hopefully keep it that way. Also, some gusty winds moving across Carson City, Ionia area. Firsthand, I can tell you firsthand that I just experienced some of those here at MSC North Studios. Also, a bunch of isolated cells kind of along and north of that warm front right now in the Charlotte, Lansing, Howell, and Jackson area. Mike and Aaron are out there right now chasing tonight. The rest of our chasers still in search and rescue right now, or also helping, or just going home because of what they've seen today. So do be mindful that some of our chasers are no longer available for tonight. We do still have some out there that have not really chased yet today, and they're now getting their first-hand look at some of the cells that are rolling across West Michigan. I'm looking at the Wayland camera behind the scenes here. It is rocking a little bit, but a lot of lightning within this line for sure. So when thunder roars, head indoors. If you hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. If you happen to have outdoor activities tonight. We do got to watch a couple of these cells here that are kind of getting funneled into the complex near Plainwell. So for those who may not be familiar with how storms interact with each other, we do have to watch these storms that are down here in Kalamazoo County, and they're kind of due north motion while the QLCS approaches from the west. When you have these colliding storms like that, a bunch of wind comes together, and you could have a little bit of brief rotation that pops up right where these cells start to collide. So directly over Plainwell right now, that's where we're seeing these cells start to collide. And we have to watch primarily this spot here, just south of Martin, entering near Cooper, and just north of Plainwell in particular, right on the south side, kind of, sort of this QLCS. So we'll keep an eye on that little segment right there. But right now, there's no warning in effect for this portion of Allegan County. These storms are now outside of that severe thunderstorm warning, and we're also watching this severe thunderstorm warning down here in southwestern Michigan, Berrien County, western Cass, in effect till 7 there. So right now it's primarily a wind and a rain and lightning threat, which is good. We don't want it to get any worse than that. But again, we're going to stay live here for probably quite a few more hours here as these storms cross the state, unless these storms show signs of weakening, which they have started to do so. But again, we're still a little bit far away until we're out of the comfort zone here. It is 6:30. And so it is starting to get dark outside. We're starting to lose our instability, which is our fuel for the atmosphere. And so basically, we are cheering for it to get darker outside so that fuel goes away for these storms to develop. So we are going to continue to watch and update as needed here, primarily across West Michigan. So yeah, we're watching specifically where Aaron's located in Martin right now. Just where these cells are all kind of colliding with each other, different wind and directions at this location. So Berry County, just be on alert, just in case. Nothing that is warned right now, but again, with these QLCS spin-ups, they can happen in a frame or two. So keeping an eye on it. And also the cells that are out in front of it. The only cells that are still weakly rotating, I guess you could say, basically not rotating at all at this point, Grass Lake and Napoleon, Michigan, where Mike is nearby for these storms, just in case. We also have that special weather statement in effect for Livingston County. 40-mile-per-hour winds, pea-sized hail there. Overall, this is a better site than what we saw earlier. Just some generic severe thunderstorm warnings for 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you are in the warnings, make sure to be taking shelter away from exterior walls and windows so trees don't come crashing in and end up hurting you. But again, if you are in southwest Michigan tonight, feel free to like and share the stream. Even if you're watching from anywhere else in the world, again, it all helps the algorithm push it out to your fellow Michiganders right here on Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch, which is what we are live on all at the same time. Our username for each account is @MIStormchasers. Let's see, I'm trying to think of other cameras in the area here. We don't really have any in Barry. Just kind of studying the radar here, making sure I'm not missing anything. There's not really a whole lot to pinpoint road by road right now because of the lack of rotation, which is good. So we are kind of watching this Hooper area near 2nd Street and 118th Avenue. You can see the reds and greens kind of colliding there. But again, this is all up and down US 131 corridor, kind of along that Plainwell to Kalamazoo stretch. Do we have any other cameras down here? I'm just trying to think off the top of my head.
What location? By Plainwell area?
Yeah.
Nope, we got nothing besides Battle Creek and then Portage, and obviously the tower cam. Next one to the east would be Charlotte.
Oh, WT Forestry cam should have it, actually.
Oh, we'll see.
That has a good enough view. Yeah, you can kind of see it. It's off to the very right side of the screen. I'll go ahead and share this cam for you guys here. This is atop our WT Forestry Skycam in Scotts, Michigan. This is, again, it's Kalamazoo County, kind of east side of Kalamazoo County, looking off to the west. Right where we're looking at Plainwell is going to be that far right side of the screen there. So we'll keep an eye on it. Nothing too menacing looking, which is good. Not unless I use WeatherWise. So again, this is a WT Forestry cam in Scotts, Michigan, looking to the west. So this is kind of off in the area of Portage, Schoolcraft, Vicksburg. And then if you look off to the right, it's over Kalamazoo and eventually Plainwell up there, the very far right side of the screen. So we're going to continue to watch that. Go ahead and switch back to our radar here. Waiting for another scan to come in. Still trying to snack a little bit behind the scenes. I haven't had any food yet since like noon today, so apologies if I do take a couple bites of food here.
I am working on setting up a disaster relief effort for those affected by today. So we'll have information on that posted on Facebook and all of our socials shortly.
So we have an update of the severe thunderstorm warnings coming in as well, Ryan. A couple trims coming in. And that pretty much trims all of Allegan County outside of the warning. Also, portions of northern Berrien also outside of the warning now. Continues for portions of Cass and Berrien and Van Buren County. You can see the new boxes there. Yeah, good point in chat here is if we're not mentioning your area, it's not really in a threat for any severe weather at the current time. Take a look at that Charlotte cell. It kind of looks side lobish there, Ryan, but that is a prefrontal. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. We do have a Charlotte cam there, but it does face the northwest. Go ahead and pull it in behind the scenes. And it's very rainy there right now, so not going to see a whole lot. We'll have it up in the background just in case. So we'll keep an eye on the Charlotte cell right here in Eaton County. Otherwise, just kind of a gusty wind threat all up and down this line of storms right now. If you do find a storm, if you do come across a storm and it is a kind of a washout, kind of a heavy rains, make sure to slow down, turn on your lights. Again, hydroplaning is an issue out there for some locations today. Again, some of these rainfall rates have been quite intense actually, 2 to 3 inches per hour at times. And yeah, it's an unnoticed threat, especially on a day where we've had tornadoes and hail and damaging winds so far. But again, flooding is a possibility out there. And so make sure to not drive yourself into flooded roadways if at all possible. Checking back in on the Hastings area. Gotta be careful here. It looks like we had maybe trying to watch that Guernsey Lake Road area. I'm probably pronouncing that incorrectly, but that is approaching Norris Road. Tiny little pixel there. It does kind of overlay with a little something there, Ryan. Very, very subtle. Just keep an eye on that. I'm also going to bring up the Consumers Energy Power Outage map behind the scenes just to double check. Usually you can always cross-reference any sort of something with where the power outages are happening, but it doesn't look like it at the current time. That could be delayed though, and it's also displaced a little bit. That's actually probably clear air. Looking at it now, yeah, that's clear air, so nothing to worry about there. But again, this QLCS threat, we do have to watch out very closely because, again, like I mentioned, one scan it's there, one scan it's gone. So Berry County, just be on a little bit of an alert for any quick spin-ups, but no warnings in effect right now, so good news there. Cell in Charlotte. Still some very weak rotation there. I'm looking at Charlotte on our sky cam here behind the scenes. Just a lot of rain right now. Nothing too much to worry about. Go ahead and switch down to the Indiana radar and check in on Berrien and Cass County, because we also have this little line of gusty winds that's pushing through Sister Lakes, Dowagiac, and Niles. And this is now going to be heading into the same areas that got hit by the tornadic supercell earlier today around 3 o'clock this afternoon. So again, storms can and will hit the same locations twice, so just be alert for some gusty winds, perhaps severe 60-mile-per-hour winds over the next hour or two here in southwest Michigan. Please do not type in chat that a tornado is happening in a certain location. Let us do our job, please. Thank you very much. There's nothing of concern right now in Charlotte. I am looking at the webcam, though, right now. I'll show you guys what I'm seeing from our Charlotte cam. There's no tornadoes on the ground right now. So good news there. But this is the Charlotte cam looking kind of west, northwest-ish. Left side of the screen is where the storm's coming from. Courtesy of the Charlotte Fire Department. And right now, nothing of too concern entering the area. Go back to the radar. Still watching these reds and greens up and down the line. As it stands right now, just a bunch of clear air kind of scattered about. What we mean by clear air is that there's just a gap in the rain that is showing up falsely as this non-uniform meteorological stuff. So again, for those who missed the very beginning of the stream, the right side of the screen right now, what I'm showing you is the correlation coefficient. And so we use this radar to depict whether or not the things in the atmosphere are meteorological in the sense, or if they're more human in nature and non-circular. So all that purplish, reddish area you see around, that is indicative of rain because it's circular in nature. The blues are the opposite end of the spectrum. It's non-uniform and non-meteorological, so it's not circular, and it's definitely not rain that's being tumbled around the atmosphere. And in some cases, when we say clear air, that means that there's might be some birds getting caught up in this storm. It could be some dust being kicked around. It could be just ground clutter as well. It's just a false return, essentially. So it's really hard to depict sometimes whether or not it's clear air or a CC drop, a debris ball drop. But right now, not seeing anything in terms of tornadoes on the ground. So good news there. But we are continuing to watch this whole line of storms as, again, rotation is possible at any time within this line. Go take another bite of my snack here real quick while this radar does loop through. Nothing. I'm looking at also looking at the Charlotte cam, and there's nothing right now in Charlotte that's of concerning. It's passing right over this camera right now, and it's just opening up, I guess you could say. Coming back here real quick. I'm actually going to show you guys what it looks like in Charlotte right now. So again, this is the Charlotte Fire Department. That is the cell passing directly over the fire station. And right where that center right side of the screen is located, that is your core of rain and perhaps some hail that's falling out from the center of the downdraft. Sometimes these downdrafts can produce some gusty winds. But again, this is a smaller supercell, and as you can see, there's not really too much of rapid rotation or anything of the sorts within this storm. If anything, it's broad, and it's kind of up within the clouds right now. Go ahead and go back to the radar here real quick. Still watching this line as it crosses through Berry County. Allegan County, you guys are pretty much in the clear from this line now. So good news there. Hastings, like again, has a little bit of some gusty winds right now. Most of these winds are staying sub-severe at the current time. So this is going to be the M43 corridor south of Hastings. That's right where this line is lined up, from Hastings all the way down to Richland. So the severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed, so obviously Allegan County is no longer in it anymore. Portions of Van Buren still are. Obviously you have Cass and Berrien that are still in it, and honestly it's not looking too menacing, but they are deciding to extend the severe thunderstorm warning for Cass and St. Joseph. An abundance of caution here. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. Wait for it to pop up here. There's their new warning. Anywhere in the orange box is a severe thunderstorm warning. As a reminder for those now tuning in, National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for Cass County and northwestern St. Joseph County in southwestern Michigan until 7:15 p.m. 6:49 p.m. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from Decatur to Edwardsburg, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So the storms are moving at 60 and also are producing 60 mile per hour winds. Niles, Three Rivers, Dowagiac, Constantine, Cassopolis, Edwardsburg, Marcellus, Pokagon, Penn, Flowerfield, Vandalia, Magician Lake, Dewey Lake, LaGrange, Juneau Lake, Donnell Lake, Indian Lake, Fishers Lake, Jones, and Diamond Lake are the cities that are impacted by this new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, 60 mile per hour winds, and this is important to note because there's still search and rescue going on across this area tonight from the tornadoes that hit earlier today. If you are in the stretch from Edwardsburg to Jones to Three Rivers, you are now in a severe thunderstorm warning if you are listening to us right now. If you have shelter available, please be taking shelter as this line of 60 mile per hour winds moves through. Right now, this is just a damaging wind threat that we are seeing according to radar velocities. So if you are able to get to shelter, if you are doing search and rescue here across the area, please be taking shelter now. Edwardsburg, Jones, Three Rivers, if you got impacted by the tornado previously. Again, these are the same areas now under severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds along a line of gusty winds now surging forward through Cassopolis. Also, while I do have a moment, I do want to shout out everyone who has donated super chats today here on YouTube and also donated stars via our Facebook live stream. At the end of the stream, I'll go back and read through all of the super chats as needed, or thanks for all the super chats as needed from today. But again, when we're in severe ops like this, it's going to be kind of hard to keep up with those. So if you guys have donated so far today, again, it's totally optional to do, but we do thank you guys very much, and we'll go ahead and read those off at the end. It means a lot. Again, operations are... everything what we do here is free for you guys, but we do appreciate all the support. Also, we don't have any tornado warnings in effect. There's no tornadoes on the ground. Keep that in mind right now. No tornadic weather. If anyone's saying in chat, it's not happening right now. We are watching some lines of gusty winds and perhaps some severe winds here, primarily down here in the southwest corner, Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Cass, St. Joseph County. But yeah, as Bradley says here in chat, May 6, 2026 is going to be a day we talk about for a long time in Michigan. That's absolutely true. Again, for those who are not aware of what happened so far this afternoon, again, I keep repeating myself, but one supercell, which is the same storm that is now all the way, it's a tiny little shower. It's all the way up here near Fenton Holly. That tiny cell was responsible for multiple tornadoes across Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, Calhoun, and that's it. Those 4 counties there this afternoon. Again, not a good situation coming out from down there in southern Michigan. So please, 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 please pray. Keep those in your thoughts and prayers this evening for those who are impacted by this tornadic supercell that impacted Edwardsburg, Jones, Three Rivers, drinking the other cities here, Mendon, Athens, Leonidas area, and Union City. Unconfirmed how far it went into Calhoun County, but there's been reports of damage all the way up near Burlington and Teconcha as well. And that is likely where it ended, probably around the I-69 corridor earlier today. So if you have any loved ones in that stretch from Edwardsburg to Jones all the way up to Teconcha, as mentioned, pretty much right along M60, please check in with them, because there's a decent chance they were impacted by a couple of significant tornadoes with the line that one little supercell that moved through earlier today.
It's a very distinct path on the power outage map as well. If you take a look at consumers, you can see a very distinct path. Overall, in the state of Michigan, we have close to 9,000 customers in total without power. And most of those are within St. Joseph and Calhoun counties.
Yeah. Okay, current time right now at the bottom of the screen, 6:56, 12 seconds. I am Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma, alongside with President of Operations Ryan in the background. We are picking up the pieces from today's tornadic thunderstorms. We're also still tracking severe thunderstorms across the state of Michigan here, and we will never stop until these warnings are done. And so feel free to follow along, hit that follow button if you're new here. We've been doing this since 2022. Not missed a single warning since 2023. And we got you covered from beginning to the end, and we truly mean that. Sometimes road by road, as you guys have seen so far this afternoon. The current state of things right now is we're just dealing with some gusty winds across the state. Nothing really tornadic at the current time. I am still going to keep an eye on this Potterville Diamonddale cell, just because it does exhibit some very upper level rotation. Nothing close to the surface, but it does need some monitoring. It is kind of north of the warm front though, so I don't expect it to do too much. If anything, just continue to be upper level rotation, just like an elevated supercell essentially here as it heads into Lansing. So fingers crossed it just stays that way. It doesn't do anything sneaky on us. But right now, the only severe warnings in effect for 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be for Van Buren, Cass, and St. Joseph counties. Ryan, I have a comment in chat here, unconfirmed, saying people online from Marshall and Eckford saying they have debris in their yard from the Union City area. That's honestly, the way we saw that tornado move across the landscape today, I would not be surprised if some of that debris actually did carry further. So,
oh, absolutely.
When we see these strong, violent tornadoes like we did today here in Michigan, it reminds us of some of the stuff, like we mentioned earlier in the stream, that we've seen out in the plains, where you have stuff being reported 50 to 100 miles downstream landing in people's yards. That is definitely a possibility with what we saw here earlier this afternoon. But again, no tornadoes on the ground right now. It's a good sign. We do have some gusty winds primarily moving in the Cassopolis to Marcellus region. Unfortunately, some of the areas that have been already hit by the tornadic weather earlier today. We're also watching this line of gusty showers and thunderstorms in Berry County that is not rotating in any sort of fashion, but we do have to watch very closely for these reds and greens to suddenly get brighter in nature and wrap up into a quick little spin-up tornado. Not seeing anything that concerns me at the current time, but again, we will be watching the radar like a hawk here over the next hour or two. And they did go ahead and warn that storm that we are watching out ahead of the line for Clinton and Eaton and Ingham County. It's going to be downtown Lansing here in just a second. I'm going to take a quick bite of food and let the warning pop in, and then I will read off the details for this new severe thunderstorm warning. So again, it's going to be for Eaton, portions of Eaton, Clinton, and Ingham coming in here in just a second. Okay, so here we go. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for northern Ingham, southeastern Clinton, and northeastern Eaton County until 8 p.m. At 6:59, a severe thunderstorm was located near Potterville, or 7 miles southwest of Lansing, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, quarter-sized hail that's 1 inch in diameter. It is radar indicated. So if you're in the Lansing area, expect another hailer, just like we saw back in February 18th or whatever it was. Locations impacted by this new severe thunderstorm warning include Lansing, East Lansing, Grand Ledge, Potterville, Edgemont Park, DeWitt, the airport there in Lansing, Ovid, Diamonddale, Waverly, Okemos, Bath, Holt, and Hazlitt. Again, hazards are 1 inch hail. Winds are not a factor with this new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, the orange box you see on your screen is that severe thunderstorm warning box. So if you know you live inside of that orange box, you are in that severe thunderstorm warning. This is this cell that is currently over Potterville and Diamonddale. As I mentioned, up to the northeast at 50 miles per hour, so a relatively quick pace. And it's a hailer, so if you have a vehicle parked outside, it's a good idea to bring it inside, bring it into the garage right now. Also, make sure to not park underneath an overpass. Don't be selfish. Again, it's also illegal to block lanes of traffic. So please get off the interstate if need be. If you need to take shelter from the hail, get off the interstate and just pull into a parking lot. It's better than staying on the interstate and causing an accident that would be your fault. So again, 1 inch hail moving into the 496 corridor here in Lansing, and of course to the 127 corridor as well as we move forward here in the next 30 minutes. Also, the other severe thunderstorm warning for Van Buren County has been canceled. Barron County also canceled. The only 2 warnings now in effect right now are Cass County. St. Joseph County is number 1, and portions of Eaton, Ingham, and Clinton counties, that's number 2. If we go ahead and loop this line of storms, you can see pretty much the motion on these is all off to the northeast. It's quite the complex. Also going to have to watch this cell down here in Hillsdale County once again. That's right on the warm front as well. But at the current time, main concern is going to be the hail moving into Lansing. Do we have a timing? I don't know if we have a timing on this severe thunderstorm warning. There's no timing on the severe thunderstorm warning. It's just between now and 8 p.m. It's supposed to move through the box. So if you're in Lansing, your time to move your vehicles into the garage is now. Waverly, East Lansing as well. Michigan State University, if you're watching right now, here at the severe thunderstorm warning. If you know anybody that is on the campus of Michigan State University, feel free to share the stream with them. This is heading right in to both Lansing and East Lansing for this 1 inch hail. And again, we have all these storms in tow behind it with some gusty winds as well. So we'll have to see how these storms interact with each other. Again, when this line of storms catches up with these prefrontal cells is what we call them, some sneaky things can happen. So hopefully this line kind of just stays on its own, doesn't interact with other cells. But we can't say for certain whether or not that's going to happen. We just have to watch the radar scan by scan and tell you what we know going forward here over the next couple of minutes. Again, the comments right now, if you're trying to ask questions about your city and stuff, again, we're just going over the cities that are being currently impacted by severe weather. Right now, if you know you're in an orange box on the screen, you can see there's one down here in Cass and St. Joseph. That's severe thunderstorm warning number 1. Severe thunderstorm warning number 2 is up here in Lansing area. Again, the comments right now that are flying in, they're coming in at 1 every 0.1 second. So I'm getting 10 comments every second here on my side of things. So I'm literally not able to read any of the comments here. So again, this is important to know where you're located on a county-based map. So that way you know what to expect in terms of where the warnings are located. But again, I will do my best to point out where these storms are moving as they move through the warning box. So that's the most important thing right now, is those who are located inside the warning boxes. So number 1, Diamonddale, Potterville, south side of Lansing, so Holt as well. This is 1-inch hail moving in right now. The core of this storm is directly on Bishop Highway, right alongside I-96 as well, where Creets Road passes over. Again, moving off to the northeast at 50 miles per hour, so it'll be in downtown Lansing relatively quickly. Storm number 2, we got to switch over to our northern Indiana radar. And this is a line of gusty showers and storms from Marcellus all the way down to Simonton Lake in northern Indiana. It's basically this entire line here. There's not one specific location, but it is all of it at the same time. So that's where this severe thunderstorm warning is. That's what this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for, is those 60-mile-per-hour winds, Marcellus down to Simonton Lake. So pretty much about to exit Cass County. These are going to be heading into the Three Rivers area. They're passing over Jones here shortly. And again, for anyone that might be listening in Three Rivers, that might be outside because of the tornado already hit Three Rivers today, maybe doing some search and rescue still, you do need to be taking shelter away from these 60-mile-per-hour winds, and the lightning, of course, as well, as another factor. So if possible, take shelter now if you are in the Three Rivers area for these 60-mile-per-hour winds that are moving in. We'll go back up to our supercell that is now moving into Lansing. And this is continuing to show its hail core now right on 96 on the north side of 96. Continue up to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is now on Jolly Road. Jolly Road near, I believe it's going to be Waverly. Yep, Waverly at Jolly. Also going right up M99 into downtown Lansing at the state capitol there. 1-inch hail, again, is the main factor. No winds are the current going right here. There'll probably be some gusty winds in here with the downburst, but the severe thunderstorm warning text only mentions hail specifically for the Lansing cell. Now you're looking at this behemoth of a line behind it, and it may look scary, but this is just some very heavy rain, perhaps some pea-sized hail getting scattered about from Sunfield down to Woodland, down to Vermontville, and even down towards the Augusta and Richland area, as well as even into Kalamazoo County. And that is pretty much all that's happening within this line right now. Again, this reflectivity that I'm showing you on the screen, that's the intensity of the rain that's falling. Once you get to the pinks, those droplets become so large, and if they're up at the upper levels of the atmosphere, those become super cooled and they turn into hailstones. So that's why when we're looking at Lansing here, you see those pinks turn to purples and grays and blacks. Those are DBZ values of 65 to 70, and that is signs of very, very large water droplets now becoming perhaps some 1-inch hailstones for downtown Lansing. So again, if you're watching from Lansing, you know everybody in the Lansing area, feel free to like and share. I know there's huge student population on the campus of Michigan State. This is going to be impacting Michigan State right on campus there in the center of East Lansing, and of course downtown Lansing as well. Huge populated center. If you know anybody that could use the heads up, feel free to like and share. Even if you don't know anybody in the area, a like and a share goes a long ways. Ryan, I'm not sure if our stream's pinned, but it would probably be a good idea just for now, I guess, if you're still here. That is the only two storms, only two severe thunderstorm warnings. This line of gusty showers that doesn't have any warning on it. Again, we're watching for the reds and greens to be close together for stronger rotation. There are reds and greens close together, but that is not a sign of tight rotation. It's just kind of winds doing this. They're passing by each other as they go down the line. So if all of a sudden the greens go and flip with the reds, that's when we would have to say, hey, this is rotation, and we do have to keep in mind that this could be a brief tornado. But right now, no tornado risk. Good news there, but we'll keep an eye on it as this line continues to move towards Lansing. Additionally, with the severe thunderstorm warning that is in Lansing right now for the 1-inch hail.
Joel, I was informed you're trying to get a hold of me.
No, I was just saying if the stream isn't pinned, but I see the stream's pinned, so we're good. Again, our stream is live on 4 different platforms. So you can watch this live on YouTube, Facebook, X, or Twitch TV. Our username is MIStormchasers. Best platforms to watch, of course, going to be YouTube here because I do send notifications when we go live. So next time, if we do have tornadic weather like we did today, and you need the warning when the seconds count, feel free to follow us on YouTube, Twitch, and X also send notifications when we go live. Facebook is our most followed, but Facebook does not push live notifications here on the platform. So you kind of just have to follow us on YouTube, X, or Twitch to get those. Anybody in the Lansing area reporting some large hail right now, feel free to let us know in chat. I'm not going to know if I'm going to be able to see it in chat because the comments are flying through, but reports are, of course, welcome. We'll pass those along to the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids, and they will put them into their live storm report database, and perhaps for surveying for hail. Large hail south of Lance, perfect, thank you. Again, no tornado warnings in effect right now in the state of Michigan. It's good news there. Just 2 severe thunderstorm warnings for those who are just tuning in. As you can see down there at the bottom of the screen, point that way. Highest active alert's always going to be displayed in that top bar, so that way you know if there's a tornado warning or not. Tornado warning is greater in the scale over severe thunderstorm warning. It'll always be like that. So when there's ever a tornado warning in effect, it'll always be the highest active alert at the bottom of the screen. Diamondale hail, yep, thank you. Drew is making his way home, but he's got some heavy winds and hail. Where's my button? Don't have your stream there, Drew. Ben, I got your cam up. What do you got for me? Again, you couldn't hear Ben there, but he is wrapping up search and rescue there looks like he's in the Union City area where the strongest tornado, one of the strongest tornadoes arguably hit this evening. You can see all the people walking around. Those are people that have been displaced from their homes too this evening. Some people are out there also to help out with search and rescue, but the entire Union City area is fairly blocked off to traffic, so please be advised to stay clear of the area if you're not helping out with search and rescue. So that's a live update from Ben. I know you guys couldn't hear him there. He's kind of in my earpiece, so I got the full gist from him, but he is currently leaving search and rescue right now to head home. And as you can see there on the screen, police have a lot of the roads blocked off in the area from tonight's significant tornado that hit Union City, Michigan. Back to the radar, though. No tornadoes on the ground, but we do have hail on the ground. And this is impacting Lansing right now, directly in the south side of Lansing. So the 496 corridor and points south down to the 96 corridor, just north of Holt. That is an elevated supercell. So it kind of gives that tiny little bit of a kidney bean shape. It's not as great as what we saw earlier today, but nonetheless, that is a little bit of a C shape. Also, down the line, just some gusty showers in Kalamazoo County, and the severe thunderstorm warning actually for St. Joseph and Cass County has been allowed to expire. So those winds are now below severe criteria for Cass and St. Joseph. There's still a lot of lightning, perhaps some small hail out there if you're in the Three Rivers area. Again, cleaning up the pieces from today's significant tornado. Do be advised to kind of watch the lightning and the thunder and take shelter as needed. Thank you, Aaron. So we just got one severe thunderstorm warning left in the state of Michigan. Right now is currently Lansing, portions of northeastern Eaton, northern Ingham, and southern Clinton counties, denoted by the orange box on your screen. Again, these warnings only encompass portions of counties. Keep that in mind. And so when we say Eaton County sometimes, it may only just be part of it. In this case, it is. And speaking of Eaton County, they are now trimming the severe thunderstorm warning. You'll see that here in just a second. But Eaton County no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. There's the trim. And also DeWitt has been trimmed from the severe thunderstorm warning as well. The warning does continue for downtown Lansing, East Lansing, Michigan State University, Hazlitt, Bath, Lake Lansing area, and just to the north side of Williamston as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on this cell. Again, there's some upper level rotation on it, but right now it's just a hail threat. And again, there's no mention of a tornado possible in this severe thunderstorm warning. So don't worry about that. It is a hail threat at the current time, and that is it. The only thing we'll have to watch out for is when this cell does interact with a line behind it. As I mentioned before, when you have this singular cell interact with the storms behind it, you can often have some funky things happen. And so it hasn't happened yet, but as this storm continues to move kind of northeast and the storms catch up from the west, we could see some decent interaction here that will need to be monitored. So right now, just a hail threat for Lansing. Nothing else to worry about. Make sure to, if you're going to take shelter from the hail, make sure that you are off the roadways, parked into business or something that is not impeding traffic, such as underneath an overpass on an interstate. Again, that is illegal to do, especially if you're blocking the lanes, and you will be charged immensely if you do cause an accident behind you. So keep that in mind if you ever decide that you want to do that. Also, a lot of heavy rain out there tonight. I wanted to bring your attention to the flooding threat. Some of these rainfall rates out there so far with this line have been 2 to 3 inches per hour, which exceeds the forecasted inch here across portions of southern Michigan today. So a lot of much needed rain, and it'll help cut into that drought deficit. Some of the ground is still frosty a little bit, and so some of this rain won't seep into the ground completely, but it is a start in terms of covering some of the drought that is now in effect for portions of southeast Michigan. Other than that, again, there's not a whole lot to talk about here. We're just waiting for the severe thunderstorm warning to eventually drop, but that won't be until at least 8 p.m. at the latest. They could cancel it sooner. But again, this cell is going to be going for a little bit now, and it will eventually interact with the line behind it. So again, we'll keep an eye on it here as we move into the evening. Late evening, I should say. We're now closing in on 7:30. It's currently 7:18 and 46 seconds at the bottom of the screen. See a couple comments of hail in the Lake Lansing area. Thank you very much for that update. Yes. Okay. Go ahead and just loop. Left side of the screen is going to be your intensity of the rain. Left side is going to be your wind. I'm going to take this brief moment, since we only have one severe thunderstorm warning in effect, to go back and read through some of the super chats that you guys have sent us on YouTube, just because you guys deserve your thank. Go ahead. What's up? $10-4. Thank you very much. Clayton reporting. Someone that he knows is reporting some large hail in the Lansing area, which lines up with some of you guys' chats here on the screen. No problem, everybody. Appreciate the very nice comments. Again, they are appreciated. We are all human, and again, this has definitely been quite the day for us here at Michigan Storm Chasers. A lot of our chasers, especially, are out there firsthand seeing some of the damage. Definitely want to be keeping them, all the families that were impacted by these tornadoes tonight, and more in your thoughts and prayers this evening, as some of the scenes that we've seen out of the Union City, the Three Rivers area, and surrounding areas have not been the greatest. So again, you never want to see the destruction that we've seen tonight, and fortunately that's a reality here for southern Michigan with the tornadoes that did hit today. So flipping over to our super chats real quick, I did want to give a shout out to a lot of you guys here, as we do have a hail report now coming in from Lansing. Between nickel and quarter size hail fell for about a minute around the Pennsylvania Avenue 496 interchange. Again, thank you guys so much for those who have sent in super chats. I'm going to go ahead and read through some of them right now. Goth Tech Queen came in EF0 member. Rodents Rock upgrade membership to EF1. Relaxed Gamer $2 super chat asking how far east do we expect this to live. Answer to that, all the way to probably the state line. It won't be severe in nature for most because, again, we're losing that surface instability throughout the day, especially now that it's dark outside. We are now losing some of that instability, again, that storm fuel that we need for these storms to continue on. We do still have moisture out there, those 60-degree dew points, but again, storms are expected through midnight all the way over to the east side of the state. Not as severe as we saw on the west side, but they should still be here in some capacity. A Rocker back from month number 21. Thank you very much. Saying NATO cast for the win again. Yes, absolutely. We have JG with a $2 super chat asking how fast these storms are moving. These storms are moving at about 35 to 40 miles per hour today, and that'll continue this evening, although we're starting to see some uptick in the speed here as this line of storms moves through. We're now starting to see 50 to 60 miles per hour here in the state of Michigan. Red Dozier with a $100 super chat saying, well, I was going to go out and walk my dog. Maybe I shouldn't. Thanks, Joel. And I should leave you with a hot tip. Don't make snow angels at a dog park. You're welcome. Thank you very much, Red. Hopefully you're able to stay in shelter today when those storms did pass. Appreciate your support as always. JG became an EF0 member. Firefighter Tom back for month number 13. Linda A, $5 super chat. Cindy with a $19.99 super chat saying thank you, MSC. No problem. Savannah became an EF0 member. Bree Clipper sent a $20 super chat. Thank you very much. As well as Eric with a $5 super chat saying really appreciate your work, team. No problem. We meet at midnight. Andriak and the Raytheon all became EF0 members. Tammy, $2 super chat saying thank you, MSC. No problem. Pridonia, thank you for being there to cover the event. No problem. Amberos, 5 gifted memberships for those who are subscribed here on YouTube. So again, if you're a subscriber on YouTube, check your account. You may have been gifted courtesy of Amberos earlier. Again, subscribing on YouTube is free to do. Kristen Thrush became an EF0 member. Hoagie, $10 super chat saying, just saw you guys at the Riviera Theater in downtown Three Rivers. I was watching live and alerted some friends. A couple of them did not get alerts on their phone and didn't know. Thanks, y'all. No problem. That means a lot to hear that we were able to alert in time before the tornado hit Three Rivers today. Glad they were able to take shelter in time. And again, thank you for your support. Kurt, EF0 member, and Little Redhead, EF1 member. I'll go ahead and pause real quick and take a timeout and go back to the radar. We still have some more comments to go through here, but this storm in Lansing, his hail core is now over East Lansing and now heading up towards Hazlet. There's a little bit of still weak rotation up there at the upper levels of the atmosphere, so you see some darker reds and greens that are mixing in here. But again, nothing to worry about for tornadic activity at the current time. Just a hail threat that is continuing across the Lake Lansing area. That cell in Lansing, Clayton, is a little elevated. So what that means is the cell is not rooted at the surface. Again, if it was rooted at the surface, that means it would be tapping into that low-level rotation, which it's still possible that it could. But again, we're losing our instability outside right now, our storm fuel, and that's allowing a capping inversion to come into play. That capping inversion makes these storms elevated in nature, so above the cap. So that means these storms aren't going to tap into that low-level rotation. So we need it to continue to go further into the nighttime hours as these storms progress across the state. Some gusty winds mixing in from Eagle to Grand Ledge down to Potterville and Charlotte. Nothing too concerning there. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at my Charlotte cam real quick, and it is dark there. In fact, we will go ahead and go to the Charlotte cam. So here's your Charlotte cam, courtesy of the Charlotte Fire Department. Once again, this is in Charlotte, so it's right along I-69, just to the southwest of Lansing, right as this line of showers and thunderstorms does move in. You can see a lot of lightning out there, and we might see some wind here in just a little bit as well. Definitely a lot of lightning. I am watching it, Clayton. We'll go ahead and go back to the radar. So right now there's nothing too interesting. I'll keep this open in the background just in case I do see something interesting. But there's some gusty winds along this line here in Charlotte, Potterville, Grand Ledge. But we are watching the storm in Hazlitt in East Lansing right now, and Okemos, sorry. That is producing some 1-inch hail. In fact, they have now confirmed that 1-inch hail report thanks to the Spotter Network report right there in downtown Lansing. This is going to continue off towards the Bath and eventually the Perry region up I-69 with time this evening. Also, if you're on the east side of the state, dense fog advisory still in effect. We're going to go ahead and scroll back down here to the south side, and some gusty winds also continuing from Galesburg down to Climax and Scotts and Mendon and Three Rivers and Centerville and Constantine. No severe warnings in effect there, but some gusty showers, thunderstorms are possible. And that's about it. Hopefully it stays that way. Winds on the Charlotte cam as I'm looking behind the scenes here are still pretty gusty. Not seeing any trees being bent over, and did think I just saw a power flash actually. Could be some gusty winds knocking down a couple power lines there along the front. Would not be surprised. Again, power flash is when a tree falls onto the transformers and pops the transformers. So falls on the power lines, pops the breaker, I should say. Again, that is going to happen a lot with these gusty winds. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to be trimmed here in just a second. And it's going to drop Lansing and Holt from the warning box. They'll continue it for Bath and points north of Williamston. Going to continue to watch the development on the cell because it is starting to get, as we mentioned earlier today, that backward C shape, that kidney bean look to it that we saw with the Three Rivers cell, where it hooks back into itself. And again, that line that's coming in from the west is quickly approaching it. And as I continue to mention here, we do have to watch out for interaction from the line to the west and the cell out in front of it, because it could nudge it forward and produce a quick tornado. Right now, though, there is no concerns for a tornado. It is just a hail risk. I am just telling you guys what I know from a meteorological background. I've seen this before with certain storms that have interacted the exact same way. Again, just take my word for it. No tornadoes right now, just a hail threat. But we do got to watch this cell in particular north of Hazlitt. And we do have a new warning coming in. It's going to be an extension into Shiawassee County for this supercellular thunderstorm. And there's your orange box. So here it goes. The National Weather Service in Detroit getting in on the warning action this evening. This is their first severe thunderstorm warning issued of this event as they cover Shiawassee County. National Weather Service in Detroit, Pontiac has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for Shiawassee County until 8:30 p.m. At 7:27, a severe thunderstorm was located near East Lansing, or 7 miles south of Langsburg, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Quarter-size hail. Radar indicated damage to vehicles is expected. Severe thunderstorm will be near Perry, Langsburg, and Maurice around 7:35. Owasso, Corunna, Bancroft, 7:45. Durand, 7:50. Lennon, 8 o'clock. New Lothrop, 8:10. Other locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include Juddville, Bennington, Shaftesburg, and Vernon. For protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Again, it's going to be 1-inch hail as the only threat. Also, we do not have any weather cameras really in this neck of the woods, so if you would like to sponsor a weather camera for Northern Ingham County or Southern Shiawassee County in general, feel free to reach out to us, contact@michiganstormchasers.com. Do appreciate if you do have a good view of the western horizon. Do appreciate it. But again, severe thunderstorm warning, new one coming in for Shiawassee County till 8:30 tonight. Also, if you know anybody that is in the Bath, Hazlet, especially the southern Shiawassee County area, now's a good time to share the stream with them. If you don't know anybody, feel free to hit that like button as well. As the follow button goes a long way, as well. Again, it all helps push us in the algorithm to your fellow Michiganders, so we can give out this severe weather information to the rest of you guys. But right now, the center of this hail core is right at Lansing Road, or old M78 at I-69 here north of Hazlet. So that's Lake Lansing area. It's traveling right up I-69 right now. It's going to be heading towards Perry within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Still 1-inch hail possible on this storm. And that's it. That's the only severe thunderstorm that we see in the entire state right now. We're also watching this Boeing segment down here south of Battle Creek, north of Athens. Just some gusty winds there right now, but nothing severe at the current time. Looking at the Charlotte cam behind the scenes right now, and it shows that it's just a little gusty out there. Some winds perhaps upwards of 40 to 50 in the non-severe warned part of this storm. So if you're in this line from Grand Ledge to Potterville to Charlotte, you're probably dealing with some pretty gusty winds right now, as we're seeing on our Charlotte cam. But it's not severe criteria. Still, it can bring down some trees, and so you do want to position yourself away from those west walls that have trees maybe up against them. Just keeping an eye on this lead cell here, right over Hazlet in Lake Lansing. Because again, it continues to show that kidney bean shape, and it's about to be interacted with from the line from behind. Also, another 1-inch hail report coming in from downtown Lansing. So again, it's always appreciated, those hail reports. It's not tornado, even if it isn't tornado damage, we do appreciate any sort of damage, wind, hail, tornadoes. All of these reports get sent right to the National Weather Service when we're able to do so, and so they're able to issue these warnings at a quicker rate, and they're able to perhaps go out and survey the following day if needed for some of these severe weather events. So don't delay in getting those severe weather reports in this evening. If you want to skip the process of sending them in to us so we relay them over to them, you can find the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids, so that would be West Michigan. National Weather Service Grand Rapids on X and Facebook. Their tag on X is at NWS Grand Rapids. Facebook, you just type in U.S. National Weather Service Grand Rapids, Michigan, and it should pop up. Shiawassee County, this storm is now entering your area. So your jurisdiction is the Detroit zone. So National Weather Service Detroit Pontiac is your go-to there. At NWS Detroit for severe weather reports. You can send into them on X if you have it. Yeah, no problem. Again, we're here to give you alerts as they come in. Again, we've done this all the way back through our previous severe weather events of 2025 and 2024. You guys probably remember the March 30th and the May 15th event of 2025. Going back to 2024, we covered the May 7th tornadoes of Portage and Colon. And of course, all the way back to 2023, our first couple of tornadoes that we ever covered was the Weberville tornado and the Perry tornado there in August of 2023. So we've done this a while, and we will never stop doing it for as long as we are around here for the entire state of Michigan, all 83 counties. Taking a zoomed out view at the state here real quick of just the radar in general. Again, this is your base reflectivity. So this is the intensity of the rain that's falling. Anywhere where you see the reds and the pinks, that's your heavy to rain and maybe even some hail falling in some locations. The greens, the yellows, and the blues is your moderate to lighter rain here across the state. You also can see some prefrontal cells trying to fire in Lenawee, Washtenaw, and Jackson County, and of course Oakland County as well. But the main line is stretching from Bad Axe down to Saginaw to Lansing to Kalamazoo and down towards the Coldwater region this evening. A lot of lightning out there, decent amount of instability with how moist it is today. And we will continue to see that throughout the overnight hours. Lightning and hail will be the main hazards as we go throughout the overnight hours. The tornado threat and wind threat will kind of, the wind threat is going to kind of stay consistent throughout the night. The tornado threat is going to continue to dwindle because we're losing our surface-based instability, and these storms are becoming less surface-based in nature. So that's good news. Tornadoes are slowly becoming a thing of the past for today, but we still have to watch out for wind and hail this evening here across primarily south central Michigan and perhaps even eastern Michigan here, as the odds are low but not zero for severe weather over there. Three Rivers right now just getting in a huge dumping of rain at the current time. Speaking of Three Rivers, I wanted to bring this to you guys' attention real quick. I think Ryan mentioned it on stream, but I do believe we are going to be setting up disaster relief here for those who are affected by the large tornadoes that did impact portions of southern Michigan this evening. For those, again, who are just checking in tonight for the first time and missed today, if you're out of the loop, we had 2 hours straight of one supercell crossing Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Calhoun County. This started in Edwardsburg, impacted Jones, Michigan, impacted Three Rivers, Mendon, Leonidas, and ended up finishing up near the Union City, Athens, Burlington, and Tecumseh region of far southern Calhoun County. And so we've already had and seen reports of some extensive damage of homes completely gone. Just to give you guys an example of some of the destruction that we've seen out there, and unfortunately some not so good situations with some of the injuries that we've been hearing from this area. So again, please keep everyone in southern Michigan that was impacted by these tornadoes tonight in your thoughts and prayers, if you do pray, of course. And again, this is thankfully the end of it for today. We should start to see our tornado threat become zero here by around 9 o'clock, completely zero out. But until that time comes, again, we're kind of still in that low but not zero risk, as I mentioned. But again, as I mentioned, we should have disaster relief coming on our page at some point here within the probably the next day or two. We'll get that set up, and they're working behind the scenes to get that set up right now. So follow the page, Michigan Storm Chasers Facebook. We'll have all the information over there. That's where all of our social media feed stuff will go first and foremost. We'll also try to cross-post over to Threads and X and Instagram as well, some of our other pages. Wow, I just saw a really decent lightning strike on the Charlotte cam here. I don't know, Ryan, if you're listening, but 7:38:54 p.m. for a huge lightning bolt on the Charlotte cam. And again, that's going to be the story for the rest of the night. It's going to be a lot of lightning out there. And of course, as I mentioned, some hail and some wind risk, but again, it's starting to diminish with this first initial line here at 7:40 p.m. on March 6th. Tomorrow morning, about 5 a.m., we'll see another line start to move in to West Michigan. That'll be primarily a damaging wind risk with that. So again, if you're up early tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. for West Michigan, that line will cross the state over the following 6 hours. So from 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to 10 to 11, it'll cross from West Michigan to Eastern Michigan. Chance of severe weather with that line, primarily damaging winds, and basically a less than 1% chance for tornadoes and hail as well. It's just going to be a damaging wind threat. So keep that in mind. And if you have a Midland weather radio, make sure to activate that tonight, especially if you're in West Michigan, just in case. If not, highly recommend. Again, we do get severe weather all the time here in Michigan. No strangers to tornadoes and damaging winds. So Midland weather radio may just save your life, especially if you are sleeping someday. And again, we can't come screaming into your room with our own notifications telling you to wake up and watch our stream. And so that's where Midland weather radios come in handy. So feel free to download a Midland weather or go purchase a Midland weather radio or any sort of weather radio that can receive these alerts here across the state of Michigan throughout the entire year. Mesoscale discussion, did I missed this one from earlier? No, it was just issued. Mesoscale discussion has been issued for the squall line that is crossing Indiana and Michigan. That's primarily for this section down here south of Lansing. And they are just mentioning that new updraft development with a squall line is draped from southern Michigan into northwest Indiana. Local radar imagery continues to show a few Boeing segments within the line. Support the potential for Boeing segments for severe damaging winds. Expect a gradual weakening trend as the squall line outpaces the access of better surface-based buoyancy, which is back off to the west. So basically, as these storms continue overnight and continue off to the east side of the state, it's outrunning its environment, essentially, is what that's saying. So as these storms head over into the Metro Detroit, they should start to show a decent weakening sign. But at the current time, that has not happened yet. Or at least it's started to, but it hasn't fully done it, I guess I could say. The storm with the hail is now into Perry. We'll go ahead and switch over to the DTX radar. We'll go road by road for the hail. So if you are right now in the Bath Road and Colby Lake Road area, that's where the strongest of the hail is falling. Britain Road, as well as near Shaftesbury Road and Fenner Road. Again, this is all to the north side of I-69. This is where the strongest of the hail is currently falling within this line of storms. Rotation in this line, hey, it's pretty much gone. So good news there. And yeah, it's just pretty much a damaging wind threat at the current time with a isolated hail threat. So hail, wind, small chances, chances of tornadoes continue to taper off over the next 80 minutes here in the state of Michigan. These storms are now impacting portions of Mendon, Leonidas, and eventually now Athens and Union City, which were previously impacted by the tornadoes that hit today. So if you are doing search and rescue in the Colon, Sherwood, Union City area, you need to be taking shelter inside if possible. Just stay out of the elements until this line passes. It's not severe, but again, lightning is happening tonight, and it's cloud to ground in nature, so you do want to be mindful of that. One strike and you're out is the saying there. Another good lightning bolt, by the way, on the Charlotte cam here behind the scenes. So again, one strike you're out when it comes to lightning. Some people have survived a strike of lightning before. They're very lucky. But for most people, you will not survive a lightning strike, especially a cloud to ground one. So please be careful out there. When it comes to the lightning this evening, and of course the hail as well, which right now the only hail threat is right on the north side of Perry in the Britain to Shaftesbury Road intersection there. Eventually this is going to be tracking up kind of close to Owasso and Durand. See if there's any other cities up here in the way. Got Bennington in this warning, Pittsburgh, Maurice, Shiawassee Town, Newburgh, Bancroft, Vernon, Corunna, and Middletown. Those are all also cities in the severe thunderstorm warning. Also going to be impacted by this 1-inch hail in the next 30 to 45 minutes. So if you're in Lansing right now, you're getting a nice downpour and some gusty winds. The line that's currently in Lansing right now is not technically severe warned, but it is producing quite a decent amount of rain. And in fact, there might be some flooding of low-lying areas about to happen here shortly, as we've seen one cell and then the main line impact the same area in a very short span. So could see a couple flood advisories pop in. Would not be surprised, but I think the main focus right now is making sure that these warnings get out of the state, and so the National Water Services around the state are focusing on their severe weather ops at the current time. Also want to take your attention down here. Let's see if I can get a closer view. That's a decent cell. Have a couple prefrontal cells right now in Lenawee and Washtenaw counties still. Some very broad upper level rotation near Onstead, about to cross over M50. Eventually heading towards the US 12 corridor. But again, it's very elevated, meaning it's really high up in the atmosphere, not really mixing to the ground at the current time. But as you can see, it has that backward C shape to it that we were talking about earlier today. We do have a new special weather statement coming in for Saginaw, Tuscola, Genesee counties. And this is going to be for almost severe hail. Strong thunderstorm will impact southwestern Tuscola and southeastern Saginaw and northwestern Genesee counties through 8:30 p.m. At 7:44, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Montrose or near New Lothrop, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Nickel-sized hail is possible, so that is the last stage before severe. So they're very close to issuing a severe warning for this portion of northern Genesee and southern Saginaw and southern Tuscola County here in the Thumb region. So again, that's kind of up here near Frankenmuth and Montrose. An extension of this storm right here is over Montrose right now. Go ahead and take another quick snack break here for 30 seconds. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to go ahead and loop this for you guys so you can see the full zoomed out view. Again, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Shiawassee County. That's in effect until 8:30 p.m. It's impacting Perry right now. Everything you see up and down this line is just heavy rain otherwise, with perhaps a couple bits of pea-sized hail and gusty winds mixed in. Okay, let's quick break there. Back to the storms. Watching some gusty showers right now. Southern side of this line. Again, as mentioned in the mesoscale discussion, we are still watching these Boeing segments down here in the southern half of Michigan. Calhoun County needs to be watched closely. Marshall region, some funkiness right there. You see the reds and the greens coming close together. So Marshall, central Calhoun County. Also down here towards Athens and Sherwood, where the tornado already came through earlier today. All some gusty winds and perhaps a little bit of a couple of notches within the storm that we do have to watch very closely as these storms continue to move off to the northeast. Otherwise, Shiawassee County is the place to be if you want to be in a severe thunderstorm warning. So shout out to you guys who are watching this evening. Is anybody that has been watching, if anyone has been watching since the first minute of this live stream, feel free to shout yourself out. And thank you for staying weather aware with us this evening and this afternoon. We are continuing to stay live until all of these warnings do expire. Right now, again, there's only one warning out there. And again, this is going to continue for 1-inch hail for the Perry, Owasso, Vernon, and Bennington area. Yeah, no problem, everybody. See a lot of people that have been here since 3:30 watching the stream. Thank you guys very much. Again, we are Michigan's #1 source for all things severe weather live streams. Severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings. We're always jumping live no matter the time of the year. You guys can think back to, gosh, was it last summer? We had that 11-hour stream covering severe thunderstorm warnings in the UP. That was quite the stream. If you guys remember Drew and I streaming all night. It was quite taxing, but as our motto states, we got you covered from beginning to end, and we're not ending the stream until all of these warnings have expired, which right now, as I mentioned, there's only one left. Oh, you may stay live until some of these storms do exhibit no more concern for perhaps some wind or some hail, but that is not yet. We are still watching these storms cross the state. Current time, 7:50 p.m. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma. I'm going to go ahead and switch my earpiece out because one is now dying. I got to put the other one in.
Joel, the Union reports that Union City is sounding sirens again, perhaps, for funnel clouds.
Somebody in chat was mentioning...
I'm also getting a third-hand report.
Yeah, somebody in chat was mentioning that too, that they were sounding the sirens again, and I out of the abundance of caution of what we've seen so far around the region today, it's probably not a bad idea. Looking at velocity here, you can see there's a lot of reds and greens close together, but it's all kind of all up and down the line, similar to what we've seen so far with the QLCS further north in that first line that's now up near Lansing. But if you're in the Grand Rapids, I see there's a couple comments from Grand Rapids. Again, if you're in Grand Rapids, you guys are good for now. Next line of storms will be 5 a.m.-ish, give or take. That's the first timing for the West Michigan side later tonight. I haven't checked the model runs. I don't know if that line is still expected to hit and in what capacity, since we've been busy since 3 o'clock. But prior to 3 o'clock, that was still what was expected from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. tomorrow morning, a second line moving through with the damaging wind risk. A slight trim to the severe thunderstorm warning right now. It's a tiny little corner has been taken away. But it continues primarily for all of southern and eastern Shiawassee counties. This is 1-inch hail if you're just tuning in and watching from Shiawassee County. It's quarter size. We're also watching a storm up here in Montrose that has 0.88-inch hail. I gotta turn on the special weather statements here. If they'll let me. And they will. Perfect. There we go. There's our special weather statement right there in that tan box. That is your nickel-sized hail between Montrose and Clio, heading up towards Birch Run. It's not a severe warning, but a special weather statement is the next step below a severe thunderstorm warning, so it's the precursor. Now we said severe thunderstorm watch is kind of the precursor, but a special weather statement is kind of a low-end sort of warning, essentially. It's like a heads-up sort of warning, where it's just below severe criteria. So a strong storm right now, heading towards the Clio area. We do have to keep an eye out on these cells that are in Oakland and entering Washtenaw County as well, just because of their isolated nature. But again, it's pretty cold over here, cold in quotation marks, for the warm front. In fact, it's ahead of the warm front, so I don't expect these to show their tornadic signs like the prefrontal storms did earlier. But again, we'll keep an eye on them. But yeah, if you're in Calhoun County, you're hearing the sirens right now. There's a little bit of rotation on radar up and down this entire line where these reds and greens come close together. But I'm not seeing tight rotation. I'm just kind of seeing these reds and greens kind of bypassing each other at the exact same time. But yes, these storms are moving off to the northeast. They are now speeding up. They're kind of up towards that 45 to 50 mile per hour range now in some instances. Yeah. So yeah, if you're hearing sirens, like I said, in Calhoun County, again, that's probably just for funnel clouds. I would imagine that's just going to be the only thing here. We're starting to really lose our low-level instability. There's still instability out there nonetheless, but primary focus right now is going to be that hail and wind. New severe thunderstorm warning coming in. Branson, St. Joseph counties. So as soon as I click over to the Detroit radar to check in on our cell in Perry, the new warning comes in for southern Michigan. I'm going to check in on Perry real quick. Looks like some gusts maybe trying to surge forward directly over Perry. If you're in Perry right now and it's windy, that is because we have a little bit of a low-level jet that's kicking in over town, causing the winds to gust out forward ahead of the storm. It's also interacting with that cell now. So that cell that was out in front of the line is now being engulfed in the line. And it's something we have to watch because funky things can happen. So if you're up near Bancroft and Durand and Vernon, this is heading your way right down I-69 throughout the next couple of minutes. So keep an eye on that one. Here's your new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. Check it out right here. It's right over the area. That was a point of reference earlier this afternoon. But here you go. National Weather Service Northern Indiana has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for East Central St. Joseph County and Northern Branch County in southwestern Michigan until 8:30 p.m. At 7:54, severe thunderstorm was located near Colon, or 12 miles west of Coldwater, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazards are 60 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Radar indicated. Roof damage, siding damage, tree damage, all possible. This also includes Interstate 69 in Michigan, between mile markers 16 and 21. Locations impacted include Coldwater, Union City, Colon, Girard, Sherwood, South Butler, Madison Lake, Hodunk, and Fairfax. Also, a tornado is possible with this storm. So that is, they always put it at the very end of the text here, so I have to wait to read it all the way through. But yes, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, 60 mile per hour winds, 0.75 inch hail, and the possibility of a quick spin-up tornado within this line here now near Sherwood in Union City. So the same area, kind of, sort of, that was impacted by the destructive tornado earlier this afternoon in the Union City area. So if you are here, make sure you're taking shelter if you're in this new orange box. Stay away from any trees that may come down, and of course, you want to be taking shelter inside if you can because of the lightning threat with the storm. There is no tornado warnings right now anywhere in the state, but there is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Branch County that has in the subtext tornado possible. So it's a severe thunderstorm warning primarily for the 60 mile per hour winds, but they added in the alternate text tornadoes possible with the storm. So be advised that a tornado can pop up quickly within this line of gusty winds. So again, this is what we mentioned by our tornado threat still not quite out of the woods yet. We're still kind of waiting to see the full low-level rotation got to go away. I mentioned earlier in the stream, 8 to 9 o'clock is when we start to see that completely fizzle out. So until we get to that 9 o'clock time frame, it's safe to say that we could still see some brief spin-up tornadoes along this line. Primarily right now south of 94. Anywhere north of that is kind of north of the warm front, and it's more of a hail and perhaps gusty wind threat. So keep an eye on it. It's tough to see. There's no really reds and greens, just a lot of reds. You can see some of these pockets here. Where you see the... Come on. There we go. You see some of these darker reds go underneath the brighter reds. That is some of that QLCS notching that we talked about here with the storms that were up in Allegan and Van Buren County earlier. So could see a couple spin ups here, possible, but again, right now it's just a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat. There's no tornado warning in effect right now, but again, it's in the subtext. It says a tornado is possible. They could pop up at any time within any severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect, especially for Branch County right now. So looking at all the polygons across the state, you can see there's 2 severe thunderstorm warnings outlined in orange. There's also a special marine warning, a special weather statement up there in Saginaw and Tuscola County. In fact, we now have another severe thunderstorm warning coming in. This one's going to be coming in for Calhoun County. The other box that you see on the screen here in pink, that is your severe thunderstorm watch. In the gray on the east side of the state, that is your dense fog advisory. So new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Calhoun County here. Heard it pop up on the screen. It's going to be the same exact sort of warning that is issued for the Northern Branch County area. Wait for the box to pop in here so you guys can see it. And there it is. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Calhoun County in south central Michigan until 8:45 p.m. At 7:58, a severe thunderstorm was located over Union City, or 10 miles northwest of Coldwater, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Hazards: 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Locations impacted include Albion, Marshall, Homer, Union City, Burlington, Marengo, Teconcha. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Hazards: again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 0.75-inch hail, and a tornado is possible within this line of storms. Again, it's not a tornado warning, but it is a storm. It's a severe storm that could produce a tornado at any time given the environment at play. There's not really any decent signs of rotation right now, except I will cut my words there. There has been an increase in rotation here directly over Webb Road at Clar Road, C-L-A-A-R. Again, that's where these brighter reds kind of come into play here. But again, no tornado warnings in effect. We are seeing some rotation start to increase in this section from the Bronson area up to Teconcha and perhaps even up into the Homer and Albion area. This area kind of looks more disorganized, at least from the Indiana radar. Switched over to the Grand Rapids radar to kind of check in here and see how that looks from there. And yeah, they are kind of watching, I think, these little cells right here just to the west of Springport, north of Albion. I'm going to go ahead and pull in our Albion Skycam. Trying to pull it in behind the scenes here. I don't know which direction I'm looking. Okay. Got it. Okay, I got my bearings straight now. So I am going to pull in our Albion Skycam here in just a second. Decent lightning showing up as well. So here you guys go. Here's the Albion Skycam courtesy of Calhoun County 911. And this is looking north right now towards I-94. So this is just south of it's right near 27 Mile Road at I-94. And it's looking north into these little couplets here that are showing up on screen. So you're looking directly north right now from Albion, on the west side of Albion. I'm just seeing a lot of lightning right now. Nothing that concerns me in terms of like power flashes or anything. So good news there. But we are watching rotation now right in north of Coldwater. I'm going to actually go ahead and take it back to our radar real quick because you can see it from the Grand Rapids radar. Here's your reds and greens close together. And it has been showing up now as well on our Indiana radar. So keep that in mind. We're going to be watching this little segment here over the next couple of minutes, as well as Calhoun County. So Calhoun County, Branch County, give you the 2 places to watch as we continue to move forward here. No tornado warnings in effect. Again, if you are just tuning in for the first time, at the bottom of the screen down there it says highest active alert. Highest active alert, if there's ever a tornado warning in effect, it'll be higher than a severe thunderstorm warning. So good news is highest active alert right now is only a severe thunderstorm warning. You can also see all active alerts scrolling at the bottom of the screen if I happen to not cover one at a certain time. So good news, no tornado warnings. Unfortunate news is we do have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect with a possible tornado tag on them here for Calhoun and Branch counties. These are the only warnings in the state besides Shiawassee County, which is in effect, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 1-inch hail. This is primarily traveling right down I-69 into Durand at the current time. And also we have some nickel-sized hail in the Clio, Birch Run, and Millington area. And it's 0.88 inches in diameter. That is not a severe warning, but is the next step below it. Anything you see in these pink boxes here, that is your severe thunderstorm watch, means conditions are on the tail for severe thunderstorms to develop in the coming hours. Severe thunderstorm warning means the conditions have come together and severe weather is ongoing. Charlotte is pronounced Charlotte here in Michigan. Yes, that is the correct pronunciation. Yeah, happy to be here. Why do the sirens go off if there's no tornado warning? So each county does it differently. So there's an educational moment with yours truly. This is why sirens are your last mode of severe warning, because they are, well, not supposed to be heard out. They're not supposed to be heard indoors. They're outdoor warning sirens for a reason. If you are close enough to hear them, congratulations. You can have that extra source of warning, but you should have other ways to receive warning besides the sirens. And again, each county does it differently. So for example, some counties do it just for tornado warnings, and some counties do it for every single severe thunderstorm warning and different warning type in the entire meteorological handbook. So keep that in mind. You just have to look up what your county or district or township's jurisdiction is and how that all goes about. Again, there's so many loops and stuff that you have to kind of look through to see what the policy is for your specific county. Again, there's so many districts, so many counties out there that it's hard to tell you which county does what for certain things. So I advise you to kind of check in with your county and see what the policy is for you guys. But again, it's better to have Midland weather radios, apps on your phone, the buddy system, so where you can check in on a friend, they can check in on you when it comes to severe weather. And just generally knowing before you go on a severe weather day, like we saw today here in the state of Michigan, it's going to put you at a greater confidence for staying weather aware than people who don't check in. So again, we've been watching this severe weather threat since, what was it, first or second of March now, and it is now March 6th, and it has come to fruition today here in the state of Michigan with what we've seen as significant tornadoes across the state. Those again happened between about 3 and 5:30 this afternoon. Since that point, we have kind of gone to more of a hail and wind threat at the current time. However, we do still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Or we do still have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, with 2 of them that do have the tornado possible tag on it. A lot going on, of course. We need this map to get clear soon, but we are going to be waiting for that to occur for a little bit now. We still have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Again, it's hard to speculate, again, because we are not engineers when it comes to damage surveys, but again, the damage that has been exhibited by some of the tornadoes that we've seen so far today across southern Michigan, it does put it up in the high echelon, some of these ratings here for at least the state of Michigan. Would not be surprised if it's a decent rating. But again, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, we may not know a actual guaranteed rating for some of these tornadoes because of how much damage they've done for perhaps weeks, maybe even months from now. So they'll give at least a preliminary rating at some point within the next week. But again, the engineers basically come together, and in some of these stronger tornadoes, they actually go out and visit the scene and do some like engineering tests on some of the house sites that got completely leveled. So Again, that's how they go and figure out these stronger rated tornadoes. And in the case here in Michigan, we don't see that often, but in a case like we saw today, that may be a possibility for some of the tornadoes that did hit earlier across southern Michigan. For those who are just tuning in, the severe thunderstorm warnings with the tornado possible tag on them are Calhoun and Branch County. If you're in St. Joseph County, the severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped. So Colon, you are no longer in it. So good news there. Rotation right now, it's tough to pick up on radar. We're looking for the reds and the greens. We're not seeing them right now, but from the Grand Rapids radar, it is centered right to the south of Tecontia. So Girard Road at Marshall Street is kind of where that general vicinity of where the rotation is on that storm in Branch County. And then we're just watching a bunch of different couplets now enter Jackson County that are weak in nature here from the Grand Rapids radar. I'm going to actually pull up the Grand Rapids radar behind the scenes just to keep it in the back of my stream. But yeah, the center of the rotation is right over Girard. Oh, there it is, right there. 8 and Girard, that's where you see the center of the rotation. So this is going to be Dayberg Road at I-6, sorry. Yeah, Dayberg Road at, what's the crossroad here? Lutz Road and I-69. So that is the center of the rotation. Be advised, a quick spin-up tornado is possible here with this storm. This will be heading off towards the direction of Butler and Litchfield if it can maintain its strength. I'm going to go ahead and pan around the Albion Skycam here, just to behind the scenes. Just make sure I'm not missing anything. So back up into, we'll go over to the Detroit radar real quick, just check in on these storms up here in Shiawassee County. You guys can actually see this right now in Gaines and Byron. There's a little bit of a surge forward in this line of storms. When we see these surges like that, that is a sign of some stronger winds perhaps starting to pan out across the area. So Byron and Gaines, it's over you guys right now. If this continues to surge out in this Boeing segment, it's going to be over Duffield Road immediately, followed by Bird Road, followed by Seymour Road, and it's going to continue towards Linden and Lake Fenton and Fenton proper here in the coming minutes. Latest scan does continue to produce perhaps some very strong winds here as they're now crossing through Byron. I'm seeing a pixel. This dark blue pixel here is 69 miles per hour at 1,300 feet off the ground. So Chahocta to Byron, some perhaps severe winds moving in, heading towards the Linden area. So now this is starting to impact a very higher population portion of the state. We do have a camera in Fenton. I will go ahead and get that queued up behind the scenes here so I can have that ready. Lightning is already flashing there. A lot of traffic out there tonight in the Fenton area. If you are in Linden and Fenton, you need to be on alert now for some strong to severe winds perhaps moving your way. You can see this Boeing segment right here as denoted by the blues inside of the greens. So again, Linden, Fenton, Argentine, Lake Fenton. It's a very populated portion of extreme southern Shiawassee County. This is heading your way within the next 15 minutes. Again, very populated center. Feel free to advise those who you know that are living in the area that there is something heading your way. Speaking of the flooding risk, as I mentioned, in the Lansing area, there is your flood advisory for Ingham County. Popping up the bottom of the screen. And that is going to be for basically all of East Lansing and Lansing proper, as well as Okemos and Holt and Hazlitt. So again, we're watching this Boeing segment right here. Linden, Lake Fenton, and Fenton. This is your heads up now. We have some gusty winds that are starting to surge your way into this portion of the state. To the north, not much going on up there. Looks like our hail threat's starting to subside, starting to become more of a wind threat. We'll go ahead and go back to the Grand Rapids radar, check in on Calhoun and Jackson County. Again, winds are starting to surge forward here from Parma up to Eaton Rapids. Eaton Rapids, Springport, Parma. This is some gusty winds here within this line. And of course, we do have some weak rotation right now north of Coldwater, heading up between Homer and Litchfield, kind of the same areas that were impacted by the storms earlier this evening. Also, storms all the way back down towards Bronson, Sturgis, along this US, excuse me, this US 12 corridor, all the way down to Edwardsburg and Niles. So we could see some more flood advisories pop up here, perhaps even some flash flood or flood warnings that could pop up with this training lines of storms throughout Cass and St. Joseph County throughout the evening. So be advised, could see some flooding on roadways as we go into the overnight hours tonight. Also have that one little cell in Bridgewater in Washtenaw County that has continued to just be a nuisance for the Clinton and Manchester region, and it's continuing to just go off to the north here. We'll keep an eye on it as this continues off to the east. Trying to figure out whether or not this is actually going to mix to the ground or not. But this is still exhibiting 60 to 65 mile per hour winds at now 1,200 feet off the ground. So we'll have to see as these winds get closer to the radar site whether or not these winds are actually mixed into the ground. So if you have any reports in the Silver Lake Road area to the east of Byron, let us know what you guys are feeling in terms of the wind out there, and I guess what you're seeing as well. But again, don't go looking for downed trees if these winds are coming towards you. You do not want to be hurt by this, by these damaging winds as they roll in. So again, if you know anybody that lives in the Linden, Fenton, Lake Fenton area, far northern Livingston County as well, Chahocta, that is going to be you guys here in a second, where some strong to maybe severe winds are pushing in, as denoted by our velocity on radar. So when I hover over these blues with my mouse, at the bottom of the screen it says what the wind speed is at this height in the atmosphere. So 1,200 feet off the ground, 61 to 65 miles per hour. That again is severe limits here for any severe weather. Criteria for severe winds is 60 miles per hour for those who need a refresher, and for hail, 1 inch in diameter is the severe criteria for that. But again, the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Shiawassee County, and the storm has pretty much left that box. So could pretty much say you're in the clear now if you're in Shiawassee County. Sorry, I meant to say southern Genesee County, Linden, Lake Fenton, and Fenton area. That's what I meant to say. Shiawassee County is further to the west. If you're in far southern Genesee County, that is going to be you guys here. Lake Fenton, Linden, and Fenton, as well as Argentine, here in the next 15 to 30 minutes. No wind yet, just heavy rain. Thank you for the report. I have not checked in on chat behind the scenes here because I know there's a lot going on behind the scenes. I have not been in the loop in terms of all of the damages coming in, all the injury reports and stuff and whatnot. I'll catch up probably once this stream is done tonight. But again, you guys who are impacted by the tornadoes earlier today, still will be in my thoughts and prayers tonight here. Somebody was typing in or somebody was talking in my chat there. Somebody was in my ear. Who was that and what'd you say? (10-4). Ben reporting some very heavy precip in the Bronson area. He is down here heading into Coldwater. You can see his dot right there in the bottom of the screen. Severe warning just off to the north at the current time. Rotation right now appears to be in the Homer and Litchfield area, as well as far northeastern corner of Branch County, where these kind of greens and blues kind of clump close together like that. So keep an eye on it. We do have a special weather statement that just came in, and that is going to be for this cell that is in Washtenaw County. Go ahead and actually pull up the Ann Arbor sky cam here at the airport. Do have a view here in just a second. Special weather statement now in effect for central Washtenaw County. Special weather statement is a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. Strong thunderstorm will impact eastern Washtenaw through 9 p.m. Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm at 8:16, moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour, 30 miles per hour wind and half-inch hail are possible with this storm. And that is the only hazards. Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti, Saline, Canton, Salem, Dixboro, Whitmore Lake, Barton Hills, Pittsfield Township, and Delhi Mills are all in this new special weather statement for this cell entering Ann Arbor. And our Ann Arbor cam does have it. Off to the right side of the screen. In fact, did I just lose the feed? I did just lose the feed. Okay. So we just lost the feed there for our Ann Arbor cam. That's unfortunate timing, but I'll keep it back on the Fenton cam here behind the scenes so I can see it. Keep an eye on that storm. The severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun County has been dropped, and so the only severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now is for Northern Branch County. Once again, this is the only warning in the state, but we'll probably see, I would imagine, maybe a warning or statement come in here soon for Linden. Still watching this line of gusty showers moving in. I'll go back to the chat here. This is Linden, Owen, except for some thunder. It's pretty calm. Okay, well, that's good. If it's calm, that means these winds are not mixing down to the surface, and it's a good thing too, because we are now at 1,100 feet off the ground, and these winds are still at 67 miles per hour there. Argentine and Linden area. So this is going to be right over Silver Lake Road still at the Glen Hat Road interchange or intersection, I guess you could say. So it's 1,100 feet off the ground. So again, fingers crossed that it's not mixing all the way to the ground. But again, let us know here in chat if it is. These clouds at the Fenton cam are moving really quickly right now. Here's our Fenton cam, by the way, courtesy of C-Tech IT Solutions. Right there at Fenton. Some of you guys may notice this location. It may be really familiar to you guys. But that is looking to the southwest, and here comes the clouds rolling in right now. And here comes the wind, too. There's the camera starting to shake. That is the edge of the gust front as it's now rolling in here to Fenton. Boy, those clouds are moving quick. There's also a gym next door here at the C-Tech camera. And so you see a lot of people walking in and out of that building next door. They probably want to get to their cars pretty quickly here, because here comes that wind, and very, very quickly. Also starting to see some lightning there. Going to be watching the right side of the screen for any sort of maybe power flashes due to the strong winds. We're kind of waiting to see if this is actually mixing to the ground. It's going to be hard to determine whether or not it's lightning versus a power flash. So again, watching this very, very closely. Again, this is our Fenton cam as our strong winds start to move in. If you are in Fenton right now, you need to be watching out for these winds as they come in.
I'll say this, Joel. The line here could be a lot worse than what it is right now.
Oh, absolutely.
The fact we don't have that many warnings out there is a very good sign. I like to see that.
Yeah, just take a look at my the Fenton cam here, though, you can see how fast those clouds are moving at about 1,000 feet off the ground. That is definitely a sign of what we're seeing on radar here, of 60 to 65 mile per hour winds at about 1,000 feet off the surface right now in the Fenton and Linden area. While we watch these winds roll into Fenton, feel free to hit that like button and, of course, the follow or subscribe button, depending on what channel you're watching on. If you are new here and live in the state of Michigan, we welcome you with open arms as part of the MSC family. We'd love to have you for more live streams in the future, so as always, hit that follow button. Rain now starting to fall here on our CTEC cam in Fenton. Also going to go ahead and switch back to the radar real quick so I can give you guys an update. These winds right now directly over the Owen Road area at Eleanor, about to cross over US 23. I think most of these winds are indeed elevated. Otherwise, we would see that severe thunderstorm warning pop in at the current time. So while we can see these gusty winds about 1,000 feet above our heads, they're not transitioning to the ground. That is a good sign. Want to keep it that way. But still, it is kind of gusty out there. We're seeing some of these flags on some of these cams and some of the trees swaying a little bit. So while it may not be 60 mile per hour winds, you could still see 30 to 40 within this line as it rolls through the state. And also, for the first time since 3:05 this afternoon, we no longer have any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings in effect anywhere in the state. We've made it to that point where that is definitely it's a sign of a downtrend here this evening. Still obviously have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect. Again, a watch is the step before a warning. It means ingredients on the table for severe weather to pop up. But it hasn't yet, essentially. So round of applause for everyone in chat that has made it through it tonight. We got a little bit to go here. We'll continue to watch these storms as they roll off to the east. But right now, nothing severe. So we're just kind of watching the pretty colors roll across the screen. There's also a couple special weather statements in effect for some decent sized hail, including Ann Arbor. I see requests for the Burton cam. We'll go ahead and pop that in real quick. There's your Burton cam, courtesy of Guardian Technologies. Good amount of lightning there. This is looking south. Rotation over Girard has kind of weakened for those who are curious. Again, no warnings in effect. The tornado possible tag, severe thunderstorm warning is no longer in effect. There is still some kinks in the line, but right now nothing that is warned. We'll keep an eye on it. At the current time, everything is pretty elevated.
No surprise, Joel, but NWS out of northern Indiana is planning surveys for Union City and surrounding areas tomorrow.
You said Union City and surrounding areas?
Correct.
Gotcha. Yeah, they're going to have a lot to survey because they got to go all the way back to Edwardsburg, too.
We had damage in Niles as well. They're going to have to track that thing back quite a ways, I believe, and see how many times it either lifted or touched down, or if it was all one continuous path. Like, I'm not sure, honestly. I'm sure it lifted at some point, but we'll have to kind of see how many tornadoes get confirmed out of it and what the ratings are. And as Joel's mentioned several times tonight, it may take several days, maybe weeks, before we get a final rating on this tornado or on some of these tornadoes, because when you have these intensity and these strength of tornadoes, it's very difficult to, analyze it and form an opinion and, a structural engineering standpoint and get things correct in a short amount of time. So don't be shocked if you don't hear anything as far as an official rating for several days, if not a couple weeks.
Go back to full screen here.
My camera is on. Should be on, actually. I've been...
You've been lurking.
Yes, I've been lurking. I wouldn't say lurking, honestly. It's more so overhearing in the background and trying to keep the back end of things in line.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of content probably on the page by now. I haven't checked in forever.
Yeah, there's a lot. We're working on a lot of stuff right now.
Gotcha.
Also, we do have an Amazon wish list set up for those of you who would like to donate to disaster relief efforts of today's storms. So what happens is you go to the Amazon link, you purchase an item off of it, and it'll get shipped to our office, which is ironically in Three Rivers. It's also out of power right now. I think that tornado actually missed our office by about a half mile to a mile, Joel.
Wow.
It was very, very close. So we'll collect all those donations, and then over the next couple of days, since we're so close and this is pretty much local to us, we'll go ahead and deploy those to the impacted cities that need them. We have things like essential foods, diapers, flashlights, batteries, water on there as well. We have a lot of stuff on there. If you guys would like us to add something, drop a comment. Feel free to suggest some stuff to us. We'll add it as long as it makes sense. This is kind of thrown together, within an hour or so. So I might have missed something with the heat of the moment of the day and stuff. So don't be shy to suggest other stuff.
You said, was Matt okay? I know you said something about Matt being in the line of fire.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I didn't know. I mean, that tornado, like I said, crossed about a half mile to a mile from our office. I've had to guess. So Matt was at the office there, but as far as I knew, he was actually with Alex. And they, when that storm approached, about 5 minutes until it hit, they were out getting a view on it, and they were able to watch it go into town. So
Gotcha.
They were both safe.
That's good. I tend to believe that our Safety Glasses USA camera was directly impacted by that tornado as well.
So here's going to be the interesting thing. We have cameras at our office as well. We have like 3 or 4 cameras that would have picked something up. We also have the Centerville cam, and we also have, like you said, the Safety Glasses cam in Three Rivers. If we can get power back on in about 4 to 6 days, we'll be able to go back and play back. So let's hope power is restored within about a week or so, because if not, we might lose that footage.
And that footage, for those who are curious, is very useful for when they're doing damage surveys, especially for the National Weather Service. If you send them in, you can sometimes picture or use seconds on the footage essentially to figure out the terminal velocity on some of the stuff that's flying across the screen, for those who are curious how they actually rate some tornadoes sometimes. So in some cases, some of that footage could be used to find out the final rating of these tornadoes. And again, most important point right now is making sure everyone's okay. But the days to come, they'll start to take, of course, all of your guys' information. I know a lot of you guys here that are watching the stream have overflown our inbox with damage reports this evening. We appreciate you guys so much. But again, those will all be fed over to the National Weather Service so they can do what they need to do for their surveying efforts here as they move throughout the weekend and into early next week. We do not have any cameras in Lansing, so if you guys would like to sponsor a camera in Lansing, again, feel free to reach out to us. We also had a new special weather statement come in while we were talking here, Ryan. It's going to be for Genesee, Lapeer, Oakland County. 8:30 p.m. Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Burton to Holly to Fenton. Movement was east at 50. Winds in excess of 40 miles per hour, and it's radar indicated. So some of these winds are gusting down to the surface, just not the 60 mile per hour winds that we're seeing at about 1,000 feet off the ground. So good news there. Still gusty, still could bring down a couple power lines. You do want to be on alert here. And for timing wise, Holly, Davidson, Goodrich, Ortonville is going to be 8:35. Lapeer, Hadley, 8:40. Metamora, 8:45. Oxford and Dryden, 8:55. Imlay City, Elmont, and Lum around 9 o'clock. So again, that is this line right up here in Lapeer County. Kind of see this gusty line of showers and storms that goes from Linden all the way up to Lapeer. 40-mile-per-hour winds is the velocity on these storms right now. And that is the only hazard. They are not talking about hail at all with this line of storms. Atlas, Goodland, Township, Lakeville, Davisburg, Attica, Elba, Rankin, Holly State Recreation Area, Rose Center, and Lake Orion also included in this special weather statement. Holy Facebook comments. Oh my goodness. They all just came in at the same time.
If you guys can see our chat, it's like a literal scroll. You can't.
Wow.
You guys are insane in a good way.
No, yeah, we appreciate you guys' support, whether you like, share, comment. It all means a lot. And again, it helps out your fellow Michiganders because, again, we've had here in like our super chats, we saw here from one of our super chats saying they had no source of alerts or warning and they were able to share our stream with someone that was in the Three Rivers area. And so, again, that means a lot, especially if you don't know anybody down there. A like and a share does go a long way. So, again, thank you guys so much for all the support you've shown this evening in terms of getting our stream out there when the situation was pretty dire for a short while. But we got you covered, and we truly mean that from beginning to end when any severe storms strike here across the state of Michigan. CTEC cam is just a bunch of rain right now, so that is that. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the alerts once again so you guys can see the special weather statements. Those are the only alerts out there. Ann Arbor's one of them, and this tan box up here for Lapeer in northern Oakland County is the other one. Again, winds of 40 for this northern one, and hail is going to be the southern one, this little cell down here in Ann Arbor. And that hail is, what did it say here? 0.5 inches in diameter and 30-mile-per-hour winds, so half inch. Going back to some of our super chats from earlier, speaking of which, I just wanted to continue to read through some of them here. Last one I left off with was We Meet at Midnight with a $5 super chat saying stay safe and I hope everyone's okay. We definitely hope so as well. DNVID upgraded their membership to EF3. Dawn Kelly, EF1 member. $5 super chat from Relaxed Gamer and a $10 super chat from Relaxed Gamer. Hillsdale is now safe for sure. Thank you so much from earlier. $5 super chat from Falling439 saying prayers for Union City. Thank you for the nonstop coverage all year round. You guys rock. No problem, Falling. And of course, definitely prayers out for Union City tonight, as well as all the other areas that were surrounded or that were impacted by this tornado. Green Frogger back for month number 7. Macomb County, it's in the upper 30s. Could we see a tornado? Not likely. More of a wind and hail threat over there, and honestly more just of a wind threat as we go throughout the overnight hours. So thank you so much, Green Frogger. Heather, EF0 member. Ann Walk back through month number 9, saying thank you for what you do with a Purple Heart. No problem. Happy to be here for you guys in all situations. Trudy with a $4.99 super chat saying, will there be a tornado watch issued soon for the coming storms? The answer is no. We saw a severe thunderstorm watch. That was probably the right way to do it. It was a little bit late, of course, but again, that's the Storm Prediction Center's job in Norman. We also have Steve, EF0 becoming an EF0 member. A $2 super chat from W33B Trash asking, how do you tell where a warm front or a cold front is? It's a good question. So we look at our surface plots here. If you take a look at the map, it's really, really hard to see, but if I circle it right here, Jackson has a little MEDAR station that shows your current temperature and dew point. It's 57 degrees with a dew point of 56. You go down to Hillsdale, it's 64 with a dew point of 59, 66 with a dew point of 59 in Coldwater. And so you kind of just point out where the difference in wind direction and a sudden jump in temperature is on the map for a warm front. And on a cold front, we don't really have a good example of that right now, but you would see a strong west wind coming in and those temperatures dropping off suddenly there, hence why it's called a cold front. So good question. But we just look at the surface plots on the map and kind of eyeball it as to which cities the warm front is on or in between. Again, for those who are just tuning in, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. We're kind of just chilling right now, watching a couple strong storms across the state. Velocities right now along this line, nothing too concerning. We're just watching a little bit of a hail producer in Warden and a wind producer heading towards Oxford, technically over Ortonville and Village of Clarkston right now, as well as Lapeer, and eventually Metamora here in the next 5 minutes. Back to the super chats here. Red Dozier, back for month number 21, saying shout out to all the mods for doing what they do. If I had to do it, some people would be getting spankings. Thanks, mods. Nope. They do appreciate that very much. And again, thank you, Red Dozier, for your continued support. And again, shout out to the mods here. They've had their hands full this evening with all you guys in chat. We've had a lot of people tonight. And again, we're happy to be here for you guys as a source of weather information. Also, Summer, back from month number 20, also saying thank you, staff and mods, for all the hard work you've done. Happy to do it. Also, for those who are subscribed here on YouTube, Red Dozier and Fun Times gifted 10 memberships earlier. So as long as you're subscribed on YouTube, you have been gifted, courtesy of those 2 individuals. Patricia saying with a $4.99 super chat, thank you, Joel, and all the chasers and the mods. MSC is our go-to for severe weather events. No problem. Thank you for being here and being an active follower. Megan, back for month number 15, saying thank you for keeping us safe. Prayers for all. Ditto to that statement, absolutely. And also a $20 super chat saying thank you so much for everything you do. Your kind hearts and caring for others keep us safe. Prayers for all affected by the earlier tornadoes. Also, Tara and Lexi Myers becoming EF0 members. Behind the scenes, all of our chases are pretty much done for the night. Rightfully so. Again, a lot of them have seen some of the firsthand destruction and unfortunate scenes from across southern Michigan with these tornadoes today. And so they have headed home. Again, these storms are pretty much all below severe limits at the current time. We do have a couple strong storms remaining out there. We would not be surprised to see another severe thunderstorm warning pop up here soon, especially along this line. It's in Jackson County and maybe up near Oakland County, where those winds are gusting to 40 right now. But at the current time, we're starting to lose more and more of that instability, which is a good sign. Again, that instability is our storm fuel for these storms throughout the rest of the night. But don't let your guard down, because tomorrow morning we do still have we do still have a chance. I guess I'm thinking about pickles or something. We do still have a chance of severe weather tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. through 11 a.m. I know Julie will really like what I just said there.
Oh, I know. I was thinking the exact same thing. Joel, you're not going to be around for the morning hours. It's going to be on me.
That's correct. You got Ryan with you tomorrow.
Looking at models, I'm thinking my window of sleep is going to be from about 10 to maybe 3 or 4. I might have a good window, you think?
You should.
Fingers are crossed, because I am physically drained. I'm also a little mentally drained from today. I think kind of we all are. It kind of goes from Joel to the entire team. And also, shout out to Joel above me here. He's been rocking this mostly solo today with the coverage. So kudos to him. Also kudos to the mods and our chasers as well. It's not too often we get these days of high-end intensity in Michigan. So a little unexpected today in terms of the intensity, although we did forecast the risk for tornadoes. I don't think anybody really expected to go this big. So I guess kudos to everybody around, but also the work is not done. We have a duty to also help out our fellow Michiganders, and we will be doing that next couple of days with disaster relief. So let's keep our fellow impacted Michiganders in our thoughts and prayers. And if you can help, feel free to help. If you can't, feel free to share. Hopefully, we don't have to go and talk about more severe weather here tonight, although this line has a couple more counties left to clear over on East Michigan. I'm looking at the DTW radar, Joel, on the velocity. It looks like in the northern part of Jackson County, just south of Stockbridge, a little bit of a pocket there, perhaps, of maybe some gustier winds near Grass Lake there as well. Yeah, you're looking at that one. I'm looking more so up towards Stockbridge, too. A little bit of a gust front there heading up toward Pinckney. Yeah,
Yep.
right there. No, a little bit of a gust front to the south there, a little blob of green. A little bit of a burst of wind there, but that could be a little bit of a gusty wind threat as it pushes into northern Washtenaw and southern Livingston County. Otherwise, I don't see anything too concerning. And that goes all the way up here to Sandusky, where the top of the line is, all the way down to the Ohio border, down by Hillsdale.
It's a very slinky looking line. A bunch of different S's in here. A lot of different Boeing segments too. So we definitely still got to keep an eye on those Boeing segments because that's where the gustiest of the winds will gust out. But right now we only have special weather statements in effect, which, for those who are curious, is a step below severe. We also have a merging cell right now with a line right over Fenton. Could be a hail producer briefly. We have to watch how that interacts with the line as well in terms of wind. But that is currently ongoing right in the Fenton and Holly area. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Highest active alert listed there at the bottom of the screen is a severe thunderstorm watch. I guess technically it's a special weather statement because that's kind of the what's happening now. But again, severe thunderstorm watch in effect, and that is through 11 p.m. primarily for our counties that you see there in pink. And they'll probably be expired early here as this line of storms is now leaving the severe thunderstorm watch. Also back to some of our super chats. I'm kind of just chipping away at some of them here. Again, we do appreciate you guys so much for all the super chats that you sent. Again, apologies we couldn't get to them all earlier because of our severe weather coverage. That does take top priority, but we do our best to get to them at the end of the stream or near the end when it's, like this, where there's no severe warnings in effect and there's not much to talk about. So going to our super chats here, again, it's over on YouTube. Feel free to drop one here in chat if you do feel the need. Andy Steghois, I think is how you pronounce it. I'm sorry if I butchered that, with a $300 super chat. Thank you very much, Andy.
Well, thank you, Andy.
That we'll probably use that for some of our disaster relief too, when it comes to what we're doing here for those who are affected by the tornadoes that did hit Three Rivers, Union City area, and surrounding areas. So again, I appreciate it.
Also, Joel,
much.
I do want to bring up that we do have confirmed damage in Niles as well. So Niles was impacted.
Okay. Sounds like that's where it started then.
I think the official was like between Niles and Edwardsburg, but it was officially officially confirmed or deemed as Niles. So
yeah,
I'm assuming closer to that.
Right.
Also, I'm sorry for interrupting you, Joel, but I do want to say thank you guys so far for your support. I'm looking at the wish list here. You guys are blowing it up. Biggest need right now that I'm scrolling through here. Looks like we have a lot of crackers, peanut butter, tuna, and flashlights. We don't have a lot of formula, diapers, or any of the odds and ends like gloves. Blankets are on there as well. I only have 4 of those bought. There's a couple things, if you guys can see that we need and has. If you guys are purchasing stuff, please, if you can, purchase something that we don't have much of. See, a lot of people are going for the popular items that are a little bit more common, but we do need all these items on this list here. So would appreciate it if you guys could strategically buy stuff, if that makes sense.
I do have a couple of people in chat here asking about the links to either donate directly for money or through the Amazon wish list, if you want to drop that in chat.
I can drop the wish list link in chat. I know our mods on YouTube are doing it as well, but I know Facebook, I can go ahead and give it into the Facebook chat here for you guys. Let me hop on to our software real quick and get this done. I'll just go to Facebook, actually. Easier that way.
Quick update on the winds while I was doing that. Gusty winds now starting to enter western Washtenaw County near Chelsea, Grass Lake. Again, no special weather statement there. It's just kind of normal gusty winds along the line. 40-mile-per-hour winds continue into Oxford, Imlay City, and Lum for that special weather statement there. Otherwise, we're watching a small hail threat here in the Warden area heading up into Northville and Novi, where 96 will eventually come into play. Back to you.
Oh, back to me. I didn't know I was leading.
No, I know you were talking about like the links and stuff.
I just put it out in a Facebook chat for you guys there. The donation link. So it's a little bit weird. We just actually had a website redone. It actually just went live yesterday, but it's not like complete yet. So for right now, the best way to donate, you can do it on the website. It's a little bit hard to get to though. Best way to do it, if you have Venmo, you can Venmo us, and our username is @MichiganStormChasers. That's the easiest way if you have Venmo. On the website, though, if you go to MichiganStormChasers.com, you can click. This is new to me as well, so bear with me. I'm going to go do it myself here. Walk through it. If you click on our website, you're going to see a support tab. There should be a Get Involved button that pops up, and there should be a button that says Donate to MSC. And from there, it pops up a Let's Connect card. I'm going to try this myself to see what happens, because I know a lot of people are complaining about this. I'm not sure if it's set up properly. Maybe that's why people are complaining.
Ryan, check chat G and let me know if that's information that needs to be shared right now or not.
Chat G?
Yep.
Okay. No, absolutely not.
Okay.
We've been requested to not discuss that.
Okay, sounds good. Going back to some of your guys' nice comments here in the stream. Again, we appreciate all of you guys so far for the donations and stuff. Noel, Jamie, Ladybug, all becoming members or back for month number 11 for Ladybug. Storm Chaser Jenny gifted the membership. KC48446, member for month number 12, saying awesome job. Thanks, MSC. It's really foggy here in Pontiac. And you guys have been dealing with some of that dense fog all day long. It has to do with some of the lake water out there. Again, appreciate you guys. Webbes, welcome to becoming an EF0 member. Red Dozier, another $20 super chat saying, just had to say thanks one more time, MSC team and mods. You all rock. Now it's all time for doggy snuggles. Stay safe, everybody. Again, thank you so much, Red, for your support as always. And again, enjoy those doggy snuggles. Kimberly with a $19.99 super chat saying, couldn't donate through the disaster relief link, so here you go. Thank you very much, Kimberly. We'll go ahead and write that down for sure. Anxious, $9.99 super chat saying, anything look threatening for Southline right now? Not really. You guys should be good there. We'll let you know if there's any warnings that pop up, of course, firsthand here on our live stream. Also have Kevin upgrading the membership to EF2. Quake Cat with a $49.99 super chat saying, thoughts and healings to those affected by today's severe weather. A bit of help as well. Thank you very much with some heart emojis. Thank you very much, Quake, as well as $49.99 super chat from Jen Cromwell saying, thank you guys for what you do, and I hope none of us ever need direct help aside from warnings and forecasts. Please make sure to take care of yourselves too. That means a lot. Again, we will do our best to mentally reset here once the stream is done tonight, for sure. Thank you very much as well. Artesia, $5 super chat saying, snack break. I did get my snack break. I still have snacks that's been sitting here for the last 3 hours, including some cheese. So I've been snacking away slowly.
Just to clarify, guys, if you're trying to donate via Venmo, our username is the full spelled out Michigan Storm Chasers. So if there's other accounts that are similar to that, it's probably not us. We are spelled out the entire name, Michigan Storm Chasers, as our username.
Oops.
Also, for the website direct donation, that link does not work. So you guys are not crazy. It just does not work. That's largely due to the fact that we have our new website. So we will fix that.
I'm going to go ahead and remove the Venmo because I have that as just MI Storm Chasers. So I'll go ahead and remove that because I have that scrolling at the bottom.
I believe that's still active, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
So I didn't want to say it.
I'll remove it for now just just so it's not accidentally.
If I recall correctly, that was the original account that
Got
we
it.
switched over.
Your logo on Venmo gave it away. Okay. Lucy Pelletier, 99.99 super chat, saying you guys are amazing and you have no ideas how much we appreciate you. Thank you very much, Lucy. Again, we appreciate you guys for tuning in and keeping us company through the thick and the thin of today so far. Crystal, $5 super chat. After the main line goes by, severe weather done for the night. I'll say for now, again, 5 a.m. We may see another line move in for West Michigan. And again, this is going to be West Michigan, and then eventually moves over to the east side of the state through the late morning hours, and eventually done by noon. So again, thank you for that. Hopefully that helps out with planning for tomorrow. Deb and Lori, welcome to the team as EF0 members. Michael Robinson, upgraded or back for month number 20, saying hail chance for storm rolling into Jackson. It was really small. Again, there's more of a wind risk with that one. Hopefully you're able to stay safe there. Artesia, $5 super chat, saying the warnings have cleared. Absolutely, good news there. M Shooter, 4.99 super chat. Thank you very much. As well as Joey. Next round, early morning. What's the thinking on that? Again, 5 a.m. Darlene, EF1 member here. Thank you very much. Sue P, back from month number 15, saying thank you for all you do. Prayers up for everyone affected and impacted by the storms today, chasers included. Definitely echo that statement there for sure. Rochelle Reese, coming EF0 member. Pug with a $4.99 super chat, asking what EF were the tornadoes, and is Macomb good tornado-wise? Macomb, you should be good tornado-wise. Do you have to watch out for gusty winds, perhaps a little bit of small hail with these storms as they approach. But you guys are pretty stable due to the fact it's been cold all day over there. So could see some hailstones, if anything, but no tornadoes. And again, EF ratings will be determined in the days and weeks to come. Some of the damage that we've seen has been similar to that of some of the stronger tornadoes that we've seen, at least over in the Great Plains and stuff like that. So not often that we see damage like we saw today, but it's definitely higher end. We will say that right now. Missy, back for month number 20, saying, hi guys, you did a great job today. Keep it up. Thank you very much, Missy. Bart, $10 super chat, saying appreciate the coverage. Happy to be here for you, Bart. Blue Collar, back for month number 21, saying been a while. Thanks, y'all. No problem, Blue. Mud Pie, $4.99 super chat, saying, yeah, it's crazy down here. So many apartments were damaged. I'm just lucky it skipped me. I'm glad you're safe there. Mud Pie, appreciate you for tuning in as well. Hopefully everyone else around you is okay. Kendall, 1999 super chat. My brother and I are part of the Southern Baptists. Is actually leave, and we're on standby to head out. Keep us in your prayers if we get called out. Sounds good there, Kendall. Shane, $10 super chat. What link is best for donating to support storm recovery? Thank you, MSC, for all that you do. I'd probably say the Amazon wish list at the current time. You're muted, Ryan.
Amazon or Venmo would be the best way.
There you go. Confirmed it's just the full out spelling for now. Got it. Unconfirmed report here, 499 super chat from Mud Pie, saying, don't know if anyone has known, but down in Three Rivers, some of the railroad tracks there were damaged. I'm not sure if you mean like the crossings or the rails themselves, but we would not be surprised either way. $50 super chat from Mercenary Maiden, saying you guys are also amazing. Thank you for being so diligent and caring to our community. Stay safe this season. No problem, Mercenary, and thank you so much for your support here at MSC. It means a lot. Julie with a $10 super chat here, one of our mods, saying to donate monetarily for relief efforts. Venmo is at Michigan Storm Chasers. Thank you so much, everyone. And again, that is the link there. 100 Acre Haven, $30 super chat, saying thank you for all you do. My Graham taught me to help in whatever way I can, when I can. Prayers to those impacted. As some very wise words from your Graham there. Thank you very much, thank you very much, 100, for that super chat. And lastly, we have Lene with a 199 super chat and Tenchi with a 199 super chat. Lene says, thanks for all you do. And Tenchi asking about Howl in a mobile home and anxious right now. So Howl is over you right now is just some heavy rain and some gusty winds of perhaps 30 to 35, but nothing that is severe. You should be okay there in the Howl region. That is all of the super chats caught up from earlier. And again, thank you guys so much for those who have donated optionally here. Appreciate you guys so much. And again, we'll be using some of this for our disaster relief efforts here across the state of Michigan, especially in the Three Rivers, Union City, and all the surrounding areas from all of the cities, from Niles all the way up to Union City, from this tornadic event. PR Ladu, 199 super chat, thank you very much. Also, Stacy with a $5 super chat saying, I had won a weather radio from you guys today, and the alert went off before my phone did. Thank you so much for everything you do. We're glad that weather radios come in handy for you there, Stacy. And again, we'll have more giveaways in the future for sure here at our page at Michigan Storm Chasers for those who are interested. So as long as you're following along, we'll likely have more in the future. Again, as you can see on your screen right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. It's good news. A couple special weather statements remaining out there for a couple gusty winds and hail, but as you've seen over the last 5 to 10 minutes here, we haven't had to zoom in on the radar because there's not really anything concerning. Again, some gusty winds right now, primarily going to be in the Brighton to Chelsea area. Hail threat, Farmington Hills, going to be some P to half-inch hail, but again, that special weather statement is just expired, so in fact, that's gone now. And our gusty winds are starting to show signs of weakening as well across the Oxford and Elmont area. So overall, this is starting to downtrend for this line of storms. We will have to watch out for perhaps the far southern portion of Michigan here, so Hillsdale Branch and perhaps even Lenawee County over the next hour or two. Right now, this is not expected to be a concern, especially since we are now at the 9 o'clock hour, and that's what I mentioned earlier as the time for tornadoes to basically be done for the night. Also, welcome Charles Bryan to the team as an EF0 member, and Keenan Ripon with a $5 super sticker. In current time right now, 9:02 and 10 seconds. I am Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma, alongside Ryan here. Ryan is currently working on back-end operations for all of our social media posts and whatnot, as well as our disaster relief recovery here for the state of Michigan. So again, busy night here at Michigan Storm Chasers, and again, we do have more severe weather possible tomorrow morning as early as 5 a.m., primarily as a damaging wind threat. So that'll be starting in West Michigan around that time, and it'll be moving over to the east side of the state through the mid to late morning hours. Sounds good, Drew. Thank you. Also, for those who are curious about the green square on Lansing, that's a flood advisory in effect. A decent amount of rain has fallen in the Lansing area. Low-lying areas are flooding right now, so if you know you live in a flood-prone area, take your precautions to move some of your objects and personal belongings out of the flooded waters or out of areas that may be flooded. And this continues until 2:15 a.m. at the latest. Severe thunderstorm watch has been canceled for Calhoun and Jackson. The only counties in effect now for a severe thunderstorm watch are going to be St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale. So 3 counties left. Welcome to the team, Greg. Appreciate your support. Again, if you are waiting it out like us and you haven't followed along yet, feel free to hit that follow button or the subscribe button. Again, we're going to be tracking storms all the rest of the year, just like we did last year and the year before that, So you won't miss a beat as long as you're following along here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Again, best way to get notifications is subscribing over here on our YouTube channel. Our account name is at MI Storm Chasers. Now 9:05 p.m. Ryan, what do you think in terms of the stream here?
I am going to try something real quick.
Try what?
So I'm actually able to access our camera at our office, and I'm currently seeing if it caught anything before it lost connection.
Okay.
In terms of our stream here, I haven't looked at radar lately to make an informed decision on that just yet.
Got it.
What time exactly did that enter Three Rivers? I can probably find it on our Facebook page.
3:50. I don't know. Someone in chat will probably say what time it hit Three Rivers at if we ask.
I'll find it. Yeah, I know I posted on the page as it was happening, so I can just get the timestamp from that. I'm at 3:34 right now, and it's dark off to the west, and that's all I'm seeing here.
Yeah, for those who are just tuning in, watching from eastern Michigan, it's just a wind and rain threat at the current time. It is a pretty slinky line, a lot of turbulence in the atmosphere, I guess you could say, this evening. But right now, nothing severe. As you can see on the bottom of the screen, the highest active alert is a severe thunderstorm watch. Again, a watch is a step below a warning. Watch means you need to watch out for storms to become severe, but they are not severe right now. And it's only for 3 counties in Michigan. So for those who missed it, it is St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale that currently still have the severe thunderstorm watch in effect. Otherwise, every other county and state does not have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect. There's one special weather statement in effect right now for portions of Genesee, Lapeer, and Oakland counties. This will be, I think, expiring at 9:15, if I recall correctly. I click on the text here. It will say, yep, 9:15. So, in fact, the winds for this special weather statement are already passing over into St. Clair County at the current time, north of Romeo. So no really concern inside the special weather statement right now. I may see another extension here for northern Macomb and western St. Clair County, but this line is pretty toast, I would have to imagine, here this evening.
Unfortunately, the camera in our office did not pick up anything. It lost power approximately 3 minutes before the tornado entered town.
Gotcha. How's everyone doing in chat here? Again, we're just kind of wrapping it up here soon. Question, are you only over Lower Michigan or all over? So we cover all 83 counties in Michigan. Same policy. Whenever a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning is issued in the state of Michigan, we will go live and stay live until the warnings are done. In some cases, we do wait until the storms do leave the state, or they just don't exhibit the severe potential anymore. And so we're getting close to that point where we can give the all clear for the evening. We're not quite there yet. We're still watching some stronger storms, but I think once the special weather statement does expire, we might take a break. And then if any severe warnings do pop back in, we'll just jump live again for a part 2 coverage. But yes, we do cover all 83 counties. So even if you're up there in the Upper Peninsula, if a severe thunderstorm warning gets issued later this spring or summer, we'll be live tracking it here in the state of Michigan, here at Michigan Storm Chasers, right here on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch TV, and X. And again, notifications are sent out to all of those platforms besides Facebook if you want to be notified of when we do go live. And again, in some cases when seconds do matter, it's important to at least follow us on X or Twitch TV or YouTube, even if you don't use those platforms per se. So highly recommend, if you haven't already, subscribe on YouTube, follow us on Twitch, or follow us on X. It's a good way to make yourself weather aware when it comes to severe weather here in the state of Michigan, especially since we're off to another hot start with tornadoes to start our first big severe weather event here in the state of Michigan. Everything right now, everything you see on radar is heavy rain in the reds and the pinks. And that is basically all it is. We have some gusts out there of 30 to 35, but that's basically just a normal thunderstorm. We're just making sure that no sneaky cells turn into suddenly severe thunderstorms. So that's kind of why we're just kind of in limbo right now, waiting for these storms to expire.
Want to go ahead and bring up the fact that I'm seeing a lot of new Venmo accounts pop up with little added letters or dashes in their username. Those are not us. Our Venmo username is quite simply our name, Michigan Storm Chasers. That's it. There's no dashes, there's no spaces, there's no added letters. It is all one word. It's the @ symbol for the username, and then Michigan Storm Chasers. That's it.
Welcome, Kendall, or thank you, Kendall, for our 1999 super chat saying, I meant to say that my brother and I are part of disaster relief, came out of Michigan, we've been on standby to head out. Keep us in your prayers. Sorry about the last post, didn't come out right. It's okay. Again, have... Again, safe travels and stay safe out there when it comes to your disaster relief for sure. We may see you out there here in the coming days or weeks when we are able to help out ourselves. So appreciate the support. Mandy, the $1 super chat. Patricia Sutton, 1999 super chat. Having issues on my end with Amazon. I hope this helps the effort, as it absolutely does. Thank you very much, Patricia, for your support there. Robert, with a $22.22 super chat, saying the Hillsdale pop-up went right over our house in the Lake Leanne area of Jerome and Somerset Center. On behalf of my fam, thank you so sincerely for what you did today. We were prepared because of you. No problem, Robert, and we're happy to hear that, and we're happy that you were able to stay safe in all times today. So again, for all of you guys that have sent in chats, whether free or donations or whatnot, again, they all mean so much to us, and it helps keep us driven to continue to provide the best severe weather coverage that we can for everyone across the state of Michigan. So again, from the bottom of everyone's hearts here at Michigan Storm Chasers, we thank you guys very much. And again, this is going to be an event that we reflect on for a long time from a bunch of different personal standpoints here at Michigan Storm Chasers. I still saw a comment here about flash flood warning for Lansing. It's not a flash flood warning. It's just a flood advisory. Flash flood's a little bit different. It's a little bit higher text there. So just a normal flood advisory, so low-lying areas. You can pretty much say all clear for Lansing down to Battle Creek and Marshall, all the way back to Constantine and Vicksburg for the night, at least for now. We do still have to watch off back to the west later this morning, but all clear for this first line. You can see right where this reds and these purples kind of move through. That's basically your all clear line. So if you're behind it, then you're likely not to be affected by any sort of severe weather the rest of the evening. For those who did miss this stream today and end up wanting to go back and just watch from the beginning, just kind of see what happened throughout the day, it will be available afterward here on YouTube, MI Storm Chasers. So you can see everything that happened throughout the day in terms of the timing of everything. We actually had the tornado captured on our Chasers streams at one point. And of course, all the warnings minute by minute, hour by hour as they came through the system here. So feel free to reference the stream back at any point that you guys would like to when seeing what was happening at what time throughout the event here this afternoon. Ann Arbor, according to Velocity, here you have some gusty winds moving through. Let us know what you're seeing there in Ann Arbor if you're watching right now, but nothing severe. Same story for the Emmett and Memphis area up towards Yale. Those are the only concerns right now. And in fact, there goes our last special weather statement. And so at this point, we are now in basically completely all clear ops. So no warnings and no statements in effect. There's only 3 counties left in a severe thunderstorm watch. That's St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale, and we would imagine those are going to be dropped here probably within the next half hour or so.
Are you confident enough to end the stream now, you think?
I'm just going to double check.
I don't see anything personally.
I'm just checking our thermodynamics and stuff behind the scenes. There's no surface cape. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot going on out there in terms of, there's a little bit of shear, so slight damaging wind risk, but again, there's nothing that's really surface-based. And again, for those who've been following us since the beginning, we've been waiting for this 9 o'clock hour to roll around, so all of our surface fuel goes away, and those storms aren't rooted at the surface with that low-level spin. So we are now seeing it at this point. I feel like it's a good time to at least take a break, and if we do need to go live again, we can jump back in for part 2 coverage. But again, for those who are watching here on the east side of the state, there's not really a severe threat expected the rest of I'm not going to say the night, because again, tomorrow morning we're expecting more showers and thunderstorms roll through. I guess you could say for the rest of the night, because the sun will start to come up by the time round 2 comes around. But again, we're just kind of keeping an eye on these storms right now as they move in through Washtenaw, Oakland, also down towards Hillsdale branch counties. Pretty much just a thunderstorm threat, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, a lot of heavy rain out there, and a flooding threat, but nothing that warrants live wall-to-wall coverage right now. And again, policy is we got you covered from the first warning to the last warning, and seeing that there's no warnings in effect, we can technically hop off for the time being here at Michigan Storm Chaser, then of course cut back in if another warning goes live. So just because we hop off live doesn't mean we're done watching. We'll be watching behind the scenes here for sure. So keep us in your back pocket. Make sure you're following and subscribing here on Facebook, YouTube, all that jazz. Also, for those who are asking about the purple on radar, that's range folded. That's basically just bad data being kicked back to the radar. You don't have to worry about any of that purple that you see on the screen there. It's a lot of purple for sure, but that is just range folded, so bad data. No problem. Appreciate all the very nice compliments here in chat, guys. It means a lot. Before we go, we do got to give a shout out, and you've seen them been scrolling on the right side of the screen for all of our trusted partners here at Michigan Storm Chasers. It's the main reason why we're able to do what we do completely for free. We don't charge you guys to watch, but again, monetary donations are always appreciated. But a huge reason is our trusted partners pick up a lot of the slack here, so huge shout out to them. We'll go scroll through them here right now. You'll see them scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And again, feel free to support these local businesses as you see them roll across the bottom of the screen. We start with our first sponsor here, In Order, A-Class Construction and Restoration. They cover northwestern Lower Peninsula. So you have to contract them for all your construction needs up there. American Arbor for all of your tree and damage cleanup in southwest Michigan. Apex Restoration for all of your restoration needs in the Genesee County area and the Thumb. Also Battle Creek IT for all of your IT needs anywhere in Michigan. Battle Creek IT has got you covered. Also, all the phone numbers are on the screen as well next to these businesses. We've got Clear Plow Snow Pushers for all of your snow pusher needs. It's still technically winter here in Michigan, so feel free to purchase a snow pusher. Crystal Flash for all of your propane and fuel delivery needs across the state of Michigan. Katz Roofing and Siding for all of your roofing and siding projects in the Lansing and Potterville area. Kuiper Tree Care for any tree-related services in and around West Michigan, Ottawa County, Kent County, Muskegon County. McKay Tree Specialists, jumping over to the southeast side of the state. They cover in storm cleanup down there. Feel free to contact them. Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding. On rainy days, call Mike Hayes for all of your roofing needs in Sand Lake and St. Clair counties in the Thumb. On Top Roofing, your #1 trusted partner for Livingston County and surrounding areas for new and replacement roofing needs. Rainbow Restoration, Kent County and surrounding areas for all of your restoration needs there. Ronald McDonald House Charities of Detroit. You can donate to families in need today by calling the number on the screen. ServPro for all of your fire and water damage needs and storm cleanup across the state of Michigan. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Storm Guard Metro Detroit North for all of your storm restoration needs in North Metro Detroit. Top Gun Roofing Exteriors for all things in West Michigan. I should say West Michigan. Top Gun is your go-to there. We also have Top Notch Tree Care for all of your tree care needs in Lansing and Jackson. And lastly, Victor's Home Solutions, providing roofing, gutters, and attic installation services across the Midland, Saginaw area. So again, thank you very much to all of our sponsors and trusted partners here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Can't do it without them. And again, all those numbers were shown on the screen feel free to go back and screenshot them as need be. Anything else to add on? Any sort of final word for today here, Ryan, as we hop off for this part 1 coverage, perhaps?
Nothing that comes to mind other than thank you for tuning in, and let's hope we don't see a day like this again in Michigan for quite a while. We don't need this type of day ever really again, but it is weather. It's bound to happen. Let's just hope it doesn't happen too often.
Absolutely. Also, before we go, if you're in Walled Lake, quick gusty winds moving through there, north of Novi, south of Walled Lake. Keep an eye on that, as well as down towards Warden, heading towards Plymouth. Again, not severe at the current time, so no need to go and stay live for this at the current time. But again, if a severe warning does pop up, we got you covered. We'll jump back live here as needed. We'll never leave you in the dark for this severe weather. So I'm going to wait one more velocity scan to make sure that's not an issue. It doesn't look like it is. No, that's just gusty winds. So we're good there. But again, if you're in Farmington Hills, Franklin, Bloomfield Hills, you could have some gusty winds moving in with this little tiny cell north of Novi right now. We see those brighter greens mixing in. But other than that, we'll go ahead and roll the outro. And we'll talk to you guys soon here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Again, thank you so much for following, liking, sharing today. You guys have helped out in more ways than you guys realize. If you guys have done that, if not, again, hitting the like button on the way out is another way to help out. And we'll talk to you guys soon here at Michigan Storm Chasers for another severe weather briefing, severe weather live stream, you name it. We got you covered here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Have a great, safe evening, and we'll talk to you guys soon.